In the majestic palace during the morning court, the emperor sat high upon the red dragon throne, while rows of officials stood below, neatly lined up and bowing with utmost respect. The emperor spoke. When will the railway repairs be completed? Every word he said was meticulously recorded by the historian below. A senior official near the throne respectfully reported, "Estimated completion is in about 3 months, Your Majesty." The emperor coldly responded, 3 months? Just the thought of watching my people suffer for 3 months is unbearable. Finish it within 1 month. The official was terrified by the order. But Your Majesty, doing so will cause countless problems. We'll need to increase the workforce, including the labor of commoners and slaves. This goes against your original plan. Your Majesty, we beg you to reconsider, the official pleaded, listing numerous complications if they had to meet the 1-month deadline. The historian frantically typed everything down, even sparing a thought for the poor slaves so they wouldn't be overworked. All the officials bowed in unison. We beg Your Majesty to reconsider. However, half the emperor's face was hidden in shadows, making it impossible to read his expression. Seems like all of you are a bit confused. If you truly care about the people's hardships, why don't you join them out there? Every word from the emperor struck fear into the ministers, their faces frozen in disbelief. Did he really just suggest that? The emperor majestically rested his chin on his hand, lifted his teacup and smirked at the shocked expressions. If even that won't be enough, maybe I should join them too, The entire court went into panic mode. We only seek Your Majesty's understanding, the emperor asked slowly. So, should I take it that the work will be done in 1 month? At this point, who would dare say no? The ministers trembled and said in unison, Yes, Your Majesty. The historian typed like his life depended on it. As the historian was focusing hard, the emperor suddenly addressed him in a stern voice, freezing his hands mid-typing. Why are you typing so slowly? Are you secretly cursing me under your breath? The historian turned pale and stammered, No, Your Majesty, my fingers are just not very nimble yet. Oh really? The emperor said casually, should I send you back to the capital for further training? One glance, one simple sentence, yet the imperial aura was enough to make the historian sweat buckets and nearly faint. He tried to speak clearly without shaking. I will try my best to type faster, the emperor replied. I'll be watching you. The historian's face wrinkled like an old eggplant, his whole body trembling. Your Grace is truly infinite. The officials near him gave him sympathetic looks but could only shake their heads in pity. The emperor dismissed the court. I'm hungry, I'll eat something first. You all reconvene in 30 minutes. The civil and military officials responded together, Yes, Your Majesty, then slumped away like defeated soldiers. The emperor raised his teacup. Exiting the court, he sipped his tea and leaned back into the dragon throne with a sigh. Why are they so slow? The palace was now blanketed in night. The beautiful full moon above was being swallowed by gathering clouds. The light that reached the rooftops was dim and eerie, like a strange blend of ancient and modern times. When will the airplane take off anyway? Cut to a small forge, the furnace still roaring with red flames. A man wearing protective goggles was hammering a glowing red metal bar on a thick anvil. Each strike of the hammer echoed through the sweltering hot room. Under the meticulous care of the blacksmith, the blade gradually took shape. He dipped it into water and the sizzle-sizzle echoed as steam rose. The blacksmith lifted his creation, inspecting every angle with such focus that he didn't even notice the phone buzzing behind him with call after call. A man holding a phone kicked open the door with one foot, a white plastic bag in his other hand. He shouted, Hey, Kim Jin-ho, why the hell aren't you picking up your phone? Kim Jin-ho was laser-focused, hammering the glowing metal as he yelled back, That's not true. The man behind him was utterly confused, wincing at the ear-piercing clangs of metal. His ears were on the verge of bleeding. He shouted angrily, Kim Jin-ho. Startled, Jin-ho finally stopped and turned around, lifting his safety goggles. Oh, Byung-ho, when did you get here? Byung-ho strolled closer with hands in pockets. Just arrived, kid. What are you doing? Not even hearing me call you, Jin-ho replied. Got an order to make a good knife for cutting big fish. A good knife, huh? Byung-ho leaned in like an interrogator, face to face. Jin-ho, under pressure, explained quickly, It's just a fillet knife. A Japanese restaurant in Seoul ordered it. Byung-ho let it slide. All right, I'll believe you, since you're so bad at lying. Jin-ho sighed in relief. Geez, stop acting like a detective all the time. After Jin-ho finished talking, Byung-ho handed him the plastic bag. Here, take it. Mom made some kimchi. She wants you to eat properly. Jin-ho took it. Thanks, send my regards to your mom. Byung-ho walked around the room. Why don't you clean this place up, huh? It's a total mess. Jinho, meanwhile, was excitedly opening the kimchi box like it was treasure. Suddenly, Byung-ho spotted something in the corner. He shouted, "You little punk, what's this?" Jinho, pulling the kimchi box out of the plastic bag, turned his head in surprise. He saw Byung-ho holding an antique-looking gun out of nowhere, fuming. "Are you crazy, making stuff like this in Korea?" Jinho cheerfully raised his hands. "Oh, that's for a foreign cosplayer's custom order." Byung-ho calmed down a bit. He held the gun properly, aimed with one eye closed. "Really, looked real enough to me." Just as he said that, he flinched. Then he started unscrewing the gun barrel. The front of the barrel was crafted in intricate detail. He inspected it carefully, quietly thinking, steel wire. Without a word, Byung-ho whacked Jinho on the head. "Whack, you little rascal, why the hell did you put steel wire inside a prop?" Jinho rubbed his head and weakly explained, "If I'm gonna make it, I gotta make it right for the customer." Kim Jinho was grabbed by the collar and shaken like a maraca by Byung-ho. "Are your clients terrorists or what? You little punk, you moved here just to drag your big bro into messes like this? You called me just to cover for your shady business, didn't you?" Jinho tried to defend himself. Byung-ho now looked like a demon, eyes flashing with scary light, still gripping Jinho's collar tightly. "This is bad, open your storage, now." Jinho was sweating. "Why are you always so obsessed with that storage?" Byung-ho growled. "I brought a search warrant, kid." After much intimidation, Jinho finally gave in and opened the storage, leading Byung-ho inside. Standing in front of Jinho's shelves, Byung-ho asked, "Why do you need all these chemicals in a forge?" Jinho scratched his head and confessed, "I use them for acid etching and the final adjustments." Byung-ho leaned closer to the bottles. "You bought all these legally, right?" Jinho sighed in defeat. "You want me to show you the receipts?" Byung-ho raised a glowing fist, eyes blazing. "If you cause any trouble, you're dead meat." Jinho straightened up like a soldier. "Why yes, sir, I wouldn't dare." Byung-ho grew suspicious. "Are you really the guy who builds guns on commission?" Jinho quickly looked away, opting to keep his client's info confidential. Realizing he wouldn't get anything else, Byung-ho dropped the subject. But suddenly, a strange smell wafted in, making him cover his nose. "What's that smell?" "Which neighbor dumped a ton of fertilizer?" Jinho replied, "It's from my field." Byung-ho was stunned. "Wait, you farm now too?" The window was wide open, revealing a carefully plowed field. Jinho grinned sheepishly. "I'm making calcium nitrate." "What the hell is calcium nitrate now?" Byung-ho snapped, turning his razor-sharp glare at this problematic blacksmith. Jinho cheerfully explained, "I need gunpowder to test if that Kentucky rifle is properly made, but making gunpowder's a bit tricky." That sentence hit Byung-ho like a ticking time bomb. Boom. He grabbed Jinho by the shoulders. "Kid, do you have any idea how hard I worked to pull you away from Uncle back then, and you said you just wanted to build a spaceship here?" Byung-ho's grip tightened as his rage peaked, veins popping on his face. "There's gotta be a limit to your chaos, man." Jinho stood there sweating bullets, staring at the angry god before him. Byung-ho ordered, "Go plow that field, now." His voice shook the walls of Jinho's forge. "I'll be back in 2 days to inspect. You better get that field done, you hear me?" He pointed. Jinho sniffled like a puppy. "Why yes." Before driving off, Byung-ho added one last order. "Put that kimchi in the fridge, right now." Jinho obeyed, "Yes." Then he watched the car disappear and sighed in relief. Jinho walked back into his forge, muttering to himself, "Guess I'll need to borrow Mr. H-Wang's tractor tomorrow." He headed to his shelves and carefully pulled out something hidden behind a pile of bottles. Thank God he didn't find this. He gently opened the box, thinking, if he caught this, I'd be in jail by now. Inside the square box were 2 bottles of nitroglycerin, yes, the real explosive kind. Why the hell did I even make this stuff? Jinho sighed and shut the box. Either way, I've gotta keep it hidden no matter what. But just then, a tremor hit the building. The shelves in the forge rattled with loud clanks. The ceiling beams above Jinho swayed dangerously, sending dust raining down. Jinho panicked, is this an earthquake? Before he could react, the whole forge and ground shook so hard that he nearly lost his footing. Tools and parts came crashing down. The box in Jinho's hands slipped loose during the tremor and he gasped. He dove to catch it, arms outstretched. His face lit up with relief until the lid popped open. 1 bottle of nitroglycerin flew in a graceful arc right before his eyes. He stared, dumbfounded. The bottle made gentle contact with the ground like it was giving it a kiss. The light blue liquid inside reacted to the impact, swirling wildly under Jinho's horrified gaze. That beautiful shimmering liquid danced. Oxygen and nitrogen molecules joyfully rushed toward one another. They collided and lit up the room with a blinding flash. At that moment, Jinho knew there was no saving this. He stared at his own creation. You little devil, I made you, but... Damn, you sure know how to make an exit. Boom, the explosion swallowed everything in a fiery inferno. Am I still alive? Kim Jin-ho thought about something in the dark, then slowly opened his eyes. In front of him were two people who looked like a cheerful married couple chatting away. The man spoke. Look, my love, our child has opened his eyes. Jin-ho blinked. Did these people save him? The woman smiled warmly at him. Oh dear, look at that. She looked up at the man. This baby's sparkly eyes look just like yours. The emperor, yes, emperor, glanced at the tidy-haired woman and said, that sharp little nose is definitely from you, my queen. Jin-ho was thoroughly confused. What are they even saying? Oh my, he moved again. Jin-ho still didn't get what was going on. Why are they speaking like they're in a drama from a different century? The emperor turned to his queen. Is our little one feeling uncomfortable? The lovely consort gently bent down. Let me hold the baby. Jin-ho's mind short-circuited. Wait, am I being picked up right now? The consort cradled the baby wrapped in a blanket and gently cooed. There, there. The two of them gazed at the baby with pure affection. The adorable little one in her warm arms stared back with big round eyes. Goo goo ga ga. Kim Jin-ho, who died at age 35, had just woken up in the form of a newborn baby in the Song dynasty. Jin-ho panicked. Who the heck are you people? It had been 3 months since Kim Jin-ho was reincarnated as a baby, and the scenery was slowly becoming familiar, from the rooms to the unmistakably aristocratic daycare. Current Jin-ho was still just a baby, lying on his back, waving his tiny arms and listening closely to the people around him. And through that eavesdropping, he started figuring things out. First off, he realized he was now in the Song dynasty. Judging by the clothes, it seemed to be early in the dynasty, and his father was royal but not the crown prince. Based on what I learned in school, the emperor once said he spent all day studying. That brought Kim Jin-ho back to his modern-day school memories. Back when he wore a school uniform, resting his chin in class while the teacher passionately lectured about history. The boys sitting around him, completely uninterested in the boring lesson. That's not even gonna be on the test, they'd mumble, so obviously no one listened. The teacher pointed energetically at the board, saying, unlike busy emperors, royals who aren't kings must avoid learning to survive. What king wants a smarter noble hanging around? Kim Jin-ho, now a baby, recalled that line and made his decision. In other words, he'd keep studying to an absolute minimum, and being the eldest son in the family meant no worries about status or livelihood. No worries about rank or survival. Baby Jin-ho just stared innocently with round eyes, mumbling gibberish. With that clever decision made, he smiled sweetly. This setup is perfect to indulge in my hobbies. Ever since childhood, Kim Jin-ho had shown he was no ordinary kid. He once held a Rubik's Cube with deep focus while his parents gawked at the teacher's words. This is the first 5-year-old I've seen solve one. Their expectations soared. He grew up taking intelligence tests. Your son's EQ is off the charts, and his IQ, well, it's what we call genius level. The excited man announced it while Jin-ho's parents gasped. Genius. The two of them were so proud to have a genius son. Both parents beamed with joy, just like we hoped. Mom and Dad are so proud of you, Kim Jin-ho. But no one truly understood how Jin-ho felt. He just stayed silent under all the praise, but soon that hope would turn into disappointment. Jin-ho was incredibly smart but not good at classroom learning. His teacher reluctantly shared some bad news. To be blunt, this kid's better suited to be an inventor. The most crucial part of Kim Jin-ho's so-called genius, his actual school performance, was sorely lacking. His grades and rankings were shockingly low for someone nicknamed the prodigy. Kim Jin-ho's father angrily threw the report card straight at his son's face. Why would someone as smart as you refuse to study? You do great if you just put in a little effort, just a little. Jin-ho stood there silently taking the scolding. He frowned without saying a word, but his face said it all. He was disappointed in himself too. I'm saying this for your own good. Enduring nagging parents and academic stress, Jin-ho eventually became obsessed with his own passions. He withdrew into himself, immersing in his own world. He built perfect models like they were inventions straight out of history books. He made steam engine models and even used steam to build a working model of a steam locomotive. Or he'd find a local blacksmith to learn how to forge a curved blade like the ones used by swordsmiths in the Song dynasty. He studied how to make those curved blades, pouring sweat and soul into the process, his eyes lighting up when he saw the finished product. He even crafted full-body armor based on historical tales. Seeing his passion for so many different fields, people started calling him a scholar. But that nickname didn't last long. In the first round of a Crazy Scholar Challenge show on TV, there he was, Kim Jin-ho, testing his newest invention, a human-powered water plane. It actually flew over the Han River. His dad screamed at the screen, "That little punk." Every word from the TV praised him. This student is believed to have outstanding invention skills. Jin-ho's dad was frozen, mouth wide open, gripping the remote, yelling, "Honey, come look at this." Jin-ho's mom, wiping her hands on her apron, came out from the kitchen. She looked at the TV and asked, "What's going on?" His dad, still in shock, stared at the screen and mumbled. The newscaster's voice came back on. "This student who created the flying machine is Kim Jin-ho, a sophomore at DX University." Hearing his name, his mom gasped and mumbled it aloud, "Kim Jin-ho." Then they both realized, it's him again, Kim Jin-ho. That kid is at it again. Yes, the one in the news report was none other than Kim Jin-ho. Our main character, before his death, testing his invention, lifting off into the blue sky with his handmade aircraft. Jin-ho grinned with pure joy, fully satisfied with his success. After finishing the flight test, Jin-ho headed home. As he entered, bending down to take off his shoes, he called out, "I'm home." But before he could even finish, he heard his parents talking inside. His dad, sipping on some wine, said, "What are we going to do with Jin-ho? All he does is build useless things and refuses to study." Jin-ho stood there silently, hearing every word his dad said, unable to understand why they didn't get his passion. Quietly, he turned the doorknob. He closed the door, shutting out the sound of his parents' voices. He distanced himself from their words. Fast forward to Jin-ho's third year in college. He was in his personal world of wonders, sitting in front of his computer focused on something. Suddenly, Kim Jin-ho received a message. He moved the mouse and clicked it open. In that very moment, he triggered a large-scale side incident. Round 2 of the Crazy Nerd Challenge. Jin-ho opened the message. It read, "Hello Kim Jin-ho, we're recruiting builders for a traditional sailing ship based on a famous pirate movie. Although it'll only be 1/4 the original size, we'll replicate every detail from materials to process. If you're interested, let us know." He didn't hesitate. After being invited to build a miniature pirate ship model, Jin-ho flew straight to America to chase his dream. He saluted his parents and left. "I'll be back soon." When his parents read the letter he left behind, his dad was furious, crumpling it with a dark face. His mom could only sigh, trying to calm him. "Honey," he ran off again. Months later, several people stood at the dock, admiring a brand new wooden ship that had just been launched. A man in an Arabian robe and sunglasses approached. He gave a thumbs up. "My darlings, your skills are amazing. I just happen to need a real-size yacht. How about you build me one? I'll sponsor and pay you monthly. Deal?" Jin-ho was stunned, but just as expected, he agreed in a heartbeat. Deal. And so his stay in the U.S. was extended. Jin-ho and the other craftsmen watched as the Arabian man approached them, praising perfect work. Meanwhile, back in Korea, the wait for Jin-ho's return dragged on, until the day he finally came home, only to be greeted by a slap that echoed like thunder. His dad shouted, catching Jin-ho off guard, "You went to America and didn't call even once. I have no son like you. Get out of my house." Jin-ho stood frozen, clutching his cheek, watching his parents argue because of him. "Honey, he's finally home after so long. We can't throw him out. He's like this because we've always overlooked it. This isn't the first time, is it?" But how could he hit his own son like that? Kim Jin-ho stood there, stunned, watching his parents argue. "He can't focus because you always coddle him." "So you're saying it's my fault he turned out this way?" Kim Jin-ho collapsed to his knees. He knelt before his parents. "I was wrong. Please don't fight because of me." His parents stopped arguing and looked at him. His father stayed silent, but his mother worriedly called his name, Jin-ho. Then Dad coldly made a decision. "You're joining the army. Go learn how to grow up." Jin-ho didn't argue. He just replied gloomily, "Okay." Following his father's orders, Jin-ho enlisted. After completing his military service, he quietly went back to studying and prepped for the civil service exam like his parents wanted. He passed the level 5 exam with flying colors in just 1 year. On the day of his success, family and relatives came to celebrate. But no one really noticed how he looked that day. He silently watched as people congratulated his parents instead. Then Byung-ho walked up, threw his arm over Jin-ho's shoulder and said, "Hey Jin-ho, congrats man." Byung-ho added softly, "Stop making mom and dad worry, alright?" Jin-ho, a bit embarrassed, tilted his head and replied, "Yeah, I know." And just like that, peace finally seemed to return to the family. Jin-ho loosened his tie and sighed. Then he stared at the mountain of paperwork and ruffled his hair in despair. It was late, but he still hadn't gone home. Jinho's father quietly opened the door to his son's room. It was a mess, papers and trash everywhere. Then he noticed two small packets sticking out from the half-open desk drawer. He walked over and pulled out a bunch of medicine. He was shocked to discover Jinho had been taking a lot of pills. Suppressing his emotional turmoil for so long, Jinho had been hospitalized for depression. Upon seeing this, his parents made a decision. The couple sat down to talk to him. His father folded his arms and spoke to the kneeling Jinho. "Go live the life you truly want. I guess I've failed to understand how you've felt all this time." Those words from his father left Kim Jinho stunned, staring up in disbelief as if trying to confirm he'd actually heard them right. His gloomy, exhausted face slowly brightened and he smiled like sunshine after a week of rain. "Thank you, Dad." After submitting his resignation letter, Kim Jinho began chasing his dream. He built himself a little wooden cabin, the blacksmith workshop, where he'd poured all his passion until that incident happened. And then, boom, he reincarnated into the Song dynasty because of an explosion. Now in the body of a few months-old baby, Kim Jinho was giggling like a happy potato. Honestly, this was better. He'd been born right at the finish line and could finally do all the things he loved before. His new mother's voice rang out in a gentle lullaby. Seeing her son laugh so brightly, she asked softly, "What's making our little boy so happy, She glanced down as if an idea popped into her head. The sweet lullaby echoed through the cozy room like a soothing spell. Jinho's new mom sat there joyfully doing embroidery, glancing over at her chubby-cheeked son rocking side to the melody. "He loves poetry already. I bet he's going to be a great writer someday," she whispered to herself, which, well, turned out to be a deadly miscalculation. The scene shifted to months later, snow-blanketed rooftops in thick white layers. Seasons passed and time flew like falling autumn maple leaves dancing through the wind. In the palace, a small table overflowed with colorful towers of pastries. Officials arrived one by one to offer congratulations. "Congratulations, Your Highness." Chungyong bowed slightly in return. "Thank you, everyone." Our main character, now a bit older and dressed in fancy baby clothes, was being carried by his mother as he observed the ministers bowing to his father and thought, maybe my old man's status is way higher than I expected. In Kim Jinho's tiny baby brain, a theory was forming. Could it be that a royal family not competing for the throne is actually more dangerous? Am I safe here or what? Just then, a loud announcement echoed outside. "His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince has arrived," sending all the nobles into a surprised frenzy. The teacher's voice from the past replayed in Kim Jinho's mind. "This is the first time I've seen a 5-year-old solve that puzzle cube." Now, instead of a classroom, he was surrounded by people in traditional outfits bowing to the prince. The Crown Prince waved graciously and smiled, "Glad to see you all." He laughed heartily and strode toward Jinho's father. Arms open for congratulations. "Is my nephew already old enough for a first birthday celebration?" "Chungyong, congratulations, brother." Chungyong stood beside his wife and child, bowing formally. "Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Crown Prince." The little baby was the only one still clueless. The Crown Prince asked, "May I hold him?" The lady handed Kim Jinho over respectfully. Still lost in his thoughts, the baby thought, "Wait, did I just hear something important?" The Crown Prince lifted him high into the air with a chuckle. "Oh wow, what an adorable little thing." Our protagonist in baby form told himself to smile, and then gave the goofiest, most innocent grin he could manage. The prince handed him back to his mother, still grinning. "This kid is absolutely adorable," she bowed gently. "Thank you, Your Highness." After returning the child, the prince turned to the father. "Chungyong, this kid seems as sharp as you are." Kim Jinho kept mumbling the name in his head. Chungyong, Chungyong the Great. He whipped his tiny baby head around to stare at his father in shock, under his mom's confused gaze. Prince Chungyong. His father was Chungyong the Great, the same Chungyong who would later appear on the 10,001 bill in the Republic of Korea. The man who would be cast in bronze for his greatness. The one who invented Hunminjeongeum and became one of the wisest kings in all Korean history. In the era Kim Jinho used to live in, this man was revered by generations. Even kindergarten kids would draw him in their little art projects with shiny crowns and sparkles. That man was his father. He couldn't believe that in this new life he had reincarnated as the son of the legendary king. Kim Jinho stared intently at his majestic father. Then anxiety crept in. Wait a second. He suddenly remembered the old preschool song, "I'm the moon and my child is the Dan." Does that mean I'm Moon now and my kid will be Dan later? Deep in thought, he didn't notice that his mother had started lowering him. Gently, she placed him in front of a small table. Confused, he looked around while his mother nudged him sweetly. Hyung, come on, pick something. On the round table in front of him lay gold, an ink stone, calligraphy brushes, a bowl of rice, a wooden sword, some rice cakes, and more. He realized he was at a doljabi ceremony. Baby Hyung reached out with wobbling baby hands. What should I grab? While he was zoning out, suddenly a beam of light hit his face and made him squint. Hyung blinked and turned toward the glare. The sparkle was coming from the earrings of the crown prince sitting off to the side. Hyung locked eyes on the earrings like a cat about to pounce. His eyes sparkled with admiration as he reached out and babbled nonsense sounds that made the crown prince blink in confusion. The prince tilted to the left, and Hyung happily leaned that way too. The prince leaned to the right, and Hyung toppled enthusiastically after him. The prince pointed at himself baffled. Is it me? Meanwhile, little Hyung kept babbling random baby sounds, clearly thrilled, probably in love with sparkly things. The crown prince stepped forward and picked him up. Instantly, Hyung reached up his chubby baby hands toward the shiny thing. He grabbed onto the crown prince's earring like it was his life's purpose. The prince raised an eyebrow, puzzled, then realized what Hyung wanted. So it's not me you like, it's my earring. The crown prince lifted Hyung up, and Chungyung quickly stepped over with concern. While the adults were still trying to figure out Hyung's fascination, the baby himself was totally engrossed, examining the earring like an expert artisan. Impressive craftsmanship for this era, he thought. Despite a few unexpected moments, the doljabi ceremony ended successfully. After the celebration, only 3 people remained at the banquet table. The crown prince, Prince Chungyung, and another prince holding baby Hyung in his arms. The crown prince seemed a bit tipsy, his robe loosened, shirt slipping open to show off some royal abs. He waved a hand lazily and slurred, bit of a letdown, huh? Chungyung glanced at his brother and whispered, Your Highness, please pull yourself together. The prince leaned against a cabinet and shrugged. Come on, relax, I'm just vibing. This was Yangyong, the 3rd son of King Tijung. Still scolding, Chungyong said, You represent this nation, remember? Yangyong rolled his eyes. Meanwhile, baby Hyung, cradled by another prince, was still mesmerized by Yangyong's earring. That prince was Hyeoryong, the 2nd son of King Tijung. Hyeoryong chatted with Chungyong. Hey Chungyong, I heard your grades are off the charts. Your useless older brother here can't even keep count. Chungyong responded humbly, You're exaggerating. If you focused more, you surpass this talentless brother in no time. While they talked, Hyung remained fixated on the earring. The 3 princes began discussing politics and philosophy. Chungyong, are you setting ethical standards for kings now? I think differently. It's time for a military regime. If I were king, I'd reclaim the lands of the 3 hands and make the Song dynasty a global powerhouse. Hyung was trying really hard not to giggle with greed. You can't be serious, Your Highness. Hyung snapped out of his trance as the political debate escalated. He blinked up in confusion. Chungyong stated firmly, The Ming dynasty is incredibly powerful. With our current strength, the Song would be doomed. Yangyong countered confidently, Relax. Once I ascend the throne, greatness will follow. We just need to boost our forces. Things calmed down slightly as Yangyong gestured for peace and smiled. Okay, I'm not trying to conquer the world tomorrow. I'm thinking 10 years should be enough, he added casually. Chungyong snapped, 10 years is way too short. But Yangyong ignored his little brother's panic. Arms crossed, leaning against the cabinet, he closed his eyes and murmured, By then, all those old Ming generals under Zhu Yuanzhang will be gone either from age or Yonggle's purges. The rest will fall during his own civil wars. Chungyong's fist clenched on his lap as he tried not to explode. In other words, Yangyong continued, 10 years is plenty. Chungyong couldn't hold it in anymore. He shot up and shouted straight into his arrogant brother's face. Are you brainless? Have you forgotten Yongle could mobilize 500,000 troops for a single campaign? Chungyong stood firm, listing all the glaring issues. The Ming dynasty isn't scary just because of their soldiers, it's their military system that can mobilize massive forces that's terrifying. Compared to them, our Song dynasty is far behind in everything from census data to agricultural land records. Every word Chungyong said poked at Yangyong's ego. He bit his lip. Anger started to boil. Chungyong was still rambling, forget 10 years, even 30, when Yangyong suddenly cut in. 1 year for a census, 1 year for land surveys, done. He stood up and walked toward Chungyong. I'm the crown prince, I'll admit you're smart, but I'm the one who'll inherit the throne, not you. Yangyong shouted directly in his face, the veins on his forehead practically doing a dance. Chungyong clenched his teeth, glaring right back at his big brother. The crown prince scowled, his tone icy. You just need to assist me. That one sentence made Chungyong grit his teeth so hard you could hear it. The man holding little Hyang sighed softly. Hyang looked at his father, now slumped in silent frustration. Hyeryong sipped his tea, pretending not to notice the royal rumble. Meanwhile, baby Hyang gained some new shocking intel. Wait, what? Chungyong isn't the heir? He glanced at his father's gloomy face, his wise and forward-thinking dad now brooding in silence. The tension between Chungyong and Yangyong was clearly off the charts. Cut to King Tijang lounging on the dragon throne, chuckling. So what did that old fox say? Come on, spill it. The third king of the Song dynasty was enjoying this drama. The courtier respectfully recounted the scene. A respected minister stood with hands behind his back, admiring the rippling lake. Back when His Majesty wasn't king yet, I told him to focus on his studies, he said. He replied, why would a prince need to be a scholar? What's the point? A dragon egg's gotta hatch a dragon, right? The old minister turned to the others. This was Nam Yi, the founding official of the Song dynasty's ruling clique. He then praised Chungyong, standing in his official robes ahead of the ministers. I'm glad His Highness enjoys learning, just like His Majesty once did. The elder minister respectfully bowed again as he finished the tale. King Tijang leaned on his chin, eyes sharp like a hawk. Nam Yi buttering up Chungyong now, bold move. The eunuch beside him bowed. Your Majesty, what do you intend to do? Tijang asked calmly. What do you think? Let them be. The real reason for the rivalry was Tijang's ambiguous attitude. Without naming a successor, things were bound to get heated. Meanwhile, Yangyong, clothes messy, handed his cup to a maid, grumbling through music and wine. Does father even have a clue? He frowned at the cup in his hand. He's always praising Chungyong and ignoring me. Yangyong had a free-spirited soul and no patience for royal power games, so naturally, the scene shifted to a bright and peaceful morning. That man grabbed the antlers of the dead deer and dragged it along, leaving a bright red trail across the ground. Yangyong hauled his hunting trophy back to the palace, ignoring the stares from servants, eunuchs, and officials alike. He drowned his stress in hunting and debauchery until the officials finally stepped in, trying to prevent another royal rebellion. One of them, Park Yoon, warned Shim On, leader of Chungyong's supporters, to abandon the throne and stay in his lane. But Shim On didn't even blink. Park Yoon yelled in frustration, demanding answers. Lord Shim, what exactly are you aiming for? Shim On tried to sound as diplomatic as possible to calm the storm. But Park Yoon was already fuming. He raised his voice again. Didn't I tell you to talk some sense into Prince Chungyong already? Oops, seems someone forgot. Park Yoon barked and pointed his finger furiously. You shouldn't be doing this. Lord Shim, step aside, I must speak to the prince. Still composed, Shim On calmly blocked Park Yoon's rage. Let's not escalate this. I'll speak to His Highness. For today, let's stop here. Park Yoon grumbled louder, his eyebrows ready to launch into orbit. If you don't want a bloody tragedy like during Emperor Tijo's reign, you'd better talk to him. Shim On sighed. All right, let's call it a day. Shim On successfully blocked Park Yoon's storming into the main hall to confront Chungyong. He stood there, watching Park Yoon walk away through the gate just opened by a house servant. Shim On exhaled slowly, frowned, and muttered, well, I'm in too deep now, might as well keep going. History didn't change. Ultimately, the king sided with Prince Chungyong. That very day, the king summoned Chungyong's little family to the palace. He and the queen sat together as the trio stood below. The king smiled warmly, then with the wise glint of a seasoned ruler said, from today, you are the crown prince. Chungyong, congratulations, much has happened, but now you shall be crown prince. Strengthen your bond with your siblings and prepare yourself to succeed me and lead this great kingdom. Chungyong bowed respectfully. I shall engrave your words in my heart, father. The queen gently reminded her daughter-in-law, crown princess, from now on, you will manage the inner palace. Be diligent and avoid unnecessary troubles. Hyang's mother bowed respectfully. I will remember your guidance, mother. The king then noticed little Hyang standing in the middle. Our royal grandson is looking quite bright. Hyang obediently bowed his head. Thank you, grandfather emperor. Chungyong raised his head, proud of his son. The boys already learned the basics, your majesty. King Tijang raised an eyebrow. Really, isn't he only 4? His father replied, he'll turn 4 this October, your majesty. Just then, Hyang looked up innocently. King Tijang chuckled, eyes warm. Truly a blessing for our nation. He evaluated the two powerful figures in front of him. Every word and gesture between them felt dignified. The atmosphere was oddly peaceful. Then he remembered something Samchenpo once said. Hyung's memory drifted back to his school days from his past life, when his teacher pushed up his glasses and lectured seriously. You know that saying, enemies in the past life become spouses in this one? Well, it's surprisingly accurate in the case of King Taejong and his queen, or should I say, love-hate at its finest. Hyung knew this period of history all too well. He glanced at the two sitting before him. Emperor Chungyong once executed his in-laws to gain full control, so clearly. While Hyung's mind was busy spinning, King Taejong said, "By the way, Crown Princess, I've heard your father's been quite busy lately." His mother froze in place, answering stiffly and politely, "I'm not sure, Your Majesty. I've been staying in my room." Hyung glanced at his mother's nervous expression. "Oh, is that so?" Just 2 words from King Taejong made her break into a sweat, lifting her head in panic. King Taejong gazed down with an imposing look, declaring, "I hope he can enjoy a more peaceful life. The man's getting old. And even if he's still in favor, without health, everything's meaningless, right?" The crown princess bowed even lower. "Yes, I will deliver your message." Watching his mother's frightened reaction, Hyung thought, yup, blood will be spilled at this rate. The majestic palace basked under the sun, yet the air was eerily quiet. 2 months after Prince Chungyong was named Crown Prince, King Taejong officially abdicated and gradually stepped back. The transition went surprisingly smoothly. But he remained extremely cautious of Chungyong's in-laws, whose influence had grown stronger after the prince's ascension. They became the favorite target of flatterers and suck-ups among the officials, especially as King Taejong's suspicions deepened. Then, a shocking report arrived. Kang Sangin, Shim Jeong, and Park Seop had met in secret. During that meeting, Kang Sangin reportedly said, "His Majesty's authority is being restrained by the retired emperor." King Taejong, cold as steel, said, "I see." The retired Emperor Taejong didn't tolerate whispers behind his back. They should have known their place, eliminate them. His order triggered immediate military action. The Queen Mother cried and beat her chest, scolding his cruelty. "I'm not enough, you want to destroy the Crown Princess's whole family too." Kang Sangin was captured and sentenced to death. He was bound tightly, limbs stretched in all directions under the burning sun, dressed in prison rags. Shim On was sentenced to life imprisonment, and Hyung's maternal family was reduced to slavery. Yet through it all, Chungyong remained focused on state affairs, not intervening in the retired Emperor Taejong's decisions. He kept reading his book nonchalantly, completely ignoring everything, including the wife he cuddled with every night, who was now silently trembling in shock. Hyung looked at his mother, not knowing how to comfort her. If the in-laws were stable, maybe they'd become a solid backing in the future. He turned to look at his father, wondering, should I try to persuade him? But what met his eyes was a stern face, eyes closed, deep in thought. Seeing that expression, Hyung decided quietly, nope, best to stay put. This already happened in history anyway. Judging by that face, Taejong and Chungyong must have had some kind of agreement. So the smartest move, do nothing. He simply closed his eyes and pretended he saw nothing. The purge by Taejong had ended, but the aftermath was anything but peaceful. The officials started criticizing and protesting. How can the daughter of a traitor become the empress? They made outrageously bold demands. Depose the empress. This time, Chungyong didn't stay silent. He stood up and spoke firmly in front of the former Emperor Taejong. If you insist, I'll return the throne to father, then she won't be empress anymore, happy now? Even the former Emperor Taejong got angry and roared at the nobles, causing chaos. Executing the mother of 3 imperial children for no reason is unacceptable. Don't bring up deposing her ever again. Hearing all this, Hyung thought, good call staying out of that mess. At just 4 years old, he sat cross-legged, frowning in deep thought, quite an odd sight for a toddler. Maybe being born into royalty just makes you calm by default. Genetics don't lie. But he didn't understand. Was his father's end goal to expand royal power or what? Later, the Ming envoy asked why the former emperor abdicated so suddenly, though the transition had gone smoothly. It came up during a court session attended by the Ming delegation. At that moment, Hyung was sitting on Chungyong's lap while the emperor reviewed a letter. He sighed, such a shame. Hyung looked up blankly, pretending not to understand a thing. But to appease the Ming envoy, and because Taejong still controlled the military, Chungyong launched a campaign against the Yue and invaded Suzuma Island. He told his son, if I had more time and power, I could have prepared better for this campaign. Hyung clumsily reached for a scroll, wondering, wasn't Zhou's invasion only half successful or something? But those stubby 4-year-old arms couldn't reach that far. He stretched with all his might, arms shaking. That tiny effort caught Chungyong's attention. Smiling, he said, already interested in national affairs, my son, then you'll have to study hard. Hyung's cheeks flushed. The emperor looked at someone below and ordered, summon the chief archivist. The attendant bowed, yes, your majesty. A figure stepped forward. Then happily he hoisted the little prince onto his shoulder and walked off. Let's go, your highness. Hyung had no chance to resist and was carried away from his father's lap. Deep down, he screamed, I hate studying. Night had fallen, the window of the room was still wide open with moonlight streaming in. This can't go on. Hyung sat cross-armed with a scowl. If it stays like this, I'll just die young. No fun, just study like some historical tragedy. I gotta make a plan now. A plan based on the fact that Chungnyeong the Great was an absolute fanatic. A king known for his genius inventions, who created the Hunminjeongeum script himself. Besides designing intricate stuff like sundials and mechanical arrows, he was also passionate about nurturing the nation's talents, brilliant engineers and astronomers. Recalling those history records, Hyung made up his mind. I need to pull Dad onto my side. He propped his arms on the table. First step, gather skilled craftsmen. If they're not skilled enough, polish them. I'll be crowned prince soon, what's stopping me? He imagined himself standing proudly, arms crossed, directing a team of craftsmen running a full assembly line building sailboats and steam engines. And once he shows Dad a finished invention, that man will surely fund it all. He pictured piles of gold. If I achieve something big, I won't just secure my position, I'll expand my influence too. And then, a life of indulgence and joy awaits just around the corner. That glorious vision filled Hyung with excitement. Still, he knew reality. He had to study a bit, just enough to keep up in debates with the officials. Minimum effort, maximum survival. He sat there staring out the window. Next on the list, win over the crown prince's tutors, the guys in charge of my education. He imagined himself as crown prince, served by well-educated ministers. By the time he comes of age, they'd be in power, so better lock them down now. Hyung smirked. Even better, he'd shape them into loyal servants who live for him alone. Just that thought got his blood pumping. With a wicked grin, his calculating eyes stared far into the distance. Just wait, my future minions. Scene change, morning arrived. Hyung was strolling down a corridor, trailed by a long line of eunuchs and attendants. As he walked, something suddenly caught his eye. Something was giving off a stench from the nearby forest. Hyung spotted the source. Right under a tree, a lonely pile of poop was silently spreading its foul fragrance. Hyung's face darkened, he frowned in disgust. This palace is gross beyond belief. Shaking his head, Hyung kept walking. Palace maids approaching from the opposite direction bowed respectfully. Long live your highness, Hyung waved them off. All right, get back to work. As he walked past the group of maids, that foul smell floated by again. Hyung sniffed, surprised. No way, this smell can't be. He turned his head to look at the maids who just passed. His eyes locked on the hem of the last maid's skirt on the right, stained and soiled. Hyung glared at her in disgust. Damn it, I swear I'll flip this whole stinking empire upside down. Cut to, Hyung was now leaning slightly, listening to the royal tutors teach. That concludes today's lesson. One elderly tutor asked, if His Highness still has any questions, please feel free to ask. Hyung furrowed his brow in deep thought, then looked up and asked, on my way here today, I saw a maid with poop on her dress. I mean, pooping is normal and all. He recalled her outfit and added, but letting it get on your clothes, that's not okay. What do you all think about this? A tutor spoke up, clothes not only protect us from heat and cold, but also conceal private parts and reflect one's social class. So I think a bit of inconvenience is acceptable. Hyung asked seriously, social class, you don't think it's wrong to judge someone's status based on what they wear? Even if a gentleman wears rags, his virtue should still shine across the land. His words left the tutors stunned, their eyes wide. The elder tutor coughed lightly, isn't that what they say? Don't you think some of our outdated views need revising too? This issue won't be solved overnight. Any other questions, Your Highness? Hyung saw the deflection and gave a tight-lipped smile. These geezers really think I don't notice their dodge. He looked at the court officials below and declared loudly, a few days ago I read the memorial about the invasion of Tsushima Island. The tutor's jaw dropped. How did you get that? Hyung quickly said, I read it with father, recalling how he sat on his dad's lap going over those memorials. The memorial said everyone, from nobles to commoners, had to join the military, except for farmers, of course. Hyung seriously voiced his opinion. The lack of an elite navy isn't a huge issue, so why don't we just train one, huh? His question had the tutors sweating bullets. Well. Not done yet, Hyung pressed harder. Also, I want to know why we didn't evacuate the people on Tsushima. If you're scared Japanese pirates would take that land, wouldn't moving the islanders to Northern Song be smarter? That way we could stop stressing over that Tsushima lord. Plus, we could accidentally forget about handing him the bronze seal. Every word from Hyang made the tutors sweat harder. They didn't dare touch political matters and only looked nervously at the eldest, most powerful tutor in the room. The elder bowed slightly. That is not a matter lowly officials like us are permitted to discuss, Your Highness. Still dodging the topic, Hyang forced a smile despite his inner rage. These old farts. Whispering broke out among the officials. Is he really just 5 years old? 2 senior ministers who heard the tale were stunned. Hard to believe a 5-year-old could say such things. One nodded at the other. When the king ordered us to educate his highness, I thought he was overdoing it. But if the boy's this sharp, we should probably teach him more advanced stuff. The 3 elders chuckled. One stroked his chin and said, I'm starting to look forward to the day he ascends the throne. His friend smacked his arm. Hey now, careful what you say. Laughter filled the palace hall. Cut to a book slamming hard onto the floor. Damn it. Hyang was furious. Just because I'm not crown prince, they think they can give me half-baked answers. He leaned back and sighed loudly to release his frustration. Annoying. He frowned. At this rate, I'll drop dead young like King Munjang. He had planned to wait 10 more years, but maybe he needed to act sooner. Hyang clenched his tiny fist and slammed it on the wooden table. Just wait till I become crown prince, you'll all see what happens. Time flew by, and in the 3rd year of Chungyong's reign, when Hyang turned 7, a grand ceremony was held. Dressed in regal attire, Hyang stood high above, receiving bows from ministers, soldiers, and palace staff. He was officially named crown prince. After the ceremony, Hyang collapsed onto his little desk. Becoming crown prince is exhausting. This coronation thing is insane. But it was worth it. At last, he was the crown prince. Tears of joy welled up in his eyes as he clenched his tiny fist in self-congratulations. I've waited so long for this day. Hyang stretched out his short arms. All right, time to look at father's policy documents, I guess. He picked up a calligraphy brush, rested his chin on his hand, and scribbled on paper. Monopoly on salt. That must make a lot of money. Even though the tribute list to the Ming dynasty didn't include gold or silver, those envoy trips sure were expensive. Hyang wrote each character with all the seriousness a 7-year-old could muster. He meticulously reviewed every issue, land problems, smuggling. And of course, the current environment was terrible for boosting trade. Suddenly, a blob of ink dropped onto his draft, making him jump. Hyang scowled at the brush. This cursed calligraphy brush, I should really come up with a solution for this mess. But the biggest issue was, the court had no money, scratch that, no gold. He rested his chin again, his baby face not matching his heavyweight concerns. Plus, he was just 7, no real power yet, even if he was crown prince. Hyang sighed in frustration. He looked down at the paper packed with tiny letters and ink smears. He couldn't just sit still. Time to start small. He glared at the annoying brush dripping ink again. Damn it, no matter how many times I use it, I still can't get used to this thing. This era is a pain. While grumbling, an idea suddenly struck him. Hyang looked at the troublesome brush. Right, instead of jumping into big reforms, I can start by fixing these small annoyances first. This was just the beginning. A hammer slammed down. Hyang was now at the Bureau of Military Supplies, the government facility responsible for weapons production. He inhaled deeply with a smile. I've missed the smell of iron. Hyang decided he'd visit this place more often, so it was best to let them see his face early. From afar, an official approached to greet the crown prince. Hyang replied, nice to meet you. Li Changho bowed sincerely. Thanks to your efforts, the Song dynasty's defenses are stronger than ever. It is an honor to serve the crown prince as the head of the Bureau of Military Supplies. Hyang got straight to the point. Actually, I came here to look for something. I need to know who's the most skilled at working with gold and steel here. The man echoed, gold and steel, your highness. He thought for a moment and then suddenly remembered someone who might be helpful. The man entered and bowed. This lowly one presents himself before your highness. Hyang looked puzzled. Lowly, don't say that. How can someone responsible for building the empire's defenses be lowly? The man replied, your grace is boundless, your highness. Hyang pulled something out. Come closer, I have a task for you. Do you think you can make this? Hyang asked. The man looked worried. What is this exactly? Hyang answered confidently, a replacement for the calligraphy brush. The man looked conflicted. Hyang explained, it's something that holds ink inside and lets it flow as you write. But the key is that only a certain amount of ink should flow each time. He added more specifics. Also, there should be a small rounded tip to stop too much ink from soaking the paper. And this slit here where the ink comes out, how narrow can you make it? The man gave an estimate. If I do my best, perhaps 5 mo, your highness. Hyang opened his hand to count. 5 mo, a kai is about 3 cm, that's like 1/10 of it. 10 mo is roughly 3 cm, so 5 mo is about 0.15 m. You can do that by hand. Hyang was genuinely shocked. Actually, he continued, you'll need to make a bunch of these, and fast. No slow craftsmanship over a month, we need them done ASAP. Then he explained the details. Since the pen tip would come into contact with water, they should use gold and silver instead of iron to avoid rusting. It would be crafted from thinly hammered sheets. With proper molds, they could make 20 pens a day. The tricky part was the slit. One more thing, the stroke should be as thin as a mechanical pencil lead. 0.5 mm should do the trick. The craftsman agreed, then I'll make the slit about 1D, your highness. Hyang asked, how long do you think it'll take? The man replied, if you give me 2 days. Hyang interrupted, I'll give you 3. Bring me your best work. The man bowed, I shall obey, Crown Prince. He returned with the results. In 3 days, I've made 5 pen tips, each with a different stroke thickness. Hyang picked one up to test. Please try them, your highness, and choose your preferred stroke. All right. He dipped the pen into ink. The first stroke hit the paper. Everyone around gasped in awe. Hyang looked absolutely delighted. I love it. You did great. The craftsman replied humbly, only thanks to your guidance, Crown Prince. Hyang decided make 100 more with this stroke width and keep 10 well preserved. The craftsman obeyed. Hyang then added, can you engrave plum blossoms on the gold nibs? Of course, your highness, the man beamed. So how long will that take? Hyang asked excitedly. 10 days should be enough, he answered. Hyang raised an eyebrow. I'll give you 12, but no defective products allowed. I plan to present this to my father. The man knelt. I swear I won't deliver a single faulty item. Hyang added, oh, and I'd be really grateful if you kept this secret until I reveal it to my father. Understood, your highness. He exited the room. Li Changho praised, he's more mature than his age suggests. The blacksmith agreed, exactly, he's only 8 but talks like he's 30. The other man chuckled and teased, enough about him. You got something out of this too, didn't you? The craftsman had received a certificate. Best Artisan of the Song Dynasty, pretty awesome title, huh? Best Artisan thanks to Crown Prince Hyang. He was so thrilled, he bragged, I'm gonna find a carpenter and make the coolest frame for this thing. It's totally worthy of being a family heirloom. The pen was once again put to use, and while it was seriously impressive, Chungnyo exclaimed, this is a magical item, and thus marked a new milestone, December 10th, the 3rd year of the Chungnyo reign, the day the Crown Prince introduced the golden pen to the king. Tijung lavished Hyang with praise. My wrist and arm feel so comfortable writing with this. Even writing fast, the letters still look elegant. My son, you've created something truly remarkable. You flatter me, father. Chungnyo turned to the court. The emperor has tested the golden pen and won't stop praising it. Historians, be sure to record what the crown prince did today. Yes, your majesty. Tijung admired it gleefully. Hyang, this is quite the feat. He was clearly impressed. He suddenly noticed the pen tip. Wait, is this a plum blossom? Hyang confirmed, yes, that's right. He explained, they're engraved because plum blossoms symbolize the royal family. Tijung beamed. Excellent, but what gave you the idea to create such a thing? Hyang tensed up a little. Here it comes, he thought. Just as predicted, the king wanted to know the origin story. One day when you were writing, I noticed something unusual, father. Tijung raised an eyebrow. Unusual. I saw the ink soaking into the brush hairs. And that's when I got the idea. Water flows down, but this ink seemed to flow the other way. Isn't that fascinating? So I got to work. Tijung was astonished. So many people have used brushes before, but none thought of this. Isn't this the perfect example of learning through observation? The emperor clearly admired Hyang's cleverness. The boy bowed gratefully. I thank father for his generous praise. Then I have a request, Hyang said. Chungnyo responded warmly. Go ahead, eunuchs, bring them in. Yes, your highness. I'd like to distribute these golden pens to the historians and officials. All of them. Everyone was stunned. Yes, the historians tirelessly document everyone's deeds. It's exhausting work, so I thought they deserved a little help. The scribes were thrilled. Chungnyo turned to them and said, the crown prince recommends these pens for ministers and officials who need to write quickly. I think the crown prince's idea is brilliant. What do you all think? Everyone was deeply touched. We believe his highness is absolutely right. Isn't it heartwarming to see someone so young caring for his officials like this? The king ordered guards distribute the golden pens to all the court historians and officials. Yes, your majesty, permission granted. The ministers praised, His Majesty and the Crown Prince are truly thoughtful and wise. Hyang was pleased. But there was a catch. Not long after, the golden pen Hyang invented stirred up a new issue within the Song court. According to historical records, on December 10, year 3 of Chungyong's reign, the Crown Prince introduced the golden pen to the emperor, who praised it repeatedly. When asked why he made it, Hyang said the sight of ink crawling up brush hairs sparked the idea. The emperor admired his intelligence. Hyang proposed the pens be used by busy officials and scribes. The reaction was intense. Once Hyang handed out his invention, the golden nib pen, the officials went into a frenzy. They eagerly asked each other about the pen. Have you tried the Crown Prince's pen yet? Yes, I did. It's amazing. Because with the golden nib pen, so many things just got easier. Writing memorials became a breeze. Plus, Hyang invented a portable writing board just for them. Generals often need to give rapid orders, so I made this board so you can write comfortably anywhere. It's the perfect companion to the golden nib pen. People were overjoyed. Chungyong was so pleased. He ordered mass production of both items and had them distributed to the generals along with the pens. Furthermore, Hyang's golden nib pen started changing the entire kingdom in unexpected ways. How much is it again? 23 dough of white rice total, but I'll give you a deal, just 22 dough. Still pricey though. Everything became a trend. Let me borrow your ink and writing board for a sec. Let's see, I just bought 23 dough worth of rice today. This pen must be that famous golden nib pen, huh? Exactly, that's the pen His Majesty promoted. It even has gorgeous plum blossom engravings. Everyone was delighted. So pretty and portable too, it's perfect for emergency writing. Now I've got to haul all this paper home, one man said. Take care, the vendor waved. The vendor smirked. Golden nib pens, I smell a fortune coming. At court, Your Majesty, there's been some troubling news on the streets lately. Troubling news, speak. There are rumors that fake golden nib pens are flooding the market. Chungyong was furious. How dare they forge a royal symbol? Outrageous, they must be punished severely. The ministers all agreed and pleaded for harsh punishment on the matter. Chungyong thought of Hyang. I believe we should consult the Crown Prince. He invented the golden nib pen after all. He ordered, summon the Crown Prince. Hyang arrived just in time. Father, did you summon me? The emperor explained the situation and asked for Hyang's opinion. The ministers say these forgers must be harshly punished. What do you think? Hyang paused thoughtfully. Yes, father. The ministers looked at him. How adorable this kid was. Then Hyang spoke to his father. May I be the one to handle this, father? 1 month later, the prince's Ministry of Finance arrived. Hyang stepped inside the chamber. Everyone was already there. We humbly greet the Crown Prince. Hyang walked straight in. All right then, do you all know why I've summoned you here today? He held up the pen. It's because of this. Everyone in the room grew anxious. They quickly denied everything. My merchant guild would never commit such treason, nor mine. But that wasn't Hyang's goal. I'm not here to punish anyone. Get up. They didn't dare move, trembling in fear. The little Crown Prince started showing a very displeased expression. His tone shifted. Must I repeat myself? They all followed the order. Hyang sat down calmly. Everyone was filled with anxiety. I'll be direct. I plan to assign the production of golden nib pens and regular pens to one of the merchant guilds here. But don't get too excited just yet. Here are the conditions. Merchants must give 20% of their profit to the court, and the market price of the golden nib pen must not exceed 60% of its production cost. One merchant couldn't hold back. Your Highness, pardon me, but there's a small issue. Even if we set the price at 60% profit, after paying the sellers and workers, we'd only keep about 30%. Hyang reflexively slammed his hand down. And if the court takes 20%, you're saying you're left with only 10%, right? His face darkened. You dare lie to my face. I said it's 20% of the 30% profit. That's only 6%. 0.2 times 0.3 equals 0.06. Throw that greedy, lying fraud out and revoke his guild's bidding rights. The man, terrified by Hyang's deadly aura, trembled as he pleaded. But Hyang showed no mercy. Guards dragged him out immediately. Forgive me, Your Highness. Even as he was hauled away, his shrill voice echoed, Your Highness. Silence fell. The room grew heavy. After silencing the troublemaker, Hyang continued. His Majesty and I believe the merchants and citizens of Song are important. No one can do everything alone. We always need each other. He made sure to remind them, but if you dare lie like that fool, you'll all be seen as useless garbage. His voice was firm and commanding. Mark my words. Everyone quickly complied without protest. We understand completely, Your Highness. Hyang remained stern from beginning to end. Everything went smoothly after that. The pen bidding ended with no more funny business. Scene change, someone arrives. Hyang smiled and praised, Well done, Joe the eunuch. The man named Joe humbly asked, "Your Highness, why did you have to do all this?" Hyung sighed and softly said, "You know, I'm still too young, I really don't have many choices." Joe nodded in agreement. "That's true, then please excuse me, Your Highness." Hyung whispered back, "All right," feeling very satisfied. Things were going smoothly, let's keep this momentum. From outside the hall came a loud call. "Your Highness, someone has arrived." It's head eunuch Sung with something to report. Sung entered and immediately protested. "We cannot continue with the Crown Prince's plan." Not long ago, laughter echoed everywhere as people held treasury reports. Everyone was ecstatic, the treasury was full again. Ever since the golden nib pens went on sale, the economy had picked up fast. Thanks to this, Chungyong and the officials began to recognize the positive effects of trade. "The Crown Prince really pulled off something great," he said. But not everyone was happy. Some officials began whispering, "Has the court turned into a business hub? If we keep this up, merchants will be ranked lower than dung beetles." Sung stroked his beard and said, "All of this started with the Crown Prince. We must expose this to His Majesty. We can't let this misdirection continue." Everyone nodded. No matter how smart the Crown Prince is, he's still just a kid. Letting a child handle national matters, huge mistake. They quickly reached an agreement. "Shall we submit a petition then?" "Sounds good," but before the anti-Hyung squad could act, Emperor Emeritus Taejong passed away. On May 10, fourth year of Chungyong's reign, the Emperor Emeritus died at age 56. Seeing the political tides shift, they shelved their plot. "We'll wait for a better chance." "Fine, leave it for now." Meanwhile, Hyung was buried in books. He'd spent days reading and researching. So those European books actually originated from Chinese texts. Hands on hips, he confidently muttered, "Let's hope this will be enough to explain where I got my inspiration." Stretching up to the bookshelf with his little arms, he whispered, "If I claim all this was my original idea, they'll get suspicious." Hyung's face darkened, his eyes gleamed with ambition. "Guess I'll have to learn how to fool them too. Everything's going just as planned." After many days of research, Hyung stood proudly before everyone. "That's why I think it would be much more convenient if these Indian numerals, or Arabic numerals as the Westerners call them, were used in our country." Chungyong nodded in agreement but still sought opinions. "What do the court officials think of the Crown Prince's proposal?" After careful consideration, Kim Jiam nodded. "I believe Indian numerals are very practical for expressing numbers." Right after, another voice joined in. It was Hyo Jo, Minister of Rights. Seeing no objections, Chungyong decided swiftly, "With both major ministries in agreement, you may begin using Indian numerals next month. If results are good, we'll make it nationwide." All officials shouted in unison, "Yes, Your Majesty." With no further debate, he pulled out another memorial. "All right, next item." After glancing through it, Chungyong lowered his voice. "I think the Crown Prince must hear this." Hyung blinked. "Yes, father." The king rubbed his temple. "The Emperor Yang has sent a letter." Apparently, Chungyong had gifted golden nib pens to Emperor Yang, who was so pleased he requested 10,000 more as tribute. The king sighed. "You already know the national treasury is running low." Hyung heard this and fell deep into thought. Then suddenly, a spark lit up in his little brain. Cheerfully he spoke up, "Father, what if the court opens its own merchant guild?" The words merchant guild made everyone's face stiffen. Sung couldn't help but shout, "A guild, how could we?" Chungyong raised a hand. "Grand Censor, silence for now. Crown Prince, continue." Hyung explained calmly, "If Emperor Yang sent that letter, it means golden nib pens are quite popular in the Ming dynasty. Ming has a vast territory and large population, so their number of literate citizens must be several times that of Song." Hyung confidently laid out his plan. "If we cooperate with merchants to handle pen production, then the number of pens sold could far exceed the tribute demanded by the Ming." The king stroked his chin in thought. Kim Jiam was already calculating numbers in his head. The two of them looked at each other and smiled in sync. Confidence level, maximum. "We're definitely going to make a profit from this." Seeing no objections, Hyung added, "Also, we'll ask merchants to escort the diplomatic envoys to Ming, and in return, they only need to cover lodging expenses." As soon as the words were spoken, Sung stepped forward and snapped, "Absolutely not." Hyung looked at the old man, confused by his sudden loss of control. "We cannot go through with the Crown Prince's plan." Bowing slightly, Sung began explaining, "Yes, the plan will bring wealth to the court, but based on history, when we get too rich, people fall into decadence. That leads to tyranny. And then, the royal family's power collapses like a bad pastry." Just as he finished, the Minister of Rights stepped up in support. "I, Minister of Rights, agree with the Grand Censor." The fact that a top-ranking official just shot down Hyung's plan left the boy wide-eyed. Hyung glanced at the Minister of Rights, still ranting on. How can lowly merchants be allowed to visit the emperor of a great empire like Ming? That would tarnish the dignity of our Song kingdom. The old man's eyes flashed as he added with a smirk, seems the crown prince still doesn't quite grasp national affairs and policy matters. His mocking tone continued to echo in Hyung's ears, making him grit his teeth in frustration. Perhaps the prince should return to his studies and learn to govern like a real monarch. Hyung turned to Chungyong. Father, may I have your permission to respond? Chungyong nodded. Permission granted. With his father's approval, Hyung spun around sharply and asked coldly, did the Grand Censor just say that getting rich would plunge our people into decadence and tyranny? Sung without a second thought, answered, indeed, if we look at the past. Hyung cut him off. Exactly, if we look at the past, it's the people who bled and sweated to sustain that decadence. Are you suggesting I bleed them dry too? Didn't I say the money would come from outside? Sung ignored the words completely and barked, even if it works now, there's no guarantee things won't fall apart later. And when disaster hits, it's the people who suffer. Hyung coolly shot back, do you only live for today, Grand Censor? The sarcastic tone made the old man flare up. What did you say? Amid the shocked stares of the court, Hyung continued, and how do you know those pens will only sell once? You think merchants just stop at selling pens? Sung frowned and challenged, do high officials even use fountain pens? At first people buy them out of curiosity, but in the end they'll just be toys, fancy, useless toys. Kim Ji-am couldn't take it anymore. Grand Censor, you're dead wrong. Do you even know how many pens were sold last month? Over 400 in the court and 1,000 among commoners. Hearing that number, Sung shrieked, in just 1 month, how could such a frivolous object sell that much? Hyung smiled and said, well, sorry it's so frivolous, probably because it was made by a mere child, me. Only then did the old man realize how rude he had been. He quickly bowed. Please forgive my rudeness, Your Highness. Hyung didn't dwell on it and declared, that's why, for the sake of the people, our alliance with merchants is crucial. With that, Hyung turned and called, Joe, bring me the book from my room, titled World Geography. Soon after, Chungyong had the book in hand, flipping through its pages. Meanwhile, Hyung's young voice rang out, this is one of the books I collected from envoys sent to the Ming dynasty. It records geography and local goods of Ming and neighboring countries. Calmly, Hyung explained, it also notes that Ming and D-stroke letter 1EA1 IV letter 1EC7T harvest more grain than us. They even have reserves. Meanwhile, our poor people starve from droughts and spring famines. That's why we must use trade profits to buy food and save them. But Sung screamed once again, unacceptable. He ranted on about royal philosophy, completely ignoring Chungyong's deepening frown. A true king and his people should be equally poor and equally honest. Under that absurd logic, Hyung couldn't help lowering his head in disbelief. Prosperous in poverty, find joy in righteousness, build virtue on empty stomachs. Hyung finally exploded, you say people should be proud to live poor but honest. Have you seen anyone thrilled to be poor and honest lately? They're just poor. His voice rose in fury. They die of drought in summer, freeze in winter, and starve in spring. Who in that misery gives a damn about a ruler's virtue? The words hit the court like a thunderclap. He frowned and firmly declared, there's a saying, even a nobleman will scale walls if his son goes hungry for 3 days. Sung and the other ministers all felt ashamed under Hyung's barrage of questions. No parent can sit still when their child is starving. Hyung then blurted something that made even the grim-faced Chungyong crack a smile. A king is the father of the people. Standing tall, Hyung swept his gaze across the court and thundered, shouldn't that father do something for his children? Chungyong slapped his thigh in excitement, shouting, my son speaks wisely. As those words rang out, the entire court fell into stunned silence, as if someone had just hit the mute button on the palace. Chungyong cleared his throat several times, trying to regain composure. Hyung of course noticed. The officials all bowed their heads, pretending they hadn't seen anything. Classic court survival move. After a moment, Chungyong spoke, Crown Prince, continue. Hyung nodded, yes, father. Then Hyung resumed calmly, ministers and nobles outside the palace can endure hunger because they understand why and how. But the common folk, they lack that knowledge and the patience. He asked with a serious tone, if we want to enlighten them, shouldn't we at least make sure their stomachs aren't growling? Chungyong clapped loudly. Exactly. That sudden reaction made the officials gawk while Hyung's mouth dropped. Father's about to explode from excitement. Realizing things might go overboard if he said more, Hyang frowned and thought, let's stop here for today. Yet before anyone could breathe, he slowly added, since ancient times they say the will of the people is the will of heaven. Even if we preserve our virtue, what would the gods think if the people are still wailing in despair? The young yet commanding voice of Hyang echoed through the court. They say man proposes, God disposes, so after we've done our part, shouldn't we just wait and see how the heavens respond? Chungyong sat upright, listening seriously as Hyang continued. Yet whenever drought or plague hits, ministers say it's because the ruler lacks virtue. Isn't that contradicting the very idea of preparation? Hyang calmly reasoned, shouldn't we secure food and water before the drought, prep medicine before the plague, and stock grain before a poor harvest? Isn't that the logical order? Then, sweeping his gaze around, he added, if we blame it all on lack of readiness and call it moral failure, well. His sharp eyes landed on Sung. Hyang furrowed his brow and asked bluntly, wouldn't that mean we're saying our Song dynasty has no virtue at all? That line landed like a lightning strike. Many ministers gasped with their mouths wide open. Sung and the officials behind him were frozen stiff, caught off guard by the heavy accusation. Seeing no one respond, Hyang spoke again. I know many of you have been officials since before this dynasty was even born. His tone chilled. Then why didn't you call my great-grandfather a traitor? He built this dynasty despite being born a Goryeo subject. Or my grandfather Tijang, was he unvirtuous for raising a sword against his brothers? Or my father for taking the throne instead of his eldest uncle? Sung finally snapped, shouting, Your Highness, that's not what we meant at all. By now, Chungyong's face had turned pitch black with fury. The ministers quickly bowed and pleaded, Your Majesty, we never dared harbor such disgraceful and disloyal thoughts. We beg your mercy. They all cried out in unison, We beg your Majesty's mercy. Seeing the panic, Chungyong closed his eyes and sighed. The crown prince's words were a bit intense. Please forgive him. Then he turned to Hyang with a warning look. Be more careful with your words next time. Hyang bowed respectfully. Understood, father. Chungyong glanced at the ministers and declared, Ministers, listen well. I too believe the livelihood of our people is most important. Furthermore, the tribute to the Ming Emperor shall proceed as Hyang proposed. Everyone bowed in obedience to his majesty. Then he turned to the crown prince. Do you wish to add anything else? Hyang quickly replied, I believe paying the people with food is more reasonable than simply handing it out like charity. Hearing this new term, Chungyong blinked, paying them. Sensing his confusion, Hyang explained, Sure, lack of rain causes droughts, but don't forget our poor irrigation and lack of reservoirs play a big part too. We should prepare by building water reservoirs in every town and fixing old ones. We can mobilize the people for this and pay them in food. That way, fewer folks will go hungry. Isn't that hitting two birds with one stone? He asked the ministers. They all nodded. Your Highness, that's a brilliant idea. Pleased with the proposal, Chungyong commanded, Return to your chambers, Crown Prince. Hyang bowed respectfully. Yes, father. Chungyong then remembered something. Oh, and be ready to join court discussions after the ancestral rites. Hyang cheerfully replied, Thank you, father, for letting this humble little child meddle in state affairs. With that, he turned and left the hall alongside his eunuch. Chungyong rose and announced, That's enough for today. Court is dismissed. The officials below all shouted in unison, Yes, your majesty. But before anyone could leave, he added, Oh, and one more thing. With a grim expression and a heavy tone, Chungyong warned, Perhaps I should reconsider what you ministers really think about this dynasty. Panic erupted. Your Majesty, we've never had such disloyal thoughts. Please show us mercy. His face darkened as he snapped, Get back to work. They panicked even more. Please have mercy, Your Majesty. A while later, outside the court, some ministers whispered, One wrong step and we might see blood. He's not just Tijo's heir, he's got the blood of emperors past too. Hearing the murmurs, Sung couldn't hold back and scolded, Stop spouting nonsense. Mind your mouths. I'm only worried about the future of this nation, that's all. He furrowed his brow, lowered his head, and muttered softly, So this is how it ends. The other officials, hearing that, hastily signaled him, Watch your mouth, man. Ever heard of loose lips sink ships? Sung sighed, Heavens, we've suffered too much. We underestimated his highness just because he's young. Hearing this, the Minister of Rights asked, So what do you suggest we do? With a deep frown, he said, If there's no other way, we may have to submit resignations. Everyone looked alarmed. Resign, seriously. Sung spoke again, but still, it's our duty to correct his majesty when he strays. Even the Book of Documents says the wise must heed the voice of the people. A glint of ambition flashed in his eyes. I'll make sure His Majesty becomes a wise one, or else. Elsewhere, a steaming cup of tea was gently placed down. The Empress asked with concern, I heard the Crown Prince stirred quite a storm this morning at court. Chungyong rubbed his neck wearily and replied, the Crown Prince didn't do anything wrong. Quite the opposite, he was spot on. I was the one making a scene. He let out a long sigh. I lost my cool and ended up repeating the nonsense I used to shout back when I was still a general. What a majestic image of a king, huh? Hearing the whole story, the Empress laughed until tears came out. Such a shame I missed seeing that face of yours. She burst out laughing again while he mumbled, embarrassed, come on, Empress, I was already dying of shame. Still smiling, she replied, but your Majesty does look much more relaxed than before. Chungyong blinked, really. As she poured tea, she reassured him, you should feel free to speak your mind. You're the emperor, not a prisoner of the historian's scrolls, right? He took the teacup and softly replied, you're right, priority one, keep myself sane. Chungyong continued, I also told Hyang he'll be joining the political discussions after the ancestral rites. Hearing that, she looked a little worried. Is that really okay? He's still so young. He recalled Hyang's sly little face and chuckled. Judging by how he handled things this morning and managed the golden nib issue, I'd say we're fine. Honestly, he's like a 40-year-old man in a kid's body. Yoongjin couldn't help but laugh. She whispered, not long ago, your Majesty was worried his intelligence might create distance between you, but now it seems you've made peace with it. Chungyong replied without hesitation, yes, I'm at peace now. When he returned to his palace, he gave an order. The chief eunuch quickly responded, yes, your Majesty. Chungyong said firmly, leave me alone for a while, and so the eunuchs all bowed and left. Yes, your Majesty. Once the chamber was quiet, he let out a deep sigh of relief. In an instant, his eyes sharpened like a blade. Time to strategize. He recalled those pesky ministers and muttered coldly, should I let them step forward themselves or drag them out kicking and screaming? Should I let things end quietly or make it messy with a little royal bloodshed? The more he thought about it, the worse his headache grew. There are still too many of my father's old men lurking in this palace. Only his weary sigh echoed in the hall. I need ministers who follow me, only me. Since Hyang had been reborn into the Song dynasty, his words had begun to carry weight. After Chungyong's decree, the Ministry of Revenue began producing golden nib pens as tribute to Emperor Yang. While Hyang was busy commanding his subordinates, the blacksmiths under him worked tirelessly. He thought everything was going smoothly until a serious problem popped up. Meanwhile, his father, Emperor Chungyong, was facing his own group of ministers. Their report darkened his expression. What did you say? Not enough time to produce them. One flustered official stammered, forgive me, your Majesty, but the merchants' guild in charge of making the pens says they can't meet the deadline. Hyang stood nearby, his face gloomy. Just as I feared, he thought grimly. Hyang rested his chin on his hand, quietly calculating. There was no way the current artisan workshops in the Song dynasty could produce golden nib pens on time. With that thought, he stepped in front of his father and declared loudly, Father, I need confirmation on something. May I summon the people from that merchant's guild here? Sung-um's face twisted in rage and he shouted, absolutely not. How dare you summon a lowly merchant to a place where national affairs are discussed? Sitting high above, Chungyong suddenly spoke, Grand Censor, you interrupted me because you knew how I'd respond, didn't you? Sung-um's face paled and he stammered, Your Majesty. Chungyong went on, I appreciate your loyalty, but wouldn't it be better if you offered solutions instead of just shouting no at everything? Sung-um bowed awkwardly, please forgive me, your Majesty. With the room falling silent, Chungyong's calm voice echoed, then summon the merchant guild representative quickly. After the order was given, the merchant entered and knelt in the grand hall. This humble one greets your Majesty. Emperor Chungyong said sternly, I called you here because the Crown Prince has questions. Answer truthfully. Yes, your Majesty. Hyang, still looking very much like a kid despite his tone, stepped closer and asked, I heard you can't make the golden nib pens in time. Why that? The merchant thought of the intricately designed golden nibs and replied, because the pen is a delicate masterpiece, we must craft it with absolute precision. No matter how fast we work, there's a limit. Hyang paused and asked, so each pen is made from start to finish by a single craftsman? The kneeling merchant nodded, yes, that's correct. The merchant added, a skilled artisan must focus on one pen at a time. Hyang tapped his chin again, just as he had suspected. He turned toward his father and said, Father, I have a solution, but I need to speak with the artisans from the guild first. Sung-um panicked, first it's a merchant, now a craftsman in the sacred hall. Please reconsider, your Majesty. Chungyong snapped at him, "You should shut up. Why shouldn't I summon him when this concerns national interest?" Sung looked conflicted but pushed back, "But your majesty." Chungyong slammed his fist on the table and roared, "Silence. If you keep yapping like that, I might start doubting your loyalty," Chungyong warned coldly. The ministers below were so terrified that cold sweat ran down their backs. No one dared utter another word. Finally, he ordered the craftsmen to be summoned. Once the officials had brought them in, Hyang folded his arms and looked down. "I've heard that one craftsman does all the steps to make a golden nib pen. Is that true?" The kneeling craftsmen responded in unison, "Yes, your highness." Hyang paused for a moment, then said, "I have a little suggestion for you." Images of each step in golden nib crafting, from hammering to shaping, flashed through his mind. He spoke softly. "One person will handle the stamping of the nib, another the shaping, and a third will do the fine detailing. What do you think of switching up the process like this?" The craftsmen glanced at each other, clearly surprised. One of them spoke up seriously, "Yes, I believe it could work. We'll need some time to get used to it, but once we do, it should be faster than how we're doing it now." Hearing that, Hyang relaxed and respectfully addressed his father. "This is called division of labor. When people work together, they can produce more and faster." Chungyong nodded, "Very reasonable." Smiling, he turned to the craftsman and merchant. "Then I look forward to hearing good news from you all. You may go." He waved his hand and they began backing out of the palace. Turning to his son, Chungyong beamed, "Division of labor to increase productivity. How did you come up with such a brilliant idea, Crown Prince?" Hyang recalled what he saw in the kitchen and answered calmly, "I saw the assistant cooks and maids splitting their tasks under the head chef. That gave me the idea." Chungyong burst into hearty laughter, clearly impressed. He got a genius idea from something most people would overlook. "Our crown prince truly is extraordinary. What say you, ministers?" The ministers below all bowed respectfully, saying, "We agree, crown prince is truly insightful." Suddenly, Sung approached with a discontented face and voiced his opinion, "But I believe the crown prince is focusing too much on trivial matters." He continued, "His Highness should use his brilliant mind to study the teachings of ancient sages instead." Hearing that, Chungyong was visibly annoyed. "Why do you treat deep thinking on often overlooked matters as something trivial? Didn't the sages reflect on what's best for the people and share their thoughts too?" He questioned sharply, "Why such shallow thinking?" Sung defended, "I only meant well for His Highness." Cutting him off mid-sentence, Chungyong's voice began to rise in anger. "Is it like the crown prince said the other day? You believe I and my ancestors are unfit to rule, which is why you dare spout such nonsense, isn't it?" he accused, visibly restraining his fury. Sung quickly denied, "I would never dare harbor such disloyal thoughts." Chungyong was still seething. "Oh really?" The old man shouted, "Please understand me, your majesty." The brush of the historian nearby paused in midair. He thought to himself, "Sure, the Grand Inspector's words are a bit narrow-minded, but maybe not worth this level of crushing. It's natural to show off your amazing son a little." Hyang saw his father losing control again and sighed inwardly. Dad's showing his true colors again. Looking at Chungyong's face, he thought, using royal power to silence dissent kinda ruins the whole wise king image, doesn't it? In the eastern palace where the crown prince resided, a soft childish voice echoed through the quiet room. That was intense. Hyang slouched on his bed, looking utterly exhausted. What if I hadn't made up that labor division example? That could have ended poorly. Now that I think about it, he mused, father's been calling me in a lot lately. Remembering Chungyong's grinning face, he felt a bit overwhelmed. I just wanted a little attention, but now I think I've dug my own grave. The face of Samchenpo popped into his mind. Even before Adam Smith mentioned division of labor, it was already happening naturally. That invisible hand really is terrifying. Hyang suddenly recalled one of Samchenpo's lectures. But what truly enforced the division of labor in industry was the alignment between absolute monarchy and market regulation. He muttered, "Absolute monarchy." He began to analyze, what about the Song dynasty? While it was nominally an absolute monarchy, historically it was more like a power struggle between the monarch, who wanted total control, and the bureaucrats, who leaned toward republicanism. Hyang closed his eyes confidently and nodded to himself. Meanwhile, the common folks actually wanted a semi-republic, where the king was weaker than his officials. That way, their interests were better protected, and they'd hold some real power. Sitting cross-legged at his desk, he mused aloud, "If I want peace both now and in the future." He thought, success won't come overnight, I'll need to build this step by step. He whispered to himself, first step, strengthen the monarch's power, that's what father would want too. A meticulous plan began to form in his mind. I must make sure father's influence reaches even the most remote corners of the realm. And to do that, I need money. Hyung's face darkened, then he chuckled. All right, first mission, fill up the national treasury. Wearing that same serious face, he now stood smiling in the main hall. Seeing his son show up unannounced, Chungyong asked, puzzled, why are you here? Standing before a line of serious ministers, Hyung spoke boldly. I have something to say regarding the envoy headed to the Ming dynasty. There's one matter that must be confirmed directly by the Emperor of Ming. The ministers' faces all turned pale at once. Everyone had the same thought. What kind of wild scheme is the crown prince up to this time? Hyung smiled with calm confidence, and a thought echoed in his mind. The first way to fill the national treasury. He mentioned the golden nib pen design that the court was obsessed with, chuckling as he said they'd monopolize the market. First, we must ensure Song merchants hold the exclusive rights to sell golden nib pens in the Ming dynasty. He argued persuasively and clearly. The Ming emperor keeps demanding more golden nib pens as tribute. So clearly, the Ming court really digs these pens, and since they're several times bigger than our Song dynasty, the demand must be proportionally massive. Remembering all the times the Ming envoys dropped by, he continued, and now about those envoys from the Ming court. Every time they come, they demand a ridiculous amount of tribute. Standing in the grand hall before dozens of officials, Hyung declared confidently, so we must obtain an edict to forbid their envoys from making such demands. Suddenly Sung cut him off. Your Highness, that's impossible. The man looked increasingly impatient. The Ming court sees our Song dynasty as a vassal complaining about the demands of the imperial court. That's just plain rude. Hyung calmly countered, his logic razor sharp. Rude? Are you saying big countries get a free pass to bully smaller ones? Sung kept going, that's not the point. If we suddenly cut back the tribute compared to previous times, there will definitely be consequences. Hyung glanced at him sideways. This guy just wouldn't quit. And where do you think these tributes come from, huh? From the sweat and toil of our people. The more Ming demands, the less our people eat. The ministers were now all picturing poor villagers having their goods snatched away. They exchanged uneasy glances as Hyung's voice rang out. At this rate, even the taxes going into our treasury will shrink. Shouldn't we tackle this issue before it explodes? On Chungyong's face was a look of deep thought, hand propping his chin like a scholar mid-thesis. Sung still wouldn't back down, completely ignoring Hyung's presence. Your Highness just doesn't understand statecraft. Those envoys are eunuchs, the closest attendants to the emperor. If they badmouth us to him, we're doomed. Hyung suddenly cut in, his face flushing red with anger. So you're telling me the Ming emperor is that dumb? The Ming emperor is that dumb? Sung-um's face went ghost white, lips quivering but no sound coming out as he fumbled for an excuse. I didn't mean it like that, it's just, His Majesty is still young and I fear he'll cause big trouble over something so small. Hyung trembled with rage and pointed straight at Sung-um, shouting, what does this have to do with my age? And did you just say huge trouble for a small gain? He pictured the convoys of Ming envoys looting their way through. Every time they come, the tribute they haul away blocks 5 whole li of road. That's not tribute. That's daylight robbery from our treasury and our people. Hyung marched right up to Sung-um, his cool gone. Ancient sages said officials exist to ensure the people live in peace. And you want us bowing and scraping to a bunch of eunuchs. Sung-um's eyes widened. He stammered, you've misunderstood, Your Highness. We're not groveling, it's just... Cutting Sung-um off, Hyung shouted angrily, I'm not done talking. He spread his arms wide, standing tall before all the ministers, his voice confident and commanding. Mencius once said, a true gentleman shows kindness even in luxury, remains upright even in power, and never strays from virtue. The ministers trembled, glancing nervously at each other, some staring at the floor. Hyung's voice rang on, bowing and scraping to eunuchs, bribing them with treasures. Does that match any of the 3? Hyung frowned, eyes sharp with sarcasm as he pointedly questioned them. Is this the benevolence and righteousness you've learned? If so, how dare you still call yourselves gentlemen? With that, he stepped closer to the throne. Father, I humbly request. Hyung knelt down and bowed his head to Chungyong. His young voice echoed through the hall. Please let me lead this envoy to the Ming dynasty. I'll petition their emperor and do everything I can to end this nonsense once and for all. Please grant me permission. Yes, I'm young, only 9, but I believe my determination is taller than any mountain. Chungyong rubbed his temples, visibly conflicted. Hyung, the journey to Beijing is long and harsh. Hyung suddenly looked up, meeting his father's gaze. The song's current situation is both a crisis and an opportunity. If we act wisely, this could be our path to greatness for the next 1,000 years. But if we fail, we'll stay a weak, isolated nation. Please understand my heart, he begged. Chungyong shut his eyes, clearly struggling to decide. Return to your palace, son. But Hyung refused to give up. Please understand me, he pleaded, now almost desperate. The ministers panicked. Eunuchs, the prince is too emotional, escort him back to his quarters and calm him down. But Hyung kept calling, Father. Please let me go, he cried. Outside the glorious palace, only the echo of his desperate voice remained. Father. In Hyung's private study, he sat before his desk, snapping at the servants. All of you out. Hyung burned with fury, eyes wide, cheeks flushed, lips tight as he tried to hold it in. But slowly he cooled down, breathing heavily. Damn it, I got too worked up. He recalled Sung-um's smug face and scowled. That damn Sung-um, he thinks I'm easy to dismiss just 'cause I'm a kid. He's been nitpicking me since last time. They really think I'll just give up. He clenched his thigh, his grip wrinkling the fabric beneath. Hyung stood up and shouted toward the door, Eunuch, where's the eunuch? Yes, your highness. He gave his order, get ready, we're heading to the Ming courts. The eunuch's face went pale. What out of the blue? I'm not gonna sit around, Hyung thought fiercely. Get my stuff ready, now. He grabbed his coat and threw it on like a storm was coming. Outside the magnificent palace with its ancient layered architecture, the ministers stood in a long straight line, each calmly speaking in turn. We cannot do as His Highness suggests. Please understand us, Your Highness. On the imperial throne, Chungyong looked down, his face dark and unreadable. He spoke softly, yet with force. His words were calm, but his eyes hinted at something deeper. Do you know how many hours that child sleeps each day? Never more than 6. A 9-year-old trying to make the country rich, yet all you do is say no. The ministers all looked down in shame, cold sweat breaking out on their faces. One by one, they bowed deeply before the throne. In unison, they declared, we are guilty beyond redemption. Suddenly, a voice called out from outside, Your Highness. A panting eunuch burst in, clearly panicked. We have a situation. Chungyong blinked in confusion and asked calmly, what is it? The eunuch stammered, it's His Highness the Prince. Then the eunuch shouted, he's getting ready to leave. Chaos erupted among the ministers. What? Where is the prince going? Chungyong asked, where does that boy think he's going? The eunuch gasped, he seems to be planning to head to the Ming dynasty, immediately. As soon as those words left his mouth, the entire court was thrown into confusion, faces drenched in sweat. Chungyong wasn't spared either. His eyes widened, brows tightened, mouth opened, but words wouldn't come out. Slamming his palm on the table, he roared, why would he? The eunuch replied. He said he couldn't waste another second if he truly cared about the nation and its people. Chungyong stared forward, teeth clenched, voice low with fury. That insolent brat. Scene change, a pair of fancy shoes suddenly steps into frame. Chungyong storms forward, seething with rage. His eyes locked onto 2 approaching eunuchs. He bellowed, hey you, eunuchs over there, come here. One of them sheepishly shuffled forward. Your humble servant greets Your Highness. Chungyong snapped, aren't you from the Eastern Palace? Where are you 2 going? The eunuch fumbled. We were just heading to the Bureau of Records, Your Majesty. The poor man knew if he didn't explain clearly, he wasn't going anywhere. He stammered, we received orders to document all tribute gifts ever handed to the Ming envoys, starting from the reign of the late King Tijo. Chungyong felt insulted and burst out in anger. What's that insolent brat? Over at Majesty's quarters, even the maids were thrown into chaos. Your Majesty, something huge has happened. She frowned, what's with all this ruckus? A flustered maid rushed in to report. His Highness the Prince is packing his bags to go to the Ming Empire. Her eyes widened in shock. Going to the Ming Empire isn't like a weekend stroll through the countryside. What's going on? The maid explained. He said it's to stop the Ming envoys from demanding excessive tribute. The minister said he's overreacting, so His Highness declared he'd go himself. Majesty suddenly realized something, and the Emperor, he's on his way to the Eastern Palace. She ran off, ignoring the servants calling after her. Her heart pounded. Hyungs, what the heck are you doing? Back with Emperor Chungyong, he was having a full-blown shouting match with his son. You reckless brat, what kind of impulsive stunt is this? I'm not being impulsive. I'm just doing my duty as Crown Prince. Majesty arrived, but the shouting only grew louder. You little rascal, do you even know how old you are? Age isn't a barrier to doing what's right, it's just an excuse for those too scared to act. Why are you being so reckless? Majesty ran in, clearly panicked. Hyung. But Hyung stood his ground. If father is the father of our people, then I want to be their big brother. Every time the envoys come, our people cry. How can a big brother just stand by? Chungyong clenched his teeth. you insolent. And that was the last straw, he roared. Guards, bring me the cane and the punishment stool. Majesty rushed in, panicked. Your Highness, the ministers gasped in shock. Majesty. Majesty tried to stop him. He's only 9 years old. But Chungyong was unwavering. Exactly why he needs discipline. Majesty, stay out of this. He gave a cold order. Eunuchs, escort the queen out. Your Highness. Even as she was being dragged out, Majesty pleaded through tears. Your Highness, have mercy, please. But what must happen happened. Chungyong raised the cane. He lashed down while lecturing sternly. First offense, arrogance beyond your shallow knowledge. The strikes landed hard on the boy's tiny calves. Second offense, disrespecting court officials and forgetting basic manners. From outside, Majesty could only cry as she heard the lashes and her husband's harsh scolding. Third offense, disobeying your father's direct orders. Reflect on your actions today and make sure this never happens again. The officials outside couldn't help but feel awkward witnessing the scene. No one knew how much time had passed, but finally the door creaked open. Stepping out, Chungyong gasped for air and ordered, call the Royal Medical Bureau to treat the Crown Prince. Yes, Your Majesty. As he passed by Majesty, who was sobbing, he spoke softly, Majesty, please take care of Hyung. Chungyong sneered at the ministers. You bunch of petty cowards, worse than a child. One official tried to stir the pot. How could His Highness act like that? But another quickly elbowed him. Shut it, Majesty might hear you. Suddenly Majesty spoke up. You all. Her voice trembled with frustration for her son. Why couldn't any of you think things through like that child did? I will never forget what happened today. The ministers had no choice but to lower their heads in shame. We are all deserving of death. After the emperor's rage faded, a heavy silence blanketed the palace like fog on a ghost story night. But alas, peace hadn't returned for poor Hyung just yet. Majesty was furious and scolding him while slapping his back. Why do you keep making me worry like this? You hear me? No more stunts like that. Hyung howled in despair. Mother, that hurts. Deep down, he was still indignant. It's so painful, whether it's this life or the last, my poor calves always suffer. Suddenly, drops of water splashed before Hyung's eyes. Turns out, Majesty had been crying without him realizing. She sobbed, this mother has no one but you now. He whispered gently, I'm sorry, mother. Meanwhile, the ministers were once again meeting with Chungyong. Sitting firmly on his throne, the emperor issued a sharp order that made the eunuch freeze. Where's the eunuch? Bring me those documents the crown prince told you to prepare. Why, yes, your majesty. The eunuch bowed respectfully and presented the materials to the emperor. Emperor Chungyong carefully read through the stack of documents. After finishing, he spoke to the ministers. The smallest amount of tribute they took equals 2 months of our annual treasury. The largest, 5 months. And if we include what they took from smaller villages, we're talking about nearly a year's worth. See it now? Ministers, this is the full tribute list we've sent to the Ming Empire so far. The ministers could only stand there, frozen. Year after year, the tribute to the Ming Empire just kept increasing. The senior ministers didn't look much better. Well then, what do the secretaries think? He slammed the table in fury. Bursting with rage, he scolded them. Why are you all silent? Even a 9-year-old crown prince is thinking about this, and you old men can't come up with anything. The tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife. Only the trembling voices responded, we apologize, your majesty. Emperor Chungyong immediately gave an order, pick representatives for the envoy and their aides within 2 hours and report back. Fail, and I'll charge all of you with treason. Yes, your majesty, long live the grace of your decree. After the court adjourned, the sky had turned dark. He silently stood under the moonlight. Suddenly a voice called out, your majesty. Chungyong was slightly surprised. What is it? It's majesty, she spoke gently. I stepped out to get some air, I couldn't sleep. Majesty's gaze held a bit of hesitation. Your majesty. She gathered all her courage and asked what was in her heart. Why did you punish the crown prince so harshly today? I feel like you were stricter than usual. He didn't reply immediately, then spoke softly. The crown prince is a smart boy. His face lit up with pride when mentioning Hyung. Sometimes he gets drunk on his own intelligence and ends up clashing with the ministers. That's exactly what happened today. In the quiet night, Chungyong's deep voice filled the space. A tree that stands too tall is the first to break. Without earning the minister's trust, how can he ever care for the people? Majesty was taken aback by his change in tone and perspective. Chungyong continued, a glint of pride in his voice. I believe the crown prince was born with the heart of a sage. From now on, I will guide him to walk the right path. Majesty gave a small smile, as if she'd finally let go of the events from earlier. The two stood together gazing at the moon, Majesty's words soft but deep. I may never fully understand the meaning behind your actions. I ask for nothing else, if that's your path. As the story unfolds, after disciplining the crown prince, His Majesty immediately ordered the ministers to select an envoy leader and assistants. The prince may have been extreme, but he wasn't wrong. Still, extremity came with a price, and he paid it. A new day arrived, but why does our dear Hyung look so gloomy? He sat sulking, watching kids his age play wildly together. His eyes wandered thoughtfully. One of those hyperactive kids was sighing, "My younger brother. That kid's no ordinary brat." His impression of his little brother wasn't great. That child would one day cause a bloody disaster inside this royal palace. The 17th king of the Sejong dynasty. As Hyung remembered, Siang later killed the body's original owner, Munjung, right after his nephew Danjung ascended the throne. He led the Golden Turtle Purge, executed all opposition during his rule, and even poisoned his own brother, Grand Prince Ampyeong. Hyung recalled what his master from his past life had said. He betrayed brothers, grandparents, and darkened the golden age of the Tongs. Most historians didn't look kindly upon Grand Prince Siang. Still deep in thought, Hyung muttered, "That innocent-looking menace will grow into a full-blown tyrant. What do I do now?" he wondered anxiously. "I've got to do something before he shows signs of turning." But thanks to his brilliant little brain, Hyung suddenly came up with a plan. Yes, that method is perfect for transforming someone. With a deviously determined face, Hyung walked toward his brother. Thanks to some early education and rote memorized rituals, Siang sensed danger. "Why do I feel a sudden chill?" he thought. "I'm going to make sure he works under me until he drops." While the other two were still goofing off, a voice interrupted, "Morning, Siang. Morning, Siang." The two boys greeted him respectfully. "Good morning, big bro." Hyung smiled warmly. "Happy to see you guys so cheerful." He reluctantly tried to bond. "Siang, isn't your calligraphy class starting soon?" The kid looked wary. Hyung added, "Wanna study with me today?" The reply was cold. "Why?" Surprised at the frosty tone, Hyung pressed on, "Why ask that? I'm just curious about your study habits." Deep inside, he still believed he could tame the boy. "Sooner or later, you'll be working non-stop under me, so better start shaping up now." Siang remained silent, lost in thought. Without a second thought, he refused flat out. "No thanks, I'll study on my own." The crown prince could only cling on in vain. "Wait," but Siang couldn't care less and pulled Siang away. "Siang, don't play there, you're disturbing big bro." Hyung was completely thrown off by the rejection. This little brat. Siang's face turned oddly serious. He recalled something, walking away cheerfully. "It's almost dinner time," a servant reminded him. "Running like that is dangerous, your highness." Suddenly a voice caught his attention. "The crown prince is amazing, huh?" He instinctively ducked, eavesdropping on the gossiping maids. So young yet already excelling in academics. Two maids happily chattered while working. "That's not all, he's already aware of national affairs. How is such a prodigy even born? Unreal." "Same goes for the grand prince," they continued. Hearing this, Siang quietly grinned. "They're talking about me." But the next words hit him like a brick wall. He's brilliant too, but compared to the crown prince, they had no idea every word had reached Siang's ears. "They were born just to be compared," said a sudden voice, making everyone freeze. "Oh heavens," one maid shrieked. Another servant, furious on Siang's behalf, barked, "You two idiots must have lost your minds. Do you know who you're talking about?" The two bowed in panic. But she kept scolding. "How many times have you been warned to watch your mouths in this palace?" Siang, oddly calm, said, "Let it go, let's just leave." Though he didn't punish the maids, his heart wasn't at ease. "What makes me worse than that guy?" Flash to the present, Hyung pulled out 2 flashcards. He gently began teaching the 2 younger ones. Holding the cards, he explained, "This character is written like this for a reason." He rotated it with care and elaborated, "It mimics the shape of heaven and earth." Siang was amazed. "You made this, big bro?" Hyung smiled. "Of course I did." Inside, Hyung smirked a little smugly. He'd ordered the eunuch to make those flashcards so he could memorize Chinese characters. The poor eunuch had no idea what he got roped into. With these, learning might actually be fun. Hyung didn't forget his sidekick. "Hey, come check these out too," but Siang brutally shut him down. "I already have a tutor, no thanks." The crown prince still smiled warmly. "Wouldn't it be more fun to study together?" "Thanks, but I'll manage alone," Siang cut in coldly. Siang stood up, visibly annoyed. "Please don't call me over for stuff like this again." Hyung was left stunned and blinking in confusion. The other 2 were just as puzzled, staring after Siang like he was speaking alien. The next day, Siang had a study session with his tutor. Hyung hadn't given up and kept spying. "This kid's slipperier than I thought. I gotta tail him daily like a detective uncle." The tutor asked gently, "Don't you find this part difficult?" Siang beamed. Not at all, your teaching style is so good it's actually easy. Hyung nearly choked in disbelief. What the he's actually polite, it's just me he treats like trash. The lesson went on as Sighing focused. Let's review the 3 bonds and 5 constants. Yes, sir, and Sighing recited it all flawlessly. Loyalty from subjects to ruler. The ruler oversees his people. Filial piety from children to father. The father manages the son. Witnessing this, Hyung's worldview cracked a little. Devotion from wife to husband. The husband manages the wife. Under the tree, Hyung stared, flabbergasted. Wait, what? He memorized not only 1,000 characters but the 3 bonds and 5 constants too. Sweat rolled down Hyung's face like he was in a sauna. Then it hit him. A voice from his past life whispered in his head. There was a rumor about Grand Prince Sighing. They said he was second only to King Munjang. He was talented in both literature and martial arts, but his brother outshined him. Then again, maybe it was just gossip. Snapping back to reality, Hyung froze. He finally understood what that brat really needed. At that moment, Sighing moved to his sword training. He was dead serious, swinging his blade with fierce focus. Suddenly, the sword slipped right out of the kid's hand. It flew and landed at the crown prince's feet. Hyung didn't mind the accident one bit and smiled warmly. So, you're practicing swordsmanship, huh? Hyung happily picked up the sword and tried to make conversation. Since you're here, can you teach me some moves? I only know the theory so far. Sighing was still salty toward him, but reluctantly gave a quick demo. It's not that hard, just do it like this. Hyung focused intently, looks kinda tricky though. Hyung quickly raised the sword and gave it a shot. Is this how you do it? But nope, he tumbled straight to the ground. Sighing panicked, big bro. Hyung sat up looking a bit defeated. Just as I thought, this ain't easy at all. Sighing froze when Hyung said, I'd really appreciate it if you could teach your hopeless big bro. I totally suck at this. Faced with this plea, Sighing paused. You're seriously asking me? At last, the little brother softened. Why are you so bad at this, big bro? Under the golden sunset, the 2 brothers trained together and slowly bonded. Like this, right? Raise your arm higher, there you go. By the way, what's that thing you made the other day called? You mean the flashcards. Scene shift, sunlight streaming into a cozy home. 2 women sipped tea and chatted. Have you heard the crown prince made some kind of flashcards? Yes, I heard those cards are super helpful. Seeing Sighing's interest, one woman eagerly confirmed. Oh, absolutely, I heard studying became fun thanks to those cards. The noble lady in yellow pondered, maybe with those cards my son could finally learn Chinese characters. Maybe, the other replied cheerfully. She rushed home to her husband. Dear, I heard the crown prince's flashcards are amazing. He looked skeptical. And how do you know? Seeing her husband unconvinced, she tried to play it cool and push her case. I just happened to hear, don't you think we should borrow them? I want to use them to teach our son. The minister didn't look thrilled. I'm not so sure about this, she whispered. Why don't you ask the crown prince yourself? He hesitated. Where's my dignity supposed to go then? But his wife immediately roasted him. So your pride matters more than our kids' education now? This could affect our whole family's future. Meanwhile, a group of ministers cautiously approached. Your Highness, if possible, could you show us how to make those flashcards? Hyung lit up with joy at the request, but then smugly shook his head. Why bother? I only made those for my little brothers. The ministers panicked and begged him. Then please sell them to us, we'll pay any price, just sell them please. Hyung sighed in mock defeat. If you want them that bad, I suppose I have no choice. But it won't be that easy. He grinned and calmly named his price, 3 carts of white rice. Everyone's jaw dropped. Excuse me, what? Hyung repeated sweetly. Didn't you hear? 3 carts white rice. 1 cart equals 53 kilograms. A minister nervously spoke up, but still, 3 carts, that's a bit much. Hyung smiled. Oh, come on, that's actually a bargain. The crown prince broke it down for them. 1 cart is for the materials, 1 goes into the national treasury. And the last cart is for my personal use. The crowd blinked, visibly confused. Someone dared to ask, what exactly is the personal part for? Hyung casually replied, books. Gotta fund my reading. Books aren't cheap these days, you know. The ministers all went quiet, exchanging glances. One finally bit the bullet. I'll buy them, my wife been yelling at me about this anyway. Hyung was thrilled at the chaos. Same here, I wanna buy too. Turns out a lot of folks were eager for those cards. He beamed, nice, now I've got spending money. Time to chase my dreams. Meanwhile, back at Chungyung's palace, he nervously glanced around. Staring at the food on the table, his face turned contemplative. Cautiously, he picked up a piece with his chopstick. Suddenly, the crown prince's urgent voice made him jump. Father. Hyung barged in like a storm. You're eating nothing but meat again, aren't you? Chungyung stammered. This brat again. The moment they saw each other, father and son started bickering nonstop. You brat, even a dog doesn't like being interrupted while eating. Healthy eating is essential for well-being. Outside, two eunuchs whispered nervously, should we go in? Wait for His Majesty's command first. Feeling attacked, Chungyong slammed the table. Did you just insult my meal? Are you saying it's unhealthy? Ironically, the food on the table did look quite healthy. Hyung held up a plate of vegetables, scolding. This is healthy, it's all meat, you haven't even touched the greens. Chungyong was speechless. This brat. Even the palace maid sympathized with the emperor. Please stop, Your Highness. His Majesty's been suffering enough lately. It was clear Hyung was obsessing over his dad's diet. So much that it became borderline abnormal. He hovered like a nutrition ghost. If we refer to Yuan dynasty forensic texts, a diet rich in vegetables is key to long life, okay? He even cracked down on the kitchen. This seasoning's too salty, cut the meat, redo the dish. The staff were in shock. Chungyong couldn't even eat in peace. Too much meat thickens the blood, father. Hyung kept nagging until the emperor was about to explode. And when your blood thickens, your brain and body get stressed, which leads to what? Affected brain function, which leads to what? National instability. If your head goes bad, the country follows. The eunuchs and court ladies were sweating bullets. Hyung just kept going, nag nag nag, all for daddy's health. The court ladies braced themselves. They knew His Majesty was about to lose it. At the count of 2, the emperor erupted. You brat, I've been patient because you're still young, but I can't take this anymore. Seeing his dad truly furious, Hyung was stunned. Stop interfering with my meals, even ghosts need their post-meal peace. Guards, drag him out. The phrasing emphasized how sacred mealtimes were. Don't you dare come in here while I'm eating again. But father. Inwardly, Hyung panicked about his future. I can't let this happen. At this rate, the old man will fall sick. He needs to stay healthy to rule longer. Only then can I live comfortably. Standing outside the firmly shut door, Hyung looked helpless. Looks like watching his diet's gonna be harder than I thought. A eunuch approached apologetically. Forgive us, Your Highness. Watching his old man pig out again, Hyung's brain went into overdrive. What do I do now? Think. Meanwhile, Chungyong was still shouting, more meat, bring me meat, let this old man live strong. Suddenly, Hyung had a lightbulb moment. That's it, there's a way. Rough hands tirelessly carved the wood. So this is the crown prince's latest creation. No, not like that, redo it, make it rounder. The two poor workers, exhausted to the bone, only dared to grumble inwardly. Why does His Highness make us craft these weird things? And ever since that day, he's been showing up here way too often. One of them cautiously handed over the finished product. Your Highness, it's done. With one light tug, Hyung snapped the string clean off. Furious, he smacked the man. That's not it, do it again, this time make it sturdy. The palace echoed with the crown prince's rage. Rounder, I said, rounder. As crown prince, Hyung was granted an audience with his royal father. Chungyong grew anxious. What now? What chaos is this brat bringing me today? The ministers also looked on nervously at the boy. Looking at the odd pile of items his son presented, the king was confused. What now? Hyung calmly explained. I made these for father's health, Your Majesty. The items Hyung offered were a bell and a jump rope. Chungyong blinked, baffled. This is supposed to be good for my health, isn't this just a rope? Hyung quickly responded. It's not just any rope, father. With a sly grin and cryptic words, he declared, this is part of a brilliant health plan for Your Majesty's well-being. Hyung gently introduced the items. This is called jump rope, a great way to maintain health, father. The emperor raised an eyebrow. Jump rope, and how exactly does that make me healthier? Hyung offered, allow me to demonstrate, and was surprisingly granted permission. Fine, I'll allow it. He put the bell around his neck. His small hands gently gripped the handles. To everyone's surprise, Hyung gracefully demonstrated jump rope. Even Chungyong was baffled by this sport. Gasping for breath, Hyung said, and that's how you use a jump rope. Chungyong raised an eyebrow. Isn't that just jumping? You're saying this will make me healthier. Picking up his research book, Hyung declared proudly, yes, indeed. According to Western scholars, people who sit too much tend to have weak lower bodies. But this book says jumping rope strengthens your legs, father. That sly look slowly turned toward the others. Also, there's another benefit. Hyung gave Woonji's face a look and added, it's very beneficial for men. He paused, but I don't know how to explain it properly. The minister suddenly got what he meant and looked enlightened. Chungyong wasn't clueless either. You mean, really? Hyung nodded firmly. Absolutely, father. The king was hesitant. It does look odd, but if the boy says it helps, maybe it's worth a try. He finally agreed. So I just swing the rope and jump over it, right? Hyung added. Or you can just follow the rhythm of this bell. Hyung instructed the head of palace kitchen. While father jumps rope, count 100 times with the bell's chime. The man bowed. Yes, your highness. With his son's warm care, Chungyong softened. My greatest wish is for father to live a long and healthy life. The next morning in the courtyard, Hyang said softly, Father, I'm tying the bell here. Chungyong still looked uneasy. I really have to wear this, Hyang insisted. Yes, for counting rhythm. The king looked awkward, making Hyang chuckle. What are you laughing at? Hyang grinned and nothing at all set now. Finally, Chungyong got serious about training. Do I really need to do this? It feels weird. Hyang coached him like a pro. You'll get used to it, father. The king kept trying to jump rope, but after just a few hops, his face started scrunching up. Take a break, he gasped. It's harder than I thought. How many jumps did I do? Palace kitchen? The man sighed. 9 times, your majesty. Even his highness struggled and only got to 9. Chungyong stammered nervously. Maybe we should reduce the jump count today. It's just the first time. Hyang gave a tired grin. Nope, we gotta aim higher. Hearing that, the old man nearly shed tears. I'll stay until father hits 100 jumps, Hyang said like a fitness drill sergeant. Scene switched. The sky was now bright and clear, bathing the entire palace in a poetic golden sunset. A panicked eunuch suddenly rushed in, startling the 2 other eunuchs. You're still here, what's going on? The eunuch exclaimed. His majesty just coughed. The others weren't surprised. Doesn't he cough around this time every day? That's not the point, he snapped. He coughed and ran straight for the plum blossom toilet. They were stunned. Apparently, ever since he started jumping rope, Chungyong had changed. He used to only go every 3 days. Even the chambermaid looked happy. Congrats, your majesty, you've been going daily now. He can even stay up late reading reports, someone whispered. And for some reason, he visits the main palace more often too. The gossip in the palace began to swirl. Did you hear? His majesty jumps rope and immediately hits the toilet after coughing. His complexion's improved too. It must be the rope. The ministers suddenly had a collective realization. Don't tell me it's the rope. Turns out each of them had similar issues. I've been under the weather, said Mr. Blue Robe. I've had trouble sleeping, added Red Robe. My wife complains every night, said Yellow Robe. The 3 of them locked eyes like they'd made a silent pact. The man they needed, Hyang, was quietly reading a book. Your Highness. Suddenly a wave of ministers stormed in. Your Highness, your Highness. Hyang looked confused. What's going on? They beamed as if they'd found treasure. Can you make us more jump ropes? Hyang was nearly overwhelmed by the flood of ministers. Whatever the price, I'll take 2, 1 for my wife and 1 for my kid. He could only cry out in despair, please, 1 at a time. Meanwhile, the workshop was grinding away like a hive of bees. Our dear Hyang was back to tormenting the workers again. We need mass production now, 1 person for ropes, 1 for handles, 1 for bells. Without hesitation, he ordered, start making 500 more. The workers could only sob silently. Just end us already, we're human too. Hyang suddenly remembered something and started digging around. Oh right, we'll need to add this. One of the workers jumped. What now? He handed something to the eunuch, which made the worker sigh in relief. Take this to the royal tailor. The eunuch looked confused. What is this, your highness? Hyang calmly replied. I designed a new outfit. It's hard to jump rope in skirts. This will help everyone move freely. What he meant was a sleek, easy-to-move pair of pants. Soon, women across the palace joined in the jump rope craze. Even the high ministers looked way more confident after jumping. Rope skipping became all the rage in the palace. With this, everything feels easier. The maids were thrilled. Such a tiny thing yet so powerful. Even the eunuchs were impressed. Clearly, His Highness is a genius. At this point, Hyang was beaming before his mountain of rice. But his ambition didn't stop there. I made money faster than I thought, but it's not enough. I want more. Walking out from the storage room, he laughed like a madman. The ministers admired him, but also slightly resented him. The prince's inventions are making waves. I heard he's even selling to the senior ministers now. Hoarding money isn't the act of a wise man. Yeah, we can't just sit around anymore. One man in red robe stood silently, not joining the chaos. He calmly muttered, let's wait for the right moment. Sung voiced his reasoning. There's a saying, from small to great. If the crown prince becomes arrogant and can't explain his ideas, he'll end up destroying himself. At Chungyong's palace, a panicked voice called out, Your Majesty. He suddenly noticed who was calling him. Calmly, he asked, What's the matter? The minister blurted out, We're doomed. The crown prince committed suicide. That news struck Chungyong like lightning. What? Time passed, and it was time for the envoy to depart for Beijing. Instead of letting foreign merchants tag along every time, Hyang suggested building a resting station for envoys on the way to the Ming dynasty. Chungyong considered Hyang's proposal and ordered the envoy to pass the suggestion to the Ming court. The delegation departed, and time kept moving on. Inside the royal palace, A girl around Hyung's age gently spoke. Hey Hyung, look, holding a tray of sweets, she beamed. Know what this is? She was Princess Jeongso, daughter of King Taejong. But Hyung tilted his head and guessed, honey cakes. She laughed and smacked his shoulder. Wrong, it's Dasik. What have you been studying for 100 days if you don't even know this? Then she compared him to their chubby dad, making Hyung fume. You should go outside instead of burying your face in books. At this rate, you'll become like father. Hyung muttered, I'm still better off than you. Jeongso laughed. I don't think so. Anyway, study hard today, okay? The girl greeted politely, good morning, sir. The eunuch replied warmly, did the princess sleep well? Hyung sighed, utterly defeated by this cheeky sister of his. She's like a whirlwind, but I guess at her age that's pretty normal. His sister, Princess Jeongso, the girl smiling like sunshine over there, would, in just 2 years, rock the palace with tragedy. She would die of smallpox. In the modern world, this disease has been eradicated, but back then, it was one of the deadliest in human history, causing fever and blisters all over the body. It left horrible skin damage. In the Middle Ages, the death rate was as high as 30%. Hyung pondered seriously. That's why people say tigers, smallpox, and war are the worst disasters known to mankind. Thinking of Chungyong, he understood. Chungyong was devastated when the princess died. After all, she was his first child. Hyung murmured with resolve, that's why I won't let that happen. Of course, nothing is too hard for our dear crown prince. All right then, I'll fix this because I have a way. No one knew what Hyung was planning, but dragging everyone along to see something was already suspicious enough. He questioned the cow owner, is this cow infected with smallpox? The man bowed, yes, your highness. Hyung beamed with joy, perfect, this might be the key. His attendant was already tired. What in the world is he up to now? This place is Neo-Bao Island, now known as Uido. Back then, it wasn't suitable for farming, so livestock was more common than crops. Hyung gathered the farmers. Only you folks raise cows, they answered respectfully, yes, your highness. He started interrogating, who among you has never had smallpox? Raise your hand. A man in brown spoke up, that would be me. Hyung quickly asked, did you get sick after working with cows? The man replied, no, sir, I've always been this way even before arriving at Neo-Bao. Hyung raised a brow, has there ever been a smallpox outbreak here? The group replied in unison, at least one case every year before winter, your highness. Hyung pressed on, then how come none of you got sick? They hesitated. Truth is, the local doctor and landlord don't believe it, but we know a secret method to prevent the disease. Hearing them admit it, Hyung smirked. I knew it. According to what Hyung had studied, Edward Jenner, the one who invented the smallpox vaccine, did something similar. People in his hometown got infected by cows, and those who did never caught smallpox again. After many trials, he saved humanity using a technique called inoculation. Hyung asked, does anyone here know that secret method? A man in white raised his hand. I do, your highness. Then Hyung dropped a bomb. Can you do it on me? The man froze. Wait, what? I trust you, Hyung said. I want you to perform that secret technique on me. The man's face turned pale. Sorry, what now? Cut to the palace, where a eunuch came rushing in at full speed. That afternoon, while the ministers were presenting petitions, one said, financially, we need to raise taxes. There's really no other option. The scene was interrupted by a eunuch rushing in. Your Majesty, there's urgent news. What is it? The eunuch leaned in and whispered, the crown prince has taken his own life. Chungyong turned pale instantly. What did you just say? Shocked and panicked, he shouted, is this true? Where is Hyung right now? The ministers were completely thrown off. What's going on? The eunuch informed them he just returned to the palace. Without hesitation, Chungyong bolted out. Hyung. He didn't care about state affairs anymore, running out like a man possessed. You can't go out now, someone cried out in confusion. Chungyong stumbled into Hyung's quarters, clearly distraught. Hyung. Meanwhile, Hyung was perfectly fine, healthy as an ox even. Chungyong called out loudly, Hyung. The others were stunned. Your Majesty, father. Chungyong grabbed him frantically. Are you hurt? Anywhere? Hyung, startled by his father's tone, asked, what's going on, father? Hearing this, Chungyong's face turned stormy black. He clenched his teeth in rage. TH letter 1B0 letter 1EE3 NGTHI letter 1EC7N. Explain yourself. The servant trembled. Your Majesty, I was merely repeating what Eunuch O said. Eunuch O, Chungyong roared. What in heaven's name did you mean by that? O dropped to his knees. I deserve to die, Your Majesty, but I wasn't lying. The king's anger only grew hotter. You're messing with me. You clearly said the prince committed suicide. Hyung stepped in. Father, he's not entirely wrong. Chungyong was stunned. Hyang, he continued, it's a misunderstanding. What happened on Neo-Bao Island might have looked like suicide. Everyone was totally confused. What do you mean, Hyang? He calmly replied, it was just a small procedure, not actual suicide. Changyong blinked in disbelief. Procedure? What kind of procedure? Hyang explained gently, isn't there a disease that becomes an epidemic from time to time, infecting the people of Song? The people of Song? Changyong's eyes widened. Wait, you're talking about smallpox? Hyang nodded. Yes, that's right. While reading Chinese medical texts, I found a potential treatment for it. Even the grown-ups were stunned when the kid said, so based on that method, I took smallpox pus from a cow and injected it into myself. The king was so overwhelmed by this information that he literally foamed at the mouth and passed out. The scene turned chaotic. Your Majesty, father, wake up, please, father. Sometime later, the king slowly regained consciousness from the shock. So, you're saying you injected cow pus into yourself? The court official next to him looked terrified. Your Majesty, are you all right? Hyang calmly responded, yes, that's exactly what I did. Whatever was going through Changyong's mind, he started sweating like a pig. He still couldn't believe it. You probably don't even know what pus is, do you? But the harsh truth hit like a cold slap. I do know, father, it really is pus. It came from a cow's wound. Changyong tried to cling to denial. The procedure you mentioned, you meant just applying it to the skin, right? But Hyang jumped in cheerfully. Nope, I used a needle and injected it right into me. Changyong nearly went feral, grabbing Hyang's shoulders. You little devil. He shook the boy so hard his eyes spun. How dare you do such a thing just because a book said so? Hyang yelled weakly. Father. He quickly tried to calm his father. I'm fine, really. A skilled person did it for me. Changyong blinked. Wait, what? Everyone turned toward the direction Hyang was pointing, curious. Who is it? The poor cowherd looked completely lost under the spotlight. He quickly bowed respectfully. This humble servant greets your Majesty. Hyang happily introduced him. This guy is, not my future servant. He's a cowherd from Neo-Bao Island. He performed the procedure. Says it's a secret technique passed down through generations to fight smallpox. Changyong looked doubtful. A cowherd. The guy was trembling like a leaf. Why, yes, your Majesty. The king leaned in toward his son. So my crown prince, you're saying this wise man you speak of is this guy? Hyang firmly nodded. Yes, he cured everyone on the island. The ministers could only stand there, helpless, listening to the father-son showdown. Even so, you didn't have to test it on yourself. What were you thinking? You're the crown prince. Hyang replied, life is life, father. Why divide it by rank? People got cured and grew stronger, so why should I be afraid? Changyong looked deeply worried. Still, that was reckless. What if something went wrong? His tone gradually shifted. I'm absolutely certain, father. With those hollow eyes and a voice full of conviction, he continued, you already know how many lives smallpox has claimed in this country, father. These words left the king speechless. I believe one day it might reach even the palace. Thinking of his older sister, he added, if I can prove this treatment works, wouldn't we be able to protect both our people and those we hold dear, father? Emperor Changyong stood up, slightly wary as he looked at his son. Faced with Hyang's unwavering resolve, he had no choice but to relent. Looking at the beloved child before him, he felt uneasy. He really couldn't tell if this kid was a blessing or a ticking time bomb for the Tongs. Sometimes he was a sage, other times, a lightning bolt trying to crack a rock for 100 days straight. The king ordered the guards, lock this man in prison, feed him well, no torture, understood? Yes, your Majesty. Changyong also warned the cowherd, if anything happens to the crown prince, I'll take your life. But if what you say is true, you'll be handsomely rewarded. The man trembled. Understood, your Majesty. The palace started buzzing with news about Hyang. Have you heard what the crown prince did? Some were clearly displeased. He said he was cured of smallpox by that lowly servant, and even injected that disgusting cow pus into himself. The Minister of Industry jumped in to defend him. Sounds nuts, I know, but if it's the crown prince, he must have his reasons. The guy invented things no one could dream of. Besides, he spends all his time studying. This time, I'm sure he's onto something again. Suddenly, two of Hyang's personal eunuchs dashed past. Your Highness, your Highness. What's all the ruckus? Someone asked. One of the eunuchs panted, it's serious, the crown prince. He's burning up with fever. One eunuch anxiously stayed at Hyang's side. Your Highness, your Highness. Hyang weakly replied, I'm fine, but the eunuch snapped, how can you be fine? You're burning like a furnace. Gritting his teeth, Hyang muttered, Sodal, that bastard I'll. The cowherd was immediately bound and prepared for interrogation. A court official interrogated him harshly. You filthy wretch, how dare you mock the royal family and endanger the crown prince's life? The man was completely baffled. What's going on? the official exploded. Don't lie to us again. The crown prince is suffering a torturous death right now. But the cowherd calmly asked, are you referring to the fever, sir? The official was stunned. What? How do you know that? The man explained gently, no need to panic. The fever usually lasts around 5 days, and by day 10, His Highness will be back on his feet like he just finished a spa cleanse. The two ministers stood there dumbfounded. Usually. And sure enough, Sodal's words came true. A few days later, 10 days to be exact, Hyang was fully cured and walking around like nothing had happened, just like the good old days. Back at the palace chambers, Hyang, now fully healthy, appeared before the king. Look, father, I've completely beaten smallpox. Staring at him, Chungyong still looked skeptical. I can't believe this just based on that alone. Hyang immediately suggested, then let me go to the areas where smallpox is spreading and prove it to you. The king quickly stopped him. Absolutely not. But Hyang got to the point. Then how about this, father? Let's use this method to treat the people in infected regions. I believe they'll recover as long as everything is clearly explained. The king pondered over his son's proposal. A high-ranking minister quickly objected. We cannot allow this, your majesty. Sung protested harshly, full of disdain. This could all be coincidence, and isn't this forcing everyone to use the crown prince's treatment? Hyang clearly wasn't amused by the old man's attitude. He laid out what he knew. Minister, this is what Sodal and his family have been doing for decades. How can you call this mere coincidence? Besides, we're planning to offer this as a voluntary treatment, not mandatory. Everything in this world evolves through trial and error. He spoke like a true philosopher. If we never dare to escape the fear of failure, what will become of our kingdom? His words brought complete silence to the royal chamber. Sung gritted his teeth in fury, unable to stop the plan from moving forward. Finally, following Hyang's suggestion, the smallpox outbreak zone was prioritized and the treatment method began to be applied. Those with intense fear of smallpox eagerly volunteered, and its effectiveness would soon be proven. Moreover, Chungyong requested a joint effort, smallpox vaccination and a population census, two birds with one very ambitious arrow. Once the method proved effective, Chungyong ordered it to be spread across the Song Kingdom. After the successful campaign, peace returned to the royal palace. As Hyang was still zoning out, a soft voice called out, Hyang, look at this. It was a drum brought by his ever-enthusiastic big sister Jiangso. As usual, she asked, wanna guess what this is? This time Hyang guessed Soga. And finally, after countless rounds of wrong guesses, he got it right. Correct. To reward you, your big sis will perform a piece on this. He almost fainted on the spot. Jiangso cheerfully teased her little brother, don't just sit there studying all day, learn to enjoy some art. And by the way, I think you've gained a bit of weight. Her servant chimed in, Princess, it's time to go. She smiled brightly and waved, I'm off now. See you, sis, Hyang replied, helplessly watching her go. She always says what she wants and disappears like a breeze. His face looked rather resigned. Looking at the smiling girl before him, he quietly felt grateful. It's really nice that you're still healthy, big sis. After partially solving the smallpox issue, Hyang immersed himself in policy-making. He organized herbal notes into a book summarizing traditional Korean medicine and another one on farming methods suitable for the Song climate. He also proposed policies in various sectors, including drawing a new national map. Hyang was seriously into it, laying the groundwork for long-term efficiency. Occasionally, some ministers protested, but Hyang flat-out ignored most of them. That's why it was nicknamed the Sleepless Six Ministries Road. While the ministers were being tormented by Hyang through the night, Chungnyo was leisurely stargazing. He clearly looked annoyed. Historians, stop following me around. The court historian hesitated, but Your Highness, I just want to talk to my son alone. Understood, sire. As he reached Hyang's place, he was a bit surprised. Through the window, the light from Hyang's room was still on. Chungyong was a bit surprised. He's not asleep yet. His retainer said, I heard the prince often stays up till 1 a.m., sometimes even 3. He should be in bed by 9 to 11 at the latest. Chungyong looked displeased. So young and already working himself to exhaustion. Inside, Hyang was still diligently studying. He heard something and looked up surprised. Your Majesty is here. Hyang asked curiously, Father, why are you here so late? Chungyong stepped in gently. I was taking a walk and noticed your light still on. Why are you still awake? Hyang obediently replied, I was reading, Father. Chungyong peeked over, intrigued. Really? Is it a Western book? What's it about? Hyang handed over the book. The title read Alchemy. Chungyong blinked in confusion. Alchemy, what's that? Hyang proudly explained, it's the study of turning iron or lead into gold by various methods. Chungyong frowned, making gold from iron. Hyang nodded, then shook his head. Unfortunately, the book says it's not really possible, but the experiments themselves are valuable. Actually, medieval alchemy paved the way for modern chemistry. Chungyong grew more curious. Hyang, may I take a look? Hyang smiled. Of course, father, I even have a translated copy. Would you like to read it with me? Chungyong waved him off. Nah, I just want to see what Western letters look like. A few hours later, Hyang was yawning endlessly, clearly drained. His eyes were glazed over. So sleepy, I've hit my limit. I need sleep now. Glancing at his father, he felt a bit of admiration. Aren't you tired, father? You're reading so intensely. Chungyong looked amused. These Western characters are quite fascinating, Hyang. The boy tilted his head, puzzled. Fascinating, how so? Despite being exhausted, Hyang leaned over curiously. Come here and look, said his father. Chungyong had only skimmed a few pages but had already started piecing things together. Judging from context, this word refers to the object of the sentence. Hyang was suddenly wide awake, a bit shocked by his dad's analysis. Watching his father analyze the text so intently, and if most sentences begin with these letters, then this section likely represents the beginning syllable, this one the middle, and this the end. A total genius, Hyang was stunned. No, not genius, monster is more like it. He just cracked Latin spelling and meaning in a few minutes. Chungyong softly asked, right? Which startled Hyang. Yes, that's right. The king was still deep in thought. These Western letters are nothing like Chinese. They all look the same, but their meaning changes with the order they appear in. He stared thoughtfully at the lines on the paper, then turned to Hyang. Yes, father. Looking at this, I suddenly had a thought. Chungyong said firmly, what do you think about creating our own writing system for the Song dynasty? Hyang was completely taken aback by the suggestion. But then he lit up like a fish tossed back into water. I've actually thought about that for a while. Our Song dynasty needs its own script. Even among those who know Chinese characters, only a few are truly fluent. Isn't that right, father? Chungyong hesitated. But if I publicly propose creating our own script, the Hall of Scholars will oppose me immediately. Hyang quickly reassured him, but many people can't even write petitions simply because they're illiterate. If you explain this the right way, everything will go smoothly. A smile crept onto Chungyong's face, proud of his son. He suddenly brought up the past. Hyang, you used to struggle with writing too, right? Hyang scratched his head sheepishly. That's true. Memories suddenly flooded back. I remember it took me forever just to write my first line. I spent 2 hours writing a poem, and when your grandfather saw it, he burst out laughing. It was time to leave, he gently advised. Looks like I've stayed too long, you should get to bed. Hyang bowed respectfully. Yes, father, you should rest too. The Song dynasty needs you healthy. Chungyong looked at his son with changing eyes. This rascal. Then suddenly said something strange. I hope you reach 15 soon. Hyang blinked, confused. Huh. Chungyong just smiled and walked away. The lights in Hyang's room went out, along with the king's gentle voice, go to sleep. The next day, Hyang reported to the king. Father, the 6 ministries should be separated completely and each must keep detailed records of its work. If everything's just in chronological order, future generations will waste so much time just finding what they need. Chungyong turned to the court. Does anyone object? But all the officials agreed. We support the crown prince's suggestion. The king nodded in approval. Yes, I think it's a good idea too. We know why certain policies were made, but future generations will have to dig through old records just to figure that out. From now on, each minister must record and categorize their work based on the crown prince's instructions, by royal command. After court, a group of ministers gathered again. Sung was fuming over Hyang's new policies. Damn it, now the crown prince is sticking his nose into our record-keeping too. We're the ones doing the work. Kim Jiam agreed. Yeah, isn't all this already recorded in the historian's logs and the secretariat's journals? The two of them walked while grumbling. Exactly, isn't this just doing the same pointless work twice? Even without these changes, we've already been run ragged because of the crown prince. One of them expressed concern. At this rate, the crown prince might become a real problem someday. You think so? A big problem, I mean. He thought carefully before speaking. Honestly, if things keep going like this, the entire court atmosphere will shift. I can't help but think he might end up wrecking everything he built. Yet they still held a bit of hope for Hyang. Surely it won't come to that. The crown prince still has a sense of morals, after all. At that moment, Hyang's eyes sparkled with hope. This is a real reform. He was practically bouncing with excitement, dreaming of a future where he'd overthrow these disgusting old traditions. Just imagining it fired him up. Damn bureaucracy, I won't take it anymore. Once in a lifetime was enough. Meanwhile, Kim Jiam still looked uneasy, but every proposal from the crown prince goes against convention. What if he accidentally revives the ghosts of the past? A stern voice cut in, that will never happen. Both he and Sung bowed respectfully. Lord Chancellor, you're here. It was none other than Ryu Yonghyun, the Grand Chancellor. He calmly explained, there are too many people who read a few books and suddenly think they can debate politics. Most of them are clueless about how the real world works. He seemed to know Hyang very well. His words painted a picture of the boy. If the Crown Prince crosses the line and undoes all we've built, then even if he is the Crown Prince, I will not stand idly by. At that moment, Chungyong showed concern for his loyal minister. The return trip from the Ming must have been tough, right? Thank you, Your Majesty, for your concern. He also asked about the situation over there. How's the Song Embassy? The minister reported. After talks, the Ming agreed to let us build our embassy in Shandong province. The king nodded. I see. Anything notable from the trip? Hyang was all ears and soon picked up on something. Many Ming merchants want to buy our paper, Your Majesty. The king looked surprised. Paper? The official continued, yes, lots of people want it. Our paper's better than theirs. They asked us to bring more next time. Chungyong already had a plan. Maybe it's time to order the paper mills to boost production. All right, you're dismissed. Hyang seized the opportunity. A good chance. He sprang into action. Your Majesty, I have something to report. The ministers groaned internally. Heavens, not again. What is it this time? Chungyong sighed. Do you absolutely have to speak? Yes, I do. With unwavering confidence, Hyang proposed to abolish the paper mill. The ministers collectively tilted their heads in confusion. Chaos erupted. How can we shut down the paper mill when the Ming are clamoring to buy our paper? Sung jumped in to criticize. Isn't this the opposite of your previous stance, Crown Prince? We're finally making money and now you want to cut it off. Hyang muttered internally, shut up already, but politely responded, abolishing the mill actually aligns with my consistent views. Chungyong looked intrigued. Oh, then explain. Of course, Hyang began. Father, you know how high-quality song paper is. That's because we have skilled papermakers. But as I've learned, they're underpaid. It said their wages can't even support a family. So many seek side jobs or quit altogether to become farmers or work in other workshops. Ryu Yonghyun was present, listening with a serious face. Hyang continued, under such conditions, if the workload increases and management tightens, even more will walk away from the job. Ryu Yonghyun quickly jumped in to poke holes in the logic. That's because they're just lazy. Those in the military factories and royal workshops hold 9th-rank positions with matching salaries, yet very few resign from those posts. His argument was sharp, so lack of money isn't an excuse for laziness. Hyang was visibly annoyed, being flipped like a pancake. Ryu pressed on without mercy. Are you unaware that the officials you mention enjoy tons of unofficial perks? Even the Chancellor's place is buzzing with guests from dawn till dusk. Ryu remained firm. Those are just tokens of gratitude, heartfelt gestures from the people. He didn't back down either and immediately shot back. I never said it was wrong, did I? Understanding the struggles of the paper workers, Hyang said, if we keep ignoring their efforts, how can they give their all at work? If this continues, not only will we fail to develop technology, but our paper-making skills might vanish with the craftsmen. Chungyong spoke up too. The Crown Prince makes a good point. Ryu Yonghyun, not one to yield easily, chimed in. Does the Crown Prince know that it was Tijung who founded the paper mill? That's because the paper collected for banknotes was of inconsistent quality, making sorting an absolute nightmare. He and the ministers stood firm against the proposal. If we shut down the mill, we'll face the same mess again. Please reconsider, Crown Prince. Chungyong was stuck in the middle, rubbing his temple. What should we do now? And he shoved it over to his son. You know what to do, right? The son was quick to toss it back. I believe in father. Hyang felt awkward, because Chungyong had just dumped the whole responsibility on his head. He slowly realized something. Lately, every time a tricky issue came up, his father would casually slide it over for him to answer. No one knew why. Was it some kind of educational challenge? Hyang let out a tired sigh. But he still stood up to convince them. Ministers, have you all forgotten about the golden nib pens? He proposed, after listing clear criteria from the court, we hire people who meet them and accept the lowest quote. Sung was about to voice concerns about costs, but Hyang cut him off. Take the golden nib pens for example. Recognizing them as royal merchants boosts their business and we can tax that, earning way more than we spend. Chungyong was quite pleased seeing his son handle things like a pro. And if our merchants must compete in quality, then paper quality will rise and the Ming will want even more. With logic like that, the ministers had nothing to say. Someone meekly added, I agree with His Highness. Kim Jiam nodded as well. The Crown Prince's proposal makes sense. Everyone turned in shock. Minister of Revenue, but he kept going, ignoring their stares. The Song dynasty has been around for nearly 30 years and we still haven't fixed this problem. The remaining ministers were a bit annoyed and muttered, if costs keep rising and we already have a solution, why not use it? Sung snapped, Minister of Revenue, watch your words. Don't you know the nation stays peaceful only if we all follow the teachings of the sages? He then turned to harshly reject Hyung's proposal. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince may have a point, but it's a short-term fix. True peace comes from moral education. A different official disagreed. Your Majesty, what the Grand Censor just said is pure theory. How can starving people understand lofty teachings? Inside the hall, the debate heated up. Moral education is vital, yes, but only after people have full bellies. How can you say that as a high-ranking official? Hyung found the chaos oddly entertaining. This is getting fun. He also kept an eye on his father's expression. Let's see how father reacts. He was surprised to see Chungyong looking way too amused. So this old guy enjoys political brawls, huh? Remembering how his dad had dumped responsibility on him last time, he braced himself. Don't tell me he's about to order me again. But this time, Chungyong stood up. Enough. Sung and Kim Jiam stopped to listen as the king spoke. I've heard your opinions. As king, he laid down his judgment. Yes, educating the people is important, but ensuring their livelihood is equally essential. I ask you all to come up with multiple solutions. The ministers accepted their fate. We obey, Your Majesty. He didn't forget Hyung's proposal. As for the paper mill, I think the Crown Prince's idea is valid, but scrapping it immediately is unwise. Come up with a better solution and report back. We obey, Your Majesty. Chungyong turned to his son. Crown Prince, listen carefully. Yes, father. He said seriously, I know you care deeply about the nation's prosperity and the people's well-being. As Crown Prince, that's expected, so I won't scold you, nor will I praise you. Hyung bowed, but thought, wait, didn't I just get scolded a minute ago? Chungyong pointed out his flaw, but every time you speak, a wave of opposition erupts. That's a problem. That's because neither I nor the ministers understand what your opinions are based on. He looked his son straight in the eyes. I order you to present your political views. Ryu Younghyun didn't look thrilled. Political views, but the king had decided. It'll be held in the main hall. All officials rank 3 and above will attend. He asked Hyung directly, can you do it? Hyung suddenly understood his father's plan. So he wants me to give a political speech, huh? Yes, father, just give me 5 days. After court adjourned, the ministers were fuming. What kind of political view can a 9-year-old even have? What on earth is His Majesty thinking? Sung calmly shared his thoughts. No matter how talented the Crown Prince is, he's still a child. Even with 5 days of prep, convincing the ministers will be tough. Kim Jiam agreed, exactly what I thought. As Kim Jiam kept ranting, even if the Crown Prince preps nonstop for 5 days, a familiar voice cut in, no, we need to prep ourselves too. He turned, surprised. Prime Minister, Ryu Younghyun said sternly, we must not just rely on the classics, we need to study foreign policies as well. Kim Jiam didn't back down, but he's just 9. Do we really need to go that far? Ryu snapped. Have you forgotten what that 9-year-old already put us through? He calmly analyzed, the Crown Prince isn't the only one we're dealing with. He may be the one speaking, but those are clearly His Majesty's thoughts too. Has His Majesty ever opposed the Crown Prince's ideas? Kim Jiam hesitated. No, never, Ryu confirmed. He may be 9, but don't forget who's behind him, His Majesty himself. Faced with that logic, the ministers could only nod reluctantly. Fine, we'll all prep thoroughly. Ryu Younghyun got serious. How do we build this nation? We must never let the bad habits of past kings come back. In the censorate, someone spoke up. What do you think? A minister in blue robes protested loudly. We must send a memorial to oppose this. A 9-year-old debating politics. Ridiculous. Another official defended the Crown Prince. But remember the golden nib pens? He handled that masterfully. The protester cut him off. That's what I'm most angry about. He raged. I should have opposed the moment he brought up selling pens. Now everyone just cares about money, even His Majesty and the ministers. We must protest. The ministers started rallying together. Yes, everyone, let's go. Chungyong's attendants heard the news and sighed. Yeah, looks like the majority aren't taking this well. The king himself was holding his head. Why are they all so stubborn and old-fashioned? Seeing the two factions, he was deeply disappointed. The worst part, even the younger officials of the censorate and academy blindly follow Neo-Confucian orthodoxy. A eunuch gently tried to calm him, but many of them do acknowledge the Crown Prince's intelligence and resolve. There's hope. But the king was already fuming. I don't have a single reliable talent in this whole court. Not one. Meanwhile, in the crown prince's quarters, Hyang was just as stressed out as his father. So short on talent, painfully short. He kept ranting, those old school fossils are just hopelessly stiff. The eunuch next to him looked confused. Crown Prince, what's a fossil? Hyang ignored him. Not talking to you, skip it. Remembering his teacher from his past life, he sighed. Wasn't this supposed to be the flexible early phase of the Song dynasty? Master, you lied to me. How am I supposed to convince these walking stone heads? Hyang tried to brainstorm, and father said he's summoning all the senior officials, including those at third rank. I'm going to have to talk politics in front of people who will mock me just for being a kid. After some silent brooding, he came up with an idea. All right then. His face lit up a little. Let's give these fogies a taste of 21st century capitalism and management models. He rushed into action, surprising the eunuch beside him. Summon the cartographers and the armory. I've got a plan. The eunuch gulped. What's he up to this time? Finally, the day arrived. 5 days later, in the main hall of Jingbok Palace. The officials had all taken their places for the big royal audience. Before the king arrived, Yang Yi chatted casually. Lord Kim, long time no see. Lord Yang, it's been ages. When did you return to the capital? Just yesterday. The official looked uneasy. They say today's court session is to hear the crown prince's political views. Seriously, he sighed. What a waste of time. I bet most ministers here are thinking the same thing. Their gossip was cut short. His Majesty approaches. Changnyo entered gracefully. He quickly took his seat. With a gleam of anticipation, he smiled. As you all know, the crown prince has presented several ideas recently, but we can't fairly judge those ideas without understanding the basis behind them. The officials listened attentively as the king continued. So I've called you here to hear his political philosophy. Please listen carefully and help guide him so he doesn't stray off course. We obey, Your Majesty. And with that, the star of today's session made his grand entrance. Yang stepped forward boldly as the crown prince. The officials raised their brows seeing the huge scroll he brought in. What is that? Yang bowed respectfully. Thank you, father, for giving me this opportunity. He stood there brimming with confidence. Then, I shall now begin presenting my political views. Begin. Yang clapped his hands, signaling the start of the presentation. The massive scroll he brought along was unrolled. Reform of the Song dynasty. He held a megaphone like a true boss. Hyang calmly tested it. 1 2 1 2, can everyone hear me? His voice echoed through the hall, stunning everyone. Why is his voice so loud? What is that thing? Unfazed by the confusion, he smiled. Thanks to father granting me this chance, I get to speak to all you ministers, so let's not waste time. For a moment, his confident gaze flickered with nerves. All right, here I go. Ryu Yonghyun and the other officials exchanged uncertain looks. The scroll displayed crisp, concise illustrations to match Hyang's speech. To achieve the best outcome for humanity, I'll get straight to the point. My core belief is this: the ideal system benefits all people. The officials blinked at each other. Surely you know that was also Emperor Huanug's goal in founding the Song dynasty. It aligns with sage principles, the kingly way, and valuing the people. His visuals livened up the speech. To reach that ideal, the people's lives must first be secure. Peace is essential. No one's inventing anything if they're starving. He was laser-focused. But our country's got too few flat lands. It's all mountains and slopes, so everyone bunches up in tiny farmable spots. That just means people will suffer more and more, right? Finally, Hyang dropped the big idea. That's why we must promote not just agriculture, but also crafts and commerce to grow the nation and import what we lack. Sung and Kim Ji-am looked utterly shocked. But Sung recovered first, then facepalmed and snorted. Ryu Yonghyun looked visibly irritated at such wild nonsense. Ignoring their reactions, Hyang pressed on confidently. Therefore, we must reform the current 6 ministries and local governance to preserve our best traditions. The entire bureaucratic system we've used needs an upgrade. His vision was illustrated clearly. First, we abolish the 6 ministries. Instead, we establish 3 main branches: legislative, executive, and judiciary, each with clear roles and new officials. He jumped straight into the next part. Second, local governments must be reformed. Instead of one official doing everything, tasks will be divided for efficiency. Still on a roll, he continued. Third, we establish an education system to lift the people out of poverty. Basic schooling must ensure everyone learns the fundamentals. The officials were completely stunned by Hyung's reform plans. On top of everything else, he even wanted to mine gold and silver, make taxes fair, and overhaul the land system. The ministers couldn't help but be amazed. This is even scarier than I thought, just as I feared that crown prince. Even Kim Ji-am looked convinced. A true genius, no doubt about it. On the other hand, Ryu Young-hyun's face turned pitch black. He's gone mad. Inside Hyung's head, a little smirk danced. If they're already shocked now, that's a bit premature. I've still got a long road ahead before I get to enjoy the real fun again. The sun was slowly setting, and that marked the end of Hyung's grand presentation. Looking at the ministers who seemed ready to crash like broken servers, he felt a bit smug. That's my political vision, folks. The officials were all in shock at the crown prince's radical views. Even Chung-myung was just as surprised. Did you come up with all of that yourself? Hyung replied seriously, no, father, I referenced the sages' classics, and some Western books too. Chung-myung, still wide-eyed, said, you brought up things I haven't even thought of, and I've been running this kingdom since its founding. But some systems haven't changed at all, he mused. Hyung bowed respectfully, thank you for the compliment, father. Hyung calmly added, father, there's a Western saying, new wine must go into new bottles. With utmost confidence, he continued, it's been 30 years since the founding of our dynasty, and yet the people still suffer. That's why I believe we need reforms for the future of everyone. Chung-myung pleased replied, for the future of everyone. With His Majesty's stance clear, the ministers dared not say a word, swallowing their anger like bitter pills. Finally, the meeting ended with the king declaring, let us conclude the crown prince's presentation here. The ministers stormed out with stomping feet and grumpy faces. I'm uneasy, Land Chancellor. What do you think? Ryu Young-hyun frowned, my brain still fried from all that. He furiously declared, we must submit a memorial to oppose this. The crown prince is hiding behind pretty phrases like, for the future of everyone, while discarding our values and traditions. Old Ko grumbled, that's not even the worst. He's siding with legalism over Confucianism. My heart can't take this. One official nodded, right, how can a kid think up something so reckless? Over at the supervising bureau, the officials were in similar chaos. They huddled up and concluded, we must submit a petition immediately. Yes, indeed, agreed. Kim Hoyeon couldn't help but spice it up. It may sound good at first, but he's clearly trying to recreate Emperor Qin's dictatorship. We have to stop him. The group was dead set on it. Even if His Majesty seems to like the crown prince, we can't just sit and watch this dynasty collapse, right? He gritted his teeth, if the worst happens. The entire room went silent when he said, we'll have no choice but to dethrone the crown prince. Someone nearby looked uneasy, isn't that a bit extreme? But the man stood firm. After hearing that whole presentation, you still think I'm overreacting. The more Kim Hoyeon spoke, the more unhinged he became. Even His Majesty never intended him to be king. A fellow minister quickly cut him off. Watch it, he whispered, glancing around. You think your neck's made of steel or something. But the old man wouldn't shut up. Tell me I'm wrong, he's just a 9-year-old brat babbling nonsense. At that moment, Hyung was still buried in his studies, completely unaware that someone was scheming behind his back. We must blame those who taught the crown prince, and even His Highness. Discipline has always been paramount. If they only praise him, we're doomed. A minister tried to calm Kim Hoyeon down, maybe just suggest tightening discipline for the crown prince, but dethronement. But Kim Hoyeon roared, look at the current situation. Don't you think it's already too late? We must dethrone him now to stay true to the royal path. The others just sat helplessly while he ranted on. Geez, someone lower his volume. On the contrary, many ministers actually supported the crown prince's vision. They looked oddly cheerful, hadn't felt that light in years. They all praised his ideas. Totally agree, we've been fed nonsense forever. Finally, something practical for Song. My ears feel purified. Did you see His Highness's face? He looked ready to implement those ideas on the spot. Didn't expect the crown prince to be this brilliant. Song's future is wait. What was I saying again? Opposite them stood a faction of ministers, fiercely opposing Hyung's ideas. Kim Hoyeon's group stared them down like they were prey. But the pro-Hyung team didn't back down either. The showdown was on. The two factions walked past each other like in a drama about rival clans. Yeojo couldn't help throwing shade. Hypocrites sure talk a lot. Kim Ji-am snapped back, power-hungry frauds like you are the real shame. Not bothering with the kindergarten club, he said. Let's go, no point bickering. Writing memorials is the only real move. Kim Hoyeon's side wouldn't be outdone. What, they think we can't write memorials? Let's write too. Yeah, let's. While the palace was in chaos, our royal father-son duo was chillin' by a stream cafe. Over lunch, Chungyong complimented his son. Your presentation was excellent. Thank you, father. He brought up Hyung's ideas again. I've said it before, but your proposal included things I hadn't even considered, some I want implemented immediately. Hyung humbly replied, you flatter me, father, but to be honest, these policies are hard to pull off overnight. I know, the king sighed. The two of them chatted cheerfully. We should discuss policy more often, said Chungyong. Though I do worry about tomorrow's flood of memorials, the chief bureau is gonna suffer. I'll have food sent there. Meanwhile, in another room, two officials sat looking salty. They just stared at the pile of memorials in front of them, utterly defeated. They're so hardworking. Yeah, did they stay up all night? They're beasts. I don't even dare walk in. The guy in blue snapped, talking won't reduce the workload. Start sorting. The guy in yellow hadn't even loaded mentally yet. Sorting already. While working, the trio kept chatting. You know, some support the crown prince, others oppose him. Let's divide the pile into two categories. Got it. Seems like today's assembly wasn't exactly a fun time for Chungyong. Looking at the mountain of memorials piling up before him, he sighed deeply. That much, seriously. The ministers remained silent, listening to his grumbling. You all work so hard, huh? Ryu Yonghyun's plan seemed to be gaining traction as the emperor began reading. Let me take a look first. Chungyong unrolled the memorial to read it. But after reading just a few words, his face darkened with fury. His eyes grew increasingly fierce. His hand clenched the scroll tightly. He said calmly, TH letter 1B0 letter 1E3 NGTH letter 1EC7N. Yes, your highness. Chungyong was truly angry this time. Summon the crown prince. Hyung entered and greeted Chungyong. Father, did you summon me? Indeed, at ease. Holding the scroll in hand, he spoke gently. Crown Prince, I summoned you because it seems many officials didn't understand your points from yesterday. Then he called out, Majesty. Yes, your highness. Without mercy, Chungyong ordered him, this is your memorial. Read it aloud to the crown prince. The ministers who had spoken so boldly yesterday suddenly shrank away nervously. Majesty was powerless to resist his highness. Chungyong gave him no escape. Take it. Since you're being questioned, you should read it directly so there are no misunderstandings. With no choice, he accepted. As you command, your highness. Ryu Yonghyun began reading. I, Ryu Yonghyun, chief minister, humbly bow before your highness. Chungyong gritted his teeth. Skip the fluff and get to the point. Beads of sweat streamed down his face as fear set in. Hyung listened seriously. On the surface, the crown prince's political view seems valid, but it contains many unreasonable elements. He wrote in the memorial, first, our kingdom is governed by Song Confucianism, but the crown prince's views align more with legalism, which is overly harsh and would bring suffering to the people, damaging the nation. Second, the crown prince proposes lifting restrictions on sons of concubines. These restrictions were established by Tijang. Removing them carelessly would be extremely unfilial. If we let those sons hold office, history shows they tend to abuse power. Ryu Yonghyun didn't forget to attack Hyung's government reform. Third, the crown prince suggests increasing the number of officials. The more officials, the heavier the burden on the people. If local officials are overwhelmed, they should just ask local scholars for help. He timidly concluded, these 3 points are all flaws in the crown prince's political theory. Hearing this, Hyung became visibly irritated. Frustrated but undaunted, he asked, May I respond, father? With the emperor's permission, you may. Hyung immediately began analyzing. First, the chief says Song Confucianism is our kingdom's guiding principle. Every word Hyung spoke was powerful and unwavering. But the ideology of our country, according to the teachings of the sages, is the kingly way and valuing the people. Song Confucianism is merely a tool to achieve that ideal. These words shocked the ministers into stunned silence. Sung immediately spoke up, Your Highness, but Hyung didn't flinch. Song Confucianism is just one branch of Confucianism. If we fixate on it, isn't that too narrow? Let me give an example. If the kingly way is a plate, then philosophies and rule systems are the bowls. Faced with such a sharp question, Ryu Yonghyun was instantly speechless. Is it really necessary to distinguish between these tools when implementing the kingly way? He tried to stop the crown prince, but couldn't. Hyung pressed on. Second, you said that children of concubines will abuse power, but were they the only ones who did so in past dynasties? Hyung continued to fight passionately. Isn't it true that everyone from noble families, whether firstborn or not, have engaged in corruption? Isn't blaming it all on the children of concubines deeply unjust? With steady eyes, Hyung declared, also, isn't it clearly written in the law that those who take concubines should be punished? Yet most of the ministers here have concubines. Isn't this just the noble families covering up their mistakes while discriminating against the children of concubines? The ministers were both furious and ashamed. For the final point, Hyung clenched his fist. Third, scenes of suffering commoners flash before my eyes. You said local officials could ask local scholars for help if overwhelmed. But ever since I sat beside father and observed state affairs, I've heard countless reports of starving people. He didn't shy away, but I've never once heard of a local scholar helping the hungry or opening granaries to save them. And that's not all. Instead of helping, corrupt officials exploit these situations by offering loans at outrageously high interest rates. In the end, the people either sell themselves or become refugees while their lands are seized. Hyung directly questioned Ryu Younghyun, chief, tell me, for a powerless peasant who's scarier than tigers and leopards, the imperial officials or those so-called local scholars. The old man silently looked toward the emperor. Chungyong saw that pitiful expression and sighed in frustration. He pushed harder. I want to hear your answer too, chief, answer him. Ryu Younghyun was sweating bullets, unsure how to respond without digging his own grave. Pressed by the emperor, his hands trembled with rage. Why are you silent, chief? Cornered, he stammered, the local scholars. The ministers winced at the answer. Chungyong added, the other memorials say the same things as the chief's. Grabbing another scroll, he said angrily, different authors, yet every memorial says the same thing. What a joke. But the emperor gently handed Hyung one. This one's different, read it. Yes, father. One look at its contents left Hyung genuinely shocked. The emperor asked calmly, so what do you think? Hyung took a deep breath and read the memorial word for word. There's nothing noble about indulgence, not a single bit. If we encourage the people to indulge, he read aloud, society will fall into luxury worship, valuing wealth over virtue. That's why the ancient sages divided society into 4 classes. He seriously added, Your Majesty, I believe the author of this memorial deserves a heavy punishment. The ministers were stunned. The crown prince wants punishment himself. Hyung immediately analyzed the memorial. First of all, in every political philosophy I've read, no sage ever mentioned class divisions like this. This person is trying to blindfold the king. That's disloyalty. Hearing that, Sung couldn't hold back his anger anymore. Hyung continued, someone like that must be punished severely. Sung protested, the one who wrote that memorial is someone who cares for the country. If you punish advice just because you dislike it, you'll lose everyone's trust. That wasn't advice, Hyung shot back. It was deliberate chaos based on fake teachings that don't even exist. For ages, sages warned that luxurious living will collapse a nation. We must avoid it. How can you say living luxuriously is better than frugality? Hyung calmly added, let me explain it to you again. Sung was left speechless. Did the sages say nobles have the right to suck the people dry? Did they say lending rice at 50% interest was righteous? Hyung kept going. More and more people are selling themselves into slavery because of high interest. Are you telling me we should let this continue just because it's always been this way? Great director, how dare you think like that and still call yourself a loyal subject of the Song dynasty? Finally, Chungyong yelled enough. He gently reminded his son, even if you're right, don't be so disrespectful. That's enough. Hyung stopped, bowing his head. Thank you, father, for your mercy. Meanwhile, Kim Hoyeon was next in line. Great eunuch stepped forward. Yes, your majesty. Chungyong calmly commanded, Crown Prince, give him the memorial. There's a part you didn't read. Faced with the remaining part and royal command, he was at a loss. This was written by the eunuch bureau. Great eunuch, read it. The man's eyes widened in panic. His hands began to tremble. He bowed quickly, stammering, Your Majesty, this was just one man's opinion, not the entire bureau. Even the other eunuchs looked worried. Chungyong sternly replied, I know, that's why the crown prince didn't read that part, and neither will I. At that moment, Kim Hoyeon's face turned pale. Thank you, Your Majesty, he mumbled, while the king added, as for the punishment, I'll consider it carefully. The court was finally dismissed. Sung couldn't help but ask, what was in that part of the memorial? Kim Hoyeon stormed out in anger, leaving behind a very confused great eunuch. In a hidden corner of the palace, Ryu Younghyun was slammed against the wall, someone gripping his collar tightly. Kim Hoyeon, burning with frustration, shouted, You bastard, how dare you? The other ministers nearby were panicking. Please, sir, calm down. He roared, Don't block me, this scumbag will get us all killed, leaving everyone stunned. What do you mean, sir? Gritting his teeth, he cursed Ryu Younghyun, You filthy snake, who do you think you are to talk about deposing the crown prince? A crown prince who dares abandon Song Confucianism and follow such a rebellious path, how is he worthy of the title? That made him absolutely livid. What did you just say? So you want to depose a 9-year-old crown prince now? You think that's reasonable? Ryu tried to defend himself. What does age have to do with following the teachings of the sages? Kim Hoyeon felt his blood pressure spike. Idiot, if we want to shift direction, we need heaven's blessing, the right timing, and public support. That's why His Highness was made Crown Prince back then. But now we've got none of those. Your stupidity is putting every minister's life at risk. Ryu Yonghyun shot back. Civil officials must speak the truth when they see injustice. Isn't that the duty of remonstration, even if it risks their heads? Everyone gasped, what? Kim Hoyeon had no words left, finally letting go and burying his head in despair. Even an idiot like you got promoted to official rank, we're doomed. Meanwhile, at the door to Hyung's room, the boy was packing, headache growing worse. I figured this would happen, but not this bad. Why does Chief keep resisting me like that? Bunch of old fossils chewing on ancient scrolls. He muttered while packing. Actually, if I think from their point of view, it kind of makes sense. If someone suggested I abandon agriculture and shift to trade, I'd probably freak out too. After a while, Hyung sighed and tried to calm himself. So yeah, their anger is actually pretty normal. Outside, the eunuch silently listened to the crown prince's complaints. They think only they can write memorials, huh? Now he was really mad and salty. They think I can't write? Fine, I'll show them what real humility looks like. At the eunuch bureau, someone was surprised. Aren't you the crown prince's eunuch? What are you doing here so early? Seeing the stack of memorials in the eunuch's hands, the official was confused. What is all this? The eunuch calmly replied, these are all written by the crown prince. The man turned pale. What? He stared at the documents, still in disbelief. All of them. Guess none of us are going home today. Chungyong heard the news and was absolutely delighted. He actually wrote memorials. That's my son, but also, yeah, there's no stopping him now. The king grinned from ear to ear. This is the first time I've been surprised reading a memorial. Chief, you should read it too. Ryu Yonghyun reluctantly replied, yes, your majesty. He opened the scroll and started reading like he was just going through the motions. But once he finished, there was no more pretending. He was shaking with rage. Chungyong ordered, Shangshan, bring the crown prince's memorial to the Minister of Revenue. Kim Jiam was caught in the crossfire and had no choice but to comply. The Minister of Revenue nervously read it aloud. He hesitated but eventually revealed the contents. I, Hyung, Crown Prince and loyal subject of His Highness, humbly submit this memorial. Many ministers have accused me of following legalism, using the Qin dynasty's fall as a cautionary tale. But the Qin didn't collapse because of legalism. They fell because Qin Shi Huang and his officials lost their humanity. They looted and murdered innocent people. Of course, the empire crumbled. And yet, it was legalist thought that helped the Qin rise as the strongest power in the Warring States era. Its ideas still live on in our core legal codes. Why do you think that is? Kim Jiam continued reading, a great tree does not fall in strong winds because its roots are deep and strong. Governing a nation is like seeking the way. Hyung cleverly compared the nation to a tree. If we want our budding nation to grow tall and strong, we must embrace diverse philosophies. Surely Song Confucianism isn't the only path that honors the sages' will. The eunuch bureau ministers were visibly surprised. Even Ryu Yonghyun looked a bit moved. Chungyong beamed with pride. That's my son, smart isn't he? The crown prince's memorial is truly thought-provoking. There's much for us to reflect on. He then addressed the room. I want to hear your thoughts, ministers. Consider this memorial carefully and give me your honest opinions. Days later, Hyung strolled around with a relaxed air. Feels good to have said everything I needed to say. Suddenly chaos erupted before his eyes. Chief had fainted. While everyone panicked, one minister trembled. I surrender. The crowd stared at the stack of unprocessed memorials, horrified. There's no time for resting. Can't you see that mountain of documents? This madness will be the end of me. Our dear crown prince wasn't even fazed. Problem was, memorials were still pouring in nonstop. He thought to himself, just as I expected. If I want public support, there's only one way to do it. Hyung had his own plan. I need as many people as possible to realize how effective smallpox vaccination really is. Only when they start trusting new methods will they be open to new policies and technologies. While the old ministers were still fussing about, Hyung confidently finalized his plan. Just a little longer. All I need now is the right opportunity. A few days later at court, Chungyong received a report. In the vaccinated regions, only a tiny number had caught smallpox. As soon as he heard, a memorial was submitted suggesting vaccinations be expanded to other areas. While discussing state affairs with his ministers, Chungyong said, very well, let's expand the smallpox vaccination to other districts. But there were only a few cases reported. Ryu Yonghyun immediately objected, "Your Highness, basing expansion on just a few cases is too hasty. And isn't that just disgusting cow pus anyway?" The emperor frowned at that unpleasant remark. "We must observe a little longer." A few days later, Chungyong was informed that most of the people in Gyeonggi district had been vaccinated, though a few did experience side effects. Consequently, neighboring districts began submitting memorials requesting vaccination. Chungyong proposed, "For the safety of our people, I too wish to expand the program. What say you, ministers?" But just like before, Ryu Yonghyun jumped in, "No, Your Highness. The current budget doesn't allow for an immediate expansion. Please reconsider." Both the emperor and the ministers looked at him, confused. A few more days passed. A minister reported, "There's a rumor that wealthy families in vaccinated regions, having heard about the vaccine's success, have started donating their cows. Also, more memorials are requesting permission to vaccinate." Chungyong then declared, "Then we shall delay no more. Ministers, prepare to expand vaccination across the nation." But that familiar annoying voice chimed in, "Forgive me, Your Highness. For reasons unknown, Ryu Yonghyun just couldn't support the plan. There are many factors, we can't go national yet." Even the emperor was losing patience. "Explain in detail." Ryu stammered, "Winter's coming, budget issues, Your Highness." But Chungyong cut him off. "As for money, we can collect funds from rich local families. Many are already offering to help, so what's your excuse now?" The old man persisted, "But Your Highness, if we ask scholars and officials for cow funds, they'll go ballistic. And as I said, the vaccine's effectiveness isn't fully proven yet." His words were so irritating, even the normally calm emperor lost his cool. "How dare you call cow pus disgusting and question its usefulness when the vaccinators are just humble cow herders?" He roared, "Ryu Yonghyun, you scoundrel. The emperor had had enough. Shut your mouth right now." With Chungyong's wrath unleashed, the entire hall fell into dead silence. Kim Jiam looked deeply concerned. The emperor was red in the face with fury. He grabbed a memorial with a trembling hand. "Do you know what this is? It's a report on smallpox vaccination in Hanyang." The ministers could only listen as he raged, "You say it's filthy and ineffective, yet not a single one of you standing here is unvaccinated. Not even one." Chungyong reached his boiling point. "You all got your shots, your whole families did, and yet you dare claim it's unreliable and oppose national expansion? What a bunch of two-faced hypocrites." The ministers dropped to their knees. "Your Majesty, we are guilty, we deserve death." But he wasn't hearing it. "I don't want to see your faces. Get out of my sight." He muttered in frustration, "Fine, I'll do it myself." Chungyong stormed off, "I'll handle this myself, so all you scoundrels shut up," turning the royal court into chaos. "Your Majesty." Kim Jiam and the other ministers were utterly helpless. Hyojo stood there gritting his teeth in fury. He immediately confronted Ryu Yonghyun. "Majesty, how dare you say that? Do you not know what to say and what not to say?" The old man just stood there, smug and silent. The ministers were in full panic mode. "What now? We've got no choice but to perform the repentance ritual and then find a way to expand vaccination nationwide." Everyone was fuming. "One man messed up and we all suffer. Fantastic plan. Let's go. In this freezing winter we still have to kneel in penance." Ryu Yonghyun didn't budge an inch. The room was now down to just him and a eunuch. The old man sighed deeply finally. He thought to himself, "I've lived too long. At this rate, we're headed straight back to the era of tyrants. I must stop it." He, too, left with grim determination. "We can't let politics keep going down this path or we'll just be repeating the tyrannical days of the Wenwu era." His resolve was ironclad. "Even if it costs me my life, I must stop this madness." Meanwhile, Hyung got the news. "I see. Father did what?" He then asked, "And where did father go?" The servant replied quickly, "His Majesty went to meet Majesty." Hyung mumbled to himself, slightly bitter, "Maybe it's time we mess with everyone a little." "Pardon? Nothing." His mind swirled. "Why don't they see what's really going on?" At this point, psychological warfare was completely pointless. The ministers were preparing for the repentance ritual. "My knees already hurt and now this, in this freezing cold." Suddenly someone shouted, "Minister of Revenue." Kim Jiam looked confused. "What's the rush?" Then he heard the shocking news. "Majesty is writing a memorial accusing His Majesty." His heart almost gave out again. What? He dashed off to find Ryu Yonghyun. That old man lost it. Scene cuts to inside the palace. Things were utter chaos. We must stop him. Finally he found him. The moment he stepped in, he shouted, "Majesty, what are you thinking?" "Majesty, what memorial are you trying to submit now? A repentance ritual might not even be enough. Have you lost your mind?" But Ryu Yonghyun calmly replied, "I must submit this memorial." Holding the scroll firmly in his hand, determined, "This must be handled thoroughly. if you truly care about the future of the Song dynasty. The two men broke into a scuffle. Majesty, are you insane? Move aside. The old man fumed. His Majesty has forgotten how important governing a country is. He's even forgotten why we need ministers in the first place. Kim Ji-am could no longer stop him. Majesty. He could only watch helplessly as Ryu Younghyun stormed off. He turned to the others. What are you doing? Why didn't you stop him? Do you want bloodshed? Sung joined the old man. I'm not opposing him. I get what he means. He added, if you want to be a scholar with integrity, you must stand firm. Then the content of the memorial was revealed. Minister Ryu Younghyun humbly submits this memorial to His Majesty. Chungyong read it seriously. A royal court, as its name suggests, governs a nation, so all policies must be carefully considered before implementation. Ryu Younghyun didn't forget to mention the king's decisiveness, but most importantly, consistency in policies. Without that, how can the people trust the government? And of course, he dragged in the smallpox vaccination again. Initially, the plan was to try this in Hanyang and evaluate the results before nationwide expansion. His Majesty agreed to this approach. Every sentence was basically pointing fingers at the king, but after a few suggestions to expand it, His Majesty changed his mind. How is that consistency? Ryu Younghyun smartly reminded everyone that national policies should only proceed with consensus between the monarch and ministers. Because no monarch can weigh every detail alone. That's why His Majesty must listen carefully to his ministers' advice. He stubbornly clung to his stance. If the monarch is going to rule unilaterally, what's the point of a court? The further Chungyong read, the darker his face grew. This was tyrant-level stuff and definitely not the way of kings. If our traditions allow a tyrant to rise and act unchecked, what future will this dynasty have? To prevent such a fate, the king and ministers must reach agreement at any cost. As your subject, I beg your Majesty to reconsider for the future of the dynasty. In conclusion, your Majesty must stop acting unilaterally to expand the vaccination, because I firmly believe it's ineffective. Having written it, Ryu Younghyun stood by his memorial with resolve. If it proves effective, then I, Ryu Younghyun, will offer up all my possessions. The court fell into stunned silence. Chungyong then asked, have you all finished reading? The minister responded nervously, yes, your Majesty. Sung stared at the king's expression, clearly worried. Kim Ji-am was visibly trembling in fear. Chungyong's eyes gradually turned colder as he spoke in a low voice. When I heard about the benefits of vaccination, I thought of applying it nationwide. But I didn't. Why? Because the right chancellor said it would be too hasty, and I agreed with him. It sounded reasonable. The king's words were heavy with pressure, making even Ryu Younghyun a little uneasy. I want to ask the ministers. Though furious, the king still held back. When have I ever acted like a tyrant, huh? After Chungyong's question, the entire room fell into dead silence. Trying to stay composed, he added, if a king just waits for his ministers to finish arguing and misses the moment, isn't that just incompetence? Thinking about how he devoted himself to the nation only to be called a tyrant, he slammed the table and roared, do you even know why I'm being so tyrannical? The officials could only silently endure the outburst. His words grew heavier. Let me ask you this, if smallpox breaks out in the unvaccinated regions, what will you do? Wait until it reaches the vaccinated ones so you can say, ah, now we have proof. He imagined countless innocent people dying, heart aching. Are you seriously saying you don't care, even if hundreds die or go stupid or drop like flies during the process? Is that price really worth it just for your so-called proof? Ryu Younghyun stepped in, Your Majesty. Unfazed, he said, sacrifices like that also sadden me, but reinforcing national governance is far more important, and smallpox isn't exactly new, is it? Seeing that Ryu Younghyun still thought he was right made Chungyong grit his teeth. The old man continued, so I firmly believe that the acceptable number of deaths is worth upholding the structure of the Song court. As Chungyong was angrily tearing into him, you still dare claim to follow the sages? A panicked official burst in. Your Majesty, urgent news. Putting the argument on hold, he asked, what's the rush? The minister breathlessly reported, an outbreak of smallpox just hit Yangyepo district in Jiangcheo. The king was utterly stunned by the news. Even Ryu Younghyun hadn't expected this turn of events. Regaining composure, Chungyong ordered, quarantine Yangyepo immediately. Only allow contact with Hanyang. Now move it. What about treatment? He asked. Hyojo quickly replied, we've already dispatched royal physicians across Yangyepo, Your Majesty. The king nodded. Good, get it done quickly so the sick can be treated. Just then, familiar footsteps came rushing down the hallway. Chaos erupted outside, startling everyone. "Your Majesty, Father," Hyang shouted, "may I have an audience, just a quick one?" The king calmly said, "Enter." As soon as he stepped in, Hyang was panting. "I heard there's an outbreak in Daean. Shouldn't we send physicians there?" The king tried to soothe him. "Yes, we just discussed it." Hyang proposed, "Then why don't we call for volunteers from Hanyang to support the physicians in Jumcheon as well?" And like always, Ryu Yonghyun opposed it immediately. Too reckless, but Hyang ignored him completely. "The physicians are going to be busy treating people. They'll need runners." Hyang calmly explained, "But if we use uninfected folks from Shin, the disease might spread even more. So we can recruit people from Hanyang to support the royal physicians in Juman, pay them daily, and prevent the outbreak from growing. Plus, the doctors get to breathe a bit." Of course, the old man wouldn't back down. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince cannot do that." He snapped, "If the supporters catch smallpox and it spreads here, who will be responsible for the people's safety?" Hyang, calm as ever, replied, "I have full confidence in the vaccination, and if this event fails to prove its effectiveness." To everyone's shock, he boldly declared, "Then I will give up my title as Crown Prince." Chungyong panicked, "Crown Prince, are you crazy?" But Hyang reassured him, "That's how much I believe in it, Father." Still on a roll, Hyang added, "And if the people of Hanyang hesitate to help, then let me go instead. I'll personally lead the team to care for the infected." The room went so quiet, you could hear a scroll drop. The eunuch scribbling notes sighed internally. Here he goes again. Faced with his son's fiery attitude, the king had no choice but to take a step back. He immediately ordered the Ministry of Personnel, draft a decree, recruit anyone hesitating in the district. Begin mobilizing. At once, Your Majesty. Hyang was surprised when the king suddenly turned to him. "As for you, Crown Prince, listen well." The king sternly scolded him, "No matter how fired up you are, don't throw around words like that so lightly. That's extremely irresponsible." Hyang nodded obediently. "Father, you are wise." His plan had taken root, now it was only a matter of time. Back at the prince's residence, the eunuch shouted, "His Majesty has arrived." Hyang blinked, "Father's here." He cheerfully ran to greet him. "Father, you came. How have you been?" "Thanks to you, Father, I've been well." Under the clear blue sky, the king's warm voice echoed, "Hyang." The two sat down to sip tea. "Have you heard about Jumcheon?" "Not yet, Father." Chungyong shared the good news. "Aside from the first 5 cases, there have been no new infections." Hyang quietly cheered. It was going as planned. The king, clearly impressed, said, "Honestly, I didn't expect it to be this effective. I'm proud of you for believing in what others dismissed as cattle voodoo. Thank you for your kind words, Father." Hyang beamed with victory. "I've won," he thought. "Ryu Yonghyun, you stubborn fossil, I'll crush you piece by piece." But then his father called Hyang. "Yes, Father," he replied. The king's face turned serious. "I'm planning to execute the right chancellor." Hyang was a bit stunned but kept listening. "And I plan to deal with everyone who sides with him. For the sake of the Song dynasty's present and future, I believe it must be done." The king, unsure of his own decision, asked, "Do you think I went too far with this?" Hyang nodded firmly. "I believe they must be punished, both as a warning and to restore royal authority, especially since the Song court has always let bureaucrats boss around the throne." So, Hyang continued, "This purge might be the perfect chance to remind everyone who wears the crown and the pants." Chungnyo agreed, "Exactly," but Hyang hesitated, "Though, I'm not entirely sure we need to kill him." Recalling Ryu Yonghyun's many contributions, he reasoned, he served this kingdom for decades. With his age and lack of exposure to vaccines, it's natural he'd be skeptical. Therefore, Hyang proposed a lighter sentence. "I believe the fairest punishment would be exile." Chungnyo paused, reflected, and said, "I understand, I'll consider it." Upon hearing his fate, Ryu Yonghyun bowed quickly and pleaded, "Your Majesty, please reconsider." Still trying to explain, "I wasn't sure about the vaccine's effectiveness," but Chungyong snapped, "Silence, even now you're still flapping that mouth." His old allies tried to help. "Your Majesty, maybe he was wrong, but his intentions were loyal." Chungyong found it all insufferable. "If any of you keep babbling, I'll consider you all cut from the same hypocritical cloth. Don't test me." But they didn't back down. Punishing an innocent man is unjust. Sung chimed in national affairs, the ruler and officials must agree. Like the sages said, unity is the foundation of righteous rule. The king nearly burst out laughing. Unable to contain himself, Chungyong shouted, "What a pack of twisted liars. You block my orders in the name of virtue, but it's all about protecting your own greedy necks." "What you really want," he growled, "is not a balanced kingdom, but a puppet king." Ryu Yonghyun, don't even try to deny it. "Your Majesty, I never intended." A soldier couldn't take it anymore. "Your Majesty, Jinmu of the Royal Guard awaits your orders." Good, the king declared. Jinmu of the royal guard, hear me, throw these hypocrites in prison. Ryu Yonghyun, the vice-chancellor, and the high officials, arrest them. Yes, your majesty. Even as he was dragged out, Ryu Yonghyun pleaded, Your Majesty, this defies the wisdom of the sages. And that was the end of a saga sparked by vaccination debates. One official who once dared suggest dethroning the crown prince was now branded a traitor and exiled 1,000 miles. For trying to mislead the king with outdated ideology, Ryu Yonghyun and his allies were stripped of rank and made commoners. 80% of their property was confiscated. That was the fate of those who failed to adapt to change, especially the whirlwind named Crown Prince Hyang. Hyang heard the news and felt a little pleased. Well, at least they're still alive, right? After the royal opposition was banished, time passed and spring arrived. Court meetings resumed, everyone seemed present. Today, the king began, I have an important announcement. The ministers were shocked and confused inside. What on earth did the crown prince do this time? Did jump rope really turn him into a genius? After some intense training, Chungyong underwent a notable transformation. For the future of the Song dynasty, I want to launch a massive reform. Everyone was shocked except Hyang, who looked like someone just canceled his weekend. His face turned pale, so it's finally happening. To understand why he was so freaked out, we have to go back a few weeks. While he was in dreamland, a familiar voice yanked him out. Hyang, are you asleep? Father. Half awake, he mumbled, not yet, come in, father. But his dad declined, no need, I just need that chart you used in your last presentation. Hyang, still groggy, replied, oh, that's on my desk, feel free to take it. His dad grinned and called a servant, th letter 1b0 letter 1e3 and gthi letter 1ec7n, go get it. Yes, your majesty. Hyang yawned and mumbled, why does he need that so late? But he shrugged it off and passed out again, completely unaware that this little midnight visit would become his biggest headache ever. The very next morning, Chungyong showed up again. His Majesty has arrived. Father, you're back again. Entering the room, he jumped right in. There's a part on your chart I didn't quite get. Can you explain it? Hyang forced a smile. Of course, father. The next day, even while eating, the king couldn't resist. Hyang, remember that structure diagram of yours. And the day after that, Hyang, just to sum up, it was becoming a thing. Watching his dad poring over charts at 1 a.m., Hyang internally screamed, he's still at it. Doesn't he sleep? The king's eyes practically glowed with joy. Seeing Hyang zoning out, the king said, seems like you don't get it yet, let me explain again. Hyang, dead inside, replied, no, I totally get it, father. The king beamed, I'm glad I have a smart son like you. Hyang cried inside, yeah, real thrilled. Back to the present, Chungyong proudly declared, so, here's the reform plan I came up with. He kindly reminded the ministers, I'd like you to go over it thoroughly. Let me know if there are issues or places to improve. Yes, your majesty. Still buzzing with excitement, he added, and if you have any better ideas, let me know ASAP. And so the reform era began. First up, restructuring the central government. Chungyong crafted a meticulous chart based on the 6 ministries and mapped out a new workflow. Reform 2, local government restructuring. Hwanggi province was split into 5 regions, Gyeonggi into 7, Gangwon into 5. Each zone was to form its own local administration. Hyang, today let's talk commerce and industry. Hyang blinked, right now? Yes, I thought of something during morning stretches. Outwardly confused but secretly curious, Hyang asked, what is it, father? Your presentation didn't cover it, but your chart hints that boosting industry also boosts royal power, not just the economy. I get the economy part, he added, but how does that increase my royal authority? Hyang listened seriously and offered basic examples. Simple logic, father, agriculture doesn't build a bureaucrat's fortune, right? With that, he pitched a smarter, sharper reform idea. On the contrary, the court could encourage commerce and industry to boost revenue beyond what noble-born officials could provide, thus strengthening the court and bolstering royal authority. Some parts still felt off and Chungyong raised an eyebrow, but aren't those noble officials the biggest customers of merchants? Doesn't that mean they'd grow stronger too? Hyang responded confidently, father, you've got to look at the bigger picture. The bigger picture, Chungyong looked puzzled. With that quick mind of his, the king soon caught on. You mean foreign trade? Chungyong's eyes lit up. Hyang wasn't surprised, of course, only the great king Chungyong could see it. He explained, by exporting goods, we break geographic limits and grow faster than those land-bound nobles. That argument blew the king's mind. Ah, I see now, truly my son. Meanwhile, Hyang had a sudden bad feeling. If I explain this too well, father's gonna. With a hungry gleam in his eye, Chungyong asked, I have another question. Hyung sighed, knew it. Opening stores requires capital, right? But most money in the hands of nobles. If merchants borrow from them, don't nobles gain more power? Hyung shrugged coolly, that's one way, but what if we attract the merchants to our side? Chungyong blinked, wait, what do you mean? The ones lending them money wouldn't be nobles, it'd be the royal court. Drawing from modern logic, Hyung explained, it's like a national bank, a state-run bank serving a national purpose. The state would be the investor, not private nobles. Merchants could borrow at reasonable interest. Chungyong loved it and made founding a national bank the final stage of the reform. The result, a spike in official positions and the court scrambling to recruit talent for all these new roles. To ensure enough specialists, Chungyong pushed to revise policies so even commoners could receive basic education. His reform involved careful implementation. Officials were sent to local regions to monitor its effects. Still, from day one, problems big and small popped up all over the place. It took ages before full implementation. Only 15 years later would it be truly complete. Historians in the far future would call it the Namjin Reform. The reform was a success. Chungyong thanked his son, Hyung, thank you. It'll take time, but thanks to you, the people will live wealthier lives. Hyung replied playfully, no need, father. Helping you makes me happy already. Chungyong thought, this kid's even more obsessed with this than I am. The king laughed, you little rascal. Hyung then asked curiously, why don't you just let me handle things with the Office of Worthies? Hearing that innocent question, the king chuckled inside. This kid thinks I don't have to get my hands dirty. He whacked his son playfully, you silly boy, I'm king of song. Of course I must understand things myself. Hyung still didn't get it. That's not what I meant. I can work with the ministers and report to you. Chungyong smiled gently, Hyung, between learning by doing and learning from hearsay, which one do you think sticks better? That sentence was etched into Hyung's soul. I don't want to be a king who just sits and stamps papers all day. Then the king cheerfully said, come on in. From that moment, Hyung realized the limits of his abilities, no matter how much he knew about the future. Watching that proud, commanding back, he came to terms with the fact there are still things I can't surpass. At the palace, the eunuchs announced, His Highness has arrived. Hyung respectfully stood and bowed as Chungyong entered. Father, you've come. The king smiled as he walked in calmly, hands behind his back. Grinning, the king said, I just reviewed your chart again. There's one thing I'm curious about. Hearing that, Hyung froze. Father, I really need some rest. Please let me rest. The king laughed, you rascal, this one isn't about reforms. Hyung, though clearly exhausted, asked, so what is it this time? Calmly, Chungyong said, in your presentation, you mentioned several policies. Facing each other, the king looked down at the little guy standing all serious. But why didn't you mention the military at all? Don't tell me you have no ideas. Hyung fell silent, head bowed. When he finally looked up, he wore a bright, albeit forced smile. That smile puzzled the king. You cheeky brat, he chuckled. Hyung replied seriously, if I brought up the military, those guys would have exploded even harder. They sat across from each other with a tiny reading table between them. Hyung asked, Father, what's your view on our military? The king shot back. I believe our nation's still unstable. We don't have a proper system to manage the army. We must invest more manpower and resources to face any threats the Song dynasty might encounter. Hyung smiled, perfect, it's time. The king then asked, what do you think, Hyung? He confidently replied, I completely agree, father. In particular, I think we must build a much stronger navy. The king was surprised. Navy, you say? Hyung began his case, yes. Sadly, the Song dynasty doesn't yet have a powerful enough navy to dominate the seas. Even during the Tsushima campaign years ago, our navy wasn't strong enough. Over half the troops were untrained civilians. That's not even close to what we needed. And that's not the only issue, Hyung continued. Our ships are tiny. Even crossing from Busan to Tsushima is like rolling the dice with your life. Stroking his chin, the king frowned thoughtfully. You're right, we need to boost warship production and expand the navy. Hyung nodded, exactly, father. Chungyong rubbed his chin again. The biggest issue now is the budget. Hyung boldly declared, I have a suggestion to fix that, father. The king looked up in surprise. You do? What is it? Hyung grinned and continued. Hyung's eyes sparkled like twin lanterns as he stared straight at his royal dad and declared, mining. The king blinked in confusion. A mining. A poster featuring a farmer holding a pickaxe with a few explanatory sentences was posted on the wall. A man smacked the poster and shouted, the court commands all skilled miners to report to the Ministry of Works. The bystanders squinted at the image, still baffled. What's mining again? Men and women queued up to take a look, whispering, so, like digging rocks, where are they making us dig rocks now? Bet there's a gold mine somewhere. Back at the palace, the king stroked his chin on his throne. The first thing we need is a stable currency supply, gold, silver, copper, anything else. A high minister bowed, seems that should be enough, your majesty. But Hyang peeked around, thinking, to enjoy my hobbies later, I'll definitely need that. So he boldly stepped up, Father, there's still more we'll need. The king turned to him, what would that be? Hyang seriously listed, iron, sulfur, limestone, and a mineral called coal. Chungyong tilted his head, I get the others, but what's coal? Hyang calmly explained, coal forms when trees burn, then get compressed into rock. It burns hotter and easier than wood, and using it could help stop deforestation. The king leaned forward in surprise. Really, that's great, but what's limestone for? Hyang answered carefully, limestone's essential for construction and smelting iron. The king blinked again. Construction, how does that work? Hyang stayed cool as ever. Apologies, father, I still need to research that, but it's very common, so gathering it shouldn't be hard. Hyang knew full well iron, coal, cement are keys to an industrial revolution. Without them, forget advancing technology. Minister Kim Jeom looked uneasy. Pardon, Prince, but the Song dynasty has no sulfur mines. That's why we still import from Japan. Hyang now focused on Kim Jeom and shot back, but how do we know we don't have any? Maybe we just haven't found it yet. Both Japan and the Ming dynasty have sulfur and we do. That doesn't sound right. His words shocked Kim Jeom and his colleague. Maybe the sulfur mine's just hidden somewhere. And sulfur's main use is making gunpowder, critical for national defense. Hyang raised his finger confidently. If we keep relying on imports, this could become a huge problem someday. His solid statement jolted everyone in the court to attention. They turned to look at Hyang. Chungyong leaned in, beaming. You're right, we must research this more. A high official echoed the urgency. We'll instruct the miners to look for sulfur while digging. Hyang smirked, just as he predicted, mention national defense and everyone falls in line. Skilled miners from all 8 provinces gathered in Hanyang, eyes glowing like headlights, thrilled to finally be taken seriously. Chungyong even created a division called the Ministry of Resources under the Ministry of Works to manage them. The palace added a new hall just for this. Yunganjai handed the miners a scroll. Your job is to search every inch of the Song dynasty for the minerals listed here. You'll be handsomely rewarded, so do a great job. They stood at attention, axes in hand, shouting, We'll do our best, sir. Suddenly, the king arrived at the site just as the orders were being given. His Majesty has arrived. Behind him followed a troop of servants and eunuchs, one of them shading him with a ceremonial red parasol. The startled miners immediately dropped to their knees, bowing low. Your humble subjects greet your highness. Chungyong stopped in front of them with a gentle smile, speaking slowly. The work you're about to do is crucial. The wealth and strength of our nation depend on its outcome, so I hope you'll give it your all. The miners responded in unison, We'll do our best, your highness. Just as he was explaining another interruption, he handed the scroll to the miners. Take a close look at this list, see if anything's missing. They bowed. Yes, sir. One miner opened the scroll and read aloud, Let's see. Gold, silver, copper, coal, what's that? Another peered over and said, I've heard of that, it's a black rock that catches fire easily. The first one frowned. A rock that catches fire sounds sketchy. He kept reading. Sulfur, do we even have that in our country? As he unrolled the scroll further, he noticed extra writing tucked into the corner. Curious, he pulled out more of the scroll. There's more writing here in the corner. A guy behind him leaned in. What's it say? It's all hidden away like a secret treasure map. He read aloud, Report immediately if you find this mineral, a shiny black stone, similar to obsidian but more fragile. The writer even thoughtfully included a drawing, a pitch-black chunk lying neatly next to its label. Its name, graphite. Scene change back to the grand, majestic palace. By the palace wall stood a wagon loaded with 4 bags full of raw materials. Hyang and his eunuch stood respectfully in front of it. Grinning with joy, Hyang said, Fantastic, they did a great job, we now have all the essential materials. The eunuch stepped forward. Your Highness, a report has arrived. The envoy to the Ming dynasty has returned. Hyang turned with excitement lighting up his face. They've finally come back. At court, the king sat regally on his throne, gazing down at 2 neat lines of civil and military officials. The royal scribe recorded every word. These are the gifts received this time. Minister of Revenue Kim Jeom and Lee Chang-ho stood closest to the tribute display. They stared surprised at the gift items. Chungyong stroked his chin in confusion, deep in thought. After a while, he finally asked, What's this map about? On the table was a map of some unknown place the king couldn't quite figure out. The emperor tilted his head. And what's with this pile of books and maps? Hyung quickly chimed in, "Father, I asked the envoy to bring those. They're essential for managing a country." The map was full of labeled spots, notes, and routes, records of Zhang He's great explorations. Minister Kim Jiam stepped forward. "I've heard of a man named Zhang He, a eunuch under the Yongle Emperor. He supposedly led voyages to distant seas on imperial orders." Hyung recalled Zhang, the famed eunuch of the Ming dynasty, revered by modern Chinese, who reportedly reached Southeast Asia and even Africa. Chungyong snapped his fingers. "Ah yes, I've heard of him too, but I still don't get what his travels have to do with governance." Hyung unrolled the map and beamed, "Father, look at this. This thing is worth 1,000 gold coins." But clearly no one else understood the map's true value. The whole court just stared at the young prince with a bunch of question marks floating over their heads. Hyung sighed internally, already tired. He tried again. "Do you all remember the issue about importing buffalo horns?" Officials blinked. "Buffalo horns." Hyung explained, "They're used to make bows. Since we lack them, we've been importing from the Ming. Think of a big buffalo with giant horns, perfect for making war bows. But they only give us these when we pay tribute, which is so annoying." Hyung challenged the room. "Seriously, is the Ming the only place with buffalo? I've heard D-stroke letter 1EA1, IV, letter 1EC7T, and Siam have tons of them too. Yet we've done zero trade with them. Why?" Hyung pointed out 2 countries on the map that could supply buffalo horns but had never been contacted. "That's because we don't even know the route to get there right." He asked a loaded question, eyes sharp, one that none of the ministers had ever thought about, yet now it hit them like a thunderbolt. Hyung continued his bold declaration, "But with this map we'll know how to reach those lands. Once we do, we can trade directly, no more pointless spending." Chungyong stroked his chin and smirked. "Oh." Then he gave a thumbs up. "Well done, kid." Li Changho, thoroughly confused, whispered, Your Majesty, what's the thumb gesture mean?" Hyung looked like he wanted to laugh but held it in. The king proudly explained, "It means you're the best. The prince just taught me that last week." The king cleared his throat, becoming serious again. "But Hyung, there's something I'm wondering. Why would the Ming just give us such crucial information for free?" "What did you do, son?" he asked, narrowing his eyes. Hyung broke into a cold sweat. About that." Hyung recalled the Ming reception scene. The emissaries reached the court where the emperor, draped in dazzling yellow robes, welcomed them grandly. "You've come from afar. I appreciate the effort." The Yongle emperor admired the tribute, a fierce hawk in a golden cage. "Ah yes, just as I expected, T-181NG's falcons are so refined." "Since you've brought such a noble bird," the emperor added, "we must reciprocate. What does T-181NG desire?" The lead envoy bowed deeply. "Sulfur and copper, your majesty." The emperor smiled, then issued a decree to arrange the appropriate gift. "Anything else?" the emperor asked. The envoy hesitated, clearly nervous. After a long pause, he blurted, "Forgive us, your majesty, but we humbly request the records of Zhang's great expeditions." The emperor raised an eyebrow. "Zhang's exploration logs. And what would T-181NG want those for?" The envoy stammered, then suddenly looked up with wide eyes. The 3 emissaries exchanged glances, then launched into full performance mode. "We're but a tiny country, hidden in a forgotten corner of the vast world. We had no idea the world was so grand until your majesty revealed it to us. We've heard the eunuch Zhang spread your majesty's greatness across the seas. How we envy the nations who witnessed it firsthand." The emperor beamed, clearly enjoying the flattery. "We just want a chance to witness the Ming Empire's magnificence with our own eyes," they said in sync, almost singing. Even the Ming ministers started getting annoyed as the trio kept chirping nonstop. "That's pretty much how it went," Hyung said flatly. Chungyong blinked. "Wow, those emissaries really earned their salaries." He leaned on his palm. "Still, I can't help but wonder, why would they give us something this valuable so easily? Could they be plotting something?" The king's question drew everyone's attention to the documents. One official squinted. "Wait, what's this?" He approached the table of maps and texts. "Your Majesty, something feels off about this." Chungyong raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" The official picked up the document and gasped. This isn't a copy, it's the original." The room exploded. "The original? Did they mess up?" Sung widened his eyes. This won't be a problem later, will it?" The official carefully flipped through the pages, then something slipped out and landed with a thud, making everyone jump. He picked it up. It was a letter. He quickly reported, "Your Highness, there's a letter inside." Chungyong reached out. "Give it to me." The man, trembling for some reason, handed it over with both hands and a nervous look. Chungyong received the letter, opened it, and began reading its contents. He scratched his chin in confusion, furrowing his brows. Good grief, I just can't make heads or tails of this. Hyang, standing below, asked, Father, may I read it too? The king nodded. Shangshan, let the crown prince read it. Shangshan took the letter and respectfully handed it to Hyang. Hyang focused on reading. This document came through official channels. Therefore, T-letter 181NG doesn't need to question its validity. As he finished, Hyang lit up with excitement and thought to himself, no way. He imagined the Yongle Emperor grinning while shoving the map and letter into Chungnyeong's stiff hands like a used napkin. Here, take it, just take it, don't ask anything. Even Hyang found it all too generous to believe, but that's exactly how it felt. Hyang bowed. Your Majesty, his words caught the king's full attention. The young prince continued. It seems the Ming dynasty really wants to give this to us. Chungnyeong blinked in disbelief. What you mean? Hyang's memory drifted back to his past life. A chalkboard, a teacher writing Yongle Emperor on it, and asking, do any of you know why the Ming Emperor sent Zhang on expeditions? Teacher Min turned, his face serious. To understand that, we need to talk about how the Yongle Emperor came to power. It was through a coup, so he lacked legitimacy. Thus, he needed impressive political achievements to wow the people, and the Great Voyages were one way to do that. So then, why didn't anyone repeat Zhang's expeditions in the 15th century? If they had, the age of exploration might have started in Asia instead of Europe. Because their foreign trade wasn't really trade, it was a tribute system. People sent tribute, and they had to be rewarded for it. But tribute from faraway lands wasn't profitable. The Yongle Emperor was plagued by logistical headaches. Reality didn't match the ideal. Why? Because when ships returned, they had to reward contributors, repair vessels, and if one sank, boom, build a new one. That cost a lot. Officials got fat bonuses for funding expeditions, but maintenance alone drained resources. That's why, after the emperor died, all records were wiped to stop future emperors from repeating his ambitious mistakes. Tiny Hyang stood tall, quoting lessons from Teacher Min's class like a mini historian. That's why to the Ming Emperor this record was just a hot potato. Chungnyeong rubbed his chin. You're right, expeditions are expensive. A minister chimed in, but Your Highness, if it's so costly, shouldn't we avoid it too? Hyang replied calmly, no worries, we're not the Ming dynasty. The king leaned in. What's the difference? Hyang smiled with confidence. Our foreign policy structure, while the Ming relied on tribute and return gifts. We'll go with bilateral trade. Hyang proposed the solution. Chungnyeong perked up. Trade. The court ministers were equally stunned. Bilateral, what now? Hyang beamed. Instead of copying the Ming dynasty, we could develop bilateral trade ourselves. A wave of murmurs spread through the court. Bilateral trade? What on earth is that? Hyang looked at his father and explained, it's the opposite of the Ming's tribute gift system. Instead, we can buy and sell daily necessities with other nations. Chungnyeong requested, explain in more detail. Yes, father, first our state will handle transportation and ensure merchants' safety. In return, we'll collect taxes and fees to ensure profits from the trade. Doing so, we can import many essential goods for our people at low prices. And since we'll be the sole supplier, the government can control market prices. Chungnyeong listened to every word like he was binge-watching a palace drama. The Minister of Revenue raised a question, essential goods from other countries. Most of the high-quality stuff we already produce ourselves. Hyang looked calmly at the ministers and asked, Gentlemen, are you familiar with black pepper? Minister Kim Jeom jumped at the name. Black pepper. Then it seemed to hit him and he gasped, oh right, pepper, totally forgot about that. Pepper, exactly. Hyang smiled as he watched them chat excitedly. He remembered bawling over bland meals in his past life. These guys have no idea how miserable food is without pepper. He recalled how rare and expensive pepper was, sold only through Arab traders. One official objected, but importing goods from foreign lands is risky. If things go south, our nation's wealth could bleed away, but Hyang was prepared. That risk exists, sure, but if we block all money flow blindly, then smuggling will rise, people will pay even more for goods, and corruption will spread because more folks will bribe officials to look the other way. The official nodded, finally getting it. Hyang pushed on, the richer T-letter 1ED1NG becomes, the better life gets for our people. Aspiring for better is just human nature, don't you all agree? And with that, a minister spoke up, I agree. Hearing that support, Hyang turned with a grin. In that case, he stepped forward and asked Kim Jeom, Minister, what about the rest of the stuff I asked for besides the books? The old man tilted his head and replied, they're in storage, Your Highness. Hyang turned to his father, may I bring them to the Eastern Palace, father? The king immediately nodded, granted. Kim Jeom reminded him, there are 20 more chests though. The old man signaled for a chest to be carried out. Hyung's eyes sparkled, seriously. Happily, he opened one. Lee Chang-ho stretched his neck to peek inside. There's more than I expected, Hyung mumbled. The king asked, what is it? Hyung turned to answer, this is the first thing we should sell. The chest was packed with fine brown powder. Sugar, the king guessed. In the Song era, sugar was a luxury item. Hyung remembered a class where a coffee and a bar of dark chocolate were on the teacher's desk. Teacher Min sipped coffee and continued lecturing. Sugar's expensive due to tough farming conditions. It's a luxury. The class grumbled. Teacher, it's lunch break. One minister gawked at the chest. Sugar, that reddish stuff. Lee Chang-ho frowned, and the crown prince has 20 chests of it. Even Chung-Yong glanced awkwardly and reminded, Crown Prince, even if you are royalty, living this extravagantly is a no-go. Hyung burst out laughing below and quickly defended himself, glancing to his right. Minister of Revenue, the goods list includes prices, doesn't it? The old man nodded. Yes, it does. Hyung asked, how much was it? The minister pulled out his ledger and flipped to the page, scanning it quickly. Let's see, sugar, he read aloud, 20 taels of silver per batch. The number shocked everyone. All the officials stared at the old man like he just said sugar was growing on trees. Even Chung-Yong was skeptical. Are you sure that's not a mistake? Another question followed. Minister, how much sugar did we buy in total? The old man fumbled a bit and did the math. 200 kilograms. Everyone screamed in unison. What? Sung nearly fainted. That's not even enough for a pinch of sugar in my tea. Even Lee Chang-ho looked baffled. How is that even possible? Samchin-po's lecture echoed in Hyung's head. If you dig deeper into Song dynasty records, you'll realize how severely closed off they were. The people of Song had no clue that the Ming had begun mass-producing sugar. Their sugarcane fields stretched for miles, and sugar became so common it was practically peasant candy. Using knowledge from his past life, Hyung seized the moment. So yes, father, I scored us a mountain of sugar at dirt-cheap prices. Everyone was stunned by Hyung's intellect. Chung-Yong proudly gave him a thumbs up. I'm truly proud of you, my brilliant son, you're a real crown prince. But just then, the Minister of Public Works side-eyed the emperor with a not-so-happy expression. He raised an objection seriously. Your Majesty, I must protest. We already have honey and grain syrup. We shouldn't rely on foreign goods. Another official spoke up in defense. That's incorrect. Honey is rare and grain syrup depends on harvest yields. It's not reliable. Foreign goods are a better bet. The two began tossing arguments like dodgeballs. Why choose the hard way when there's an easier one? Their glare said they'd brawl if etiquette didn't stop them. Importing makes us dependent, one shouted. But do we just watch smuggling grow unchecked? The other fired back. They argued right in front of Hyung and the emperor while Hyung listened patiently. Calm and composed, Hyung waited for silence before asking, have any of you ever tasted cane sugar? Sung blinked. What? The ministers looked sheepish. I tried it once, one muttered. Another coughed. After passing the national exam I had some. One scratched his head. Forgive me, I never have. Hyung sighed, slumped in defeat. Man, our Song dynasty is poor, he whispered, but Chung-Yong seemed to catch it and asked, what did you just say? Hyung quickly dodged. Me, nothing at all. Regaining composure, Hyung turned toward the throne. Father, I have a proposal. The king didn't answer right away. What is it? Hyung continued. We just acquired a huge batch of sugar. Why don't we share it with the ministers and reward the palace staff with it? He suggested cheerfully. The ministers blinked, confused. Sugar as a reward. Hyung grinned like the morning sun. Yes, recognizing those who put the kingdom first is essential. And so, the proposal was approved. The ministers were tasked with distributing sugar to the eunuchs and palace servants. The Minister of Public Works sat at home, staring at the opened bag of sugar on his table, lost in thought. Not long after, all the ministers agreed to resell their share of sugar. A few days later, Chung-Yong was happily munching on long, ivory-colored cakes with great satisfaction. Just then, a palace servant announced, Your Highness, the Crown Prince has arrived. Hyung cheerfully trotted into the hall and approached the throne. Father, you summoned me. The king jumped a little. Ah, you're here already. Hyung saw the emperor eating sugar and frowned, shouting, You're eating sugar again, your belly's getting rounder. The emperor panicked, caught red-handed. I was going to skip dinner, I swear. But Hyung didn't let up. What if you get diabetes? The emperor gave up, raising his hands. All right, I heard you. While they were chatting, a servant announced from outside, Your Majesty, the ministers have arrived. Hyung glanced toward the door and the king cleared his throat. Let them in. The palace doors swung open. The court officials entered the hall one by one. Hyang turned his head to observe the new arrivals. He blinked in confusion. Who are these people? This is my first time seeing them. 7 officials were summoned, and Hyang was the 8th. They sat in neat rows beneath the emperor, who sat high upon the throne and declared, "Everyone's here." As you all know, the left chief minister has retired and several high posts remain vacant after the recent incident. I've made decisions regarding these positions. This might be the first time the crown prince meets you all, so introduce yourselves. Hyang looked around, thinking, wait a minute. An elderly man bowed respectfully. I am Sajung, the right chief minister. One by one, the others followed suit. A stern-looking man with a long beard spoke. I am Hwang-hee, the new left chief minister. Then a man in red robes with a neatly trimmed mustache said, I am Lee Jik, chief minister of affairs. The 4 high-ranking officials finished introducing themselves. Hyang stared at them, startled. Are you kidding me? They're actually here, for real? His expression was somewhere between shocked and oddly delighted, like a mischievous kitten. They're really here, that means, but his thoughts were interrupted by the emperor. Minister of Public Works, about our country's measurement standards, didn't you inquire recently? Chungyong smiled and gestured to the ministers. We'll need more accurate instruments, have Jang Yong handle it. The minister bowed. As you command, your majesty. But Hyang was still mentally reeling. Could it really be the Jang Yong I read about in history, that towering figure of power? Is this the grand entrance I've been waiting for? Scene change, Hyang was now scribbling something with a fountain pen. Inside the Eastern Palace study, he sat focused at his desk, writing away, ignoring the world. Hyang rolled up the scroll and cheerfully exclaimed, done. Holding the scroll, he opened the door and called to his attendant, let's go to the Royal Medical Institute, quickly. The eunuch bowed, yes, your highness. Hyang marched forward with a spring in his step, grinning. I'm coming to see you, Lord Jang Yong. In the Eastern Palace, so Jang Yong isn't at the medical institute right now. Hyang's voice echoed in the private hall. The eunuch respectfully replied, no, your highness, he's currently at the water clock site. Hyang's face immediately fell. Noticing this, the eunuch quickly added, I'll summon him to the Eastern Palace right away. But Hyang remained silent. He turned around and said, forget it, summoning busy people all the time isn't great. Did you say he's at the water clock? The eunuch stood still and replied, yes, your highness. So Hyang went alone to find the water clock. The small boy stood before the massive, ancient contraption and looked even smaller in comparison. Hyang stared up in awe. Whoa, it's huge. He scratched his chin and tilted his head back. So this is the early Song Dynasty's water-powered timekeeping device. It's even bigger than I imagined, he murmured. Suddenly someone walked up and startled Hyang, making him spin around. Jang Yong was scratching his head, muttering to himself while staring at a sheet of paper. No, not like this, if I do it that way. Hyang walked closer and asked, hey, are you Jang Yong? Hearing the voice made Jang Yong realize someone was near. He turned to face Hyang and bowed politely. This humble servant greets the crown prince. Hyang was taken aback by the formality. This humble servant, dude, if a 5th-rank official starts talking like that, people will roast you. Facing him directly, Hyang said, forget it. Just now I saw you staring at the water clock all worried. Got a problem? Jang Yong sighed and spoke up. His Highness ordered me to design a more accurate water clock. I understand the basic structure, but the math, the numbers are tricky. Hyang quietly listened. After hearing him out, Hyang smiled confidently. Got it. He looked up at the bulky clock, then turned back to Jang Yong with a cheerful grin. Well, what if we just make a smaller version? That suggestion practically put question marks in Jang Yong's eyes. He bent down and replied, I thought of that too, but we really can't make it smaller. Before he could finish, Hyang shoved a scroll into his hands. So I took the liberty of sketching a new design. You're the expert, take a look and tell me what you think. Jang Yong opened the scroll and examined it closely. What the? Outwardly he stayed calm, but inside he was screaming, this is nuts. Designing a new clock isn't child's play. But as he read through the scroll, his eyes widened like flying saucers. His gaze was filled with shock and disbelief. In his mind, this is a fully detailed schematic of a water-powered clock meticulously drawn by Hyang. The design even featured a pendulum system that replaced water force with kinetic force. There were gears of all sizes carefully aligned. Jang Yong silently praised the blueprint. This was way too convincing. He glanced at Hyang. How can such a tiny kid come up with this? Meanwhile, Hyang was grinning, waiting for feedback. So, what do you think? Jang Yong folded the scroll and looked at Hyang curiously. Did your highness come up with this yourself? Hyang clasped his hands behind his back and half-truthed. Well, about 30% is Western knowledge. The other 100% was 21st century tech, but he kept that part quiet. So, Hyung urged, can you make it? Jang Yong suddenly lit up. Not totally sure, but I'll give it a try. Hyung beamed, great, then go make it happen. Jang Yong cheerfully turned back to his work, but not before smiling. As you command, Your Highness. After running just a few steps, Jang Yong skidded to a stop. Oops, I forgot something. Hyung looked confused. Jang Yong rushed back and said apologetically, actually, I can't. I'm currently working on a royal assignment. Please forgive me, but as soon as that's done, I'll get to the clock. Hyung didn't look too happy. Fine, I'll handle that part for you. Jang Yong blinked. Wait, what? Hyung said, I'll handle father's orders. You go ahead and start designing that clock. Jang Yong hesitated. Is that allowed? I might lose my head for this. Hyung declared firmly, don't worry. He started offering Jang Yong a few options. You said doing all the calculations by yourself is hard, right? Do you know anyone good with numbers? The two of them exchanged ideas. Jang Yong thought, math, huh? Then he listed names. There, Lord Hyo Jo from the Ministry of Works, Lord Young In Jai from the Hall of Worthies, and I heard Lord Kim Hoyun from the Ministry of Justice is also. Hyung snapped his fingers and chuckled. All right, I get it. He patted the hand holding the scroll and said, I'll handle those issues for you. No need to worry, just focus on studying this design. Scene shift in front of Chungyong's palace. A eunuch announced, Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has arrived. The Emperor replied, let him in. As soon as he saw Hyung, Chungyong asked, Crown Prince, what brings you here? Inside, Chungyong was discussing state affairs with the ministers. Hyung bowed respectfully and declared, I have a proposal, father. The ministers gasped when they heard Hyung had yet another proposal. Here comes the Crown Prince with more ideas. Chungyong was also surprised, his expression tense, thinking, what now? But aloud he stayed composed. Of course, what's your proposal? Hyung calmly explained. I would like your permission to recruit certain officials, father. Chungyong, intrigued, asked, you want to recruit people? Hyung boldly named names. I need Lord Young In Jai from the Hall of Worthies, Lord Hyo Jo from the Ministry of Works, and Lord Kim Hoyun from the Ministry of Justice. The named ministers were startled and stammered, us. Hyung continued, I also need a few craftsmen from the military, and Lord Jang Yong from the Royal Medical Office. Sajang spoke up, Your Majesty, those individuals. Chungyong calmly glanced at him, then asked, why do you look so shocked? Is there a problem with those officials? Sajang hesitated, not exactly, but he slowly explained, Your Majesty, forgive me, but those men are key talents in their posts. Without them, handling state affairs will be very difficult. I'm sure the Crown Prince's work is important, but national matters are more urgent. Chungyong turned to his son, Crown Prince, explain why you need these people. Hyung frowned, then stated clearly, I want to invent things that will make the Song dynasty wealthier and stronger. The Emperor was surprised. Invent. Hyung carefully continued, yes, father, I wish to invent new things to enrich and empower our nation. His mind filled with the dozens of designs sitting in the East Palace study. But they're only basic structures for now. I need precise calculations, so I need experts in mathematics. Those experts were precisely the ones he had listed. If they work with me, they'll become pioneers in creating prosperity and military strength for our dynasty, like wings for a tiger. Just imagining it got Hyung pumped up, but contrasting his fiery passion were the confused, pitying looks from Chungyong and the ministers. What is the Crown Prince even doing these days? The next day at the East Palace, the three requested officials gathered. Young In Jai greeted first, Lord Kim Hoyun, long time no see. Jang Yong sat in the middle and politely replied, Lord Young In Jai, it's been a while. The three exchanged greetings. Lord Young In Jai asked, so the Crown Prince said you're making a clock, is that true? Jang Yong nodded and showed him the scroll. Yes, this is the clock design drawn by the Crown Prince himself. He squinted and frowned slightly as he looked over the design. This uses a single time system to define the whole day, but the Song dynasty currently uses a different time system at night. Isn't this going to confuse the people? At that moment, someone walked into the room and responded to the question, we will make the people use the same time system for both day and night. That someone was Hyung, cheerfully hugging a stack of papers scribbled all over. The three officials stood and greeted in unison, we greet the Crown Prince. Hyung continued explaining, the current system depends on the seasons, so it's inefficient. Isn't it better for people to switch from the old timekeeping system to just one universal time system? Jang Yong spoke up, that's right, but may I ask, what exactly does His Highness want us to do? Hyang tapped the stack of papers on the table with a grin. First things first. He happily shoved the whole stack toward the three scholars. Would you be so kind as to solve all these math problems for me? Li Jik and Jang Yong were both visibly surprised. The Minister of Works blinked at the problem set he received. What is this? Hyang explained quickly, just some simple problems, go ahead and try them out. Holding the papers, Li Jik stared in disbelief. Land area calculations. Meanwhile, Jang Yong sighed in despair. If only I had an abacus. A while later, Hyang sat in thought, analyzing the results in his hand. Wow, he muttered, slightly speechless. Their scores are kinda tragic, highest was just a 70. Inside that small head of his, he was already cooking up solutions. We've gotta standardize these calculations and teach them math, but I'm way too busy to teach personally. So Hyang made up his mind, guess I'll have to find someone who can. Scene shift, 1 month later in the Prime Administration Hall. A pendulum clock stood proudly in the middle of the hall. Chungyong clapped his hands in delight. Hwang Hee and the Minister of Rights were just as shocked. Standing proudly beside it, Hyang pointed at the clock and announced, this new clock is to replace the water clock. It'll be placed not only in the palace but in all 6 ministries. That way, everyone in the Song dynasty can know the time. Chungyong walked up to it with joy, giving orders as he inspected it. Yes, yes, Minister of Works, begin installations in the palace and ministries. The minister replied, at once, Your Majesty. Below the dais, Sajung and the Minister of Personnel whispered praises, another brilliant invention from the Crown Prince. With this, our lives will be way more convenient. However, reality had other plans. This was just the beginning of a nightmare. Scene shift, back at the Prime Hall, Sajung and the Minister of Personnel were frantically running. Oh no, we're late again. As they entered, they froze in fear at the grim, stormy aura radiating from Chungyong. We're doomed. The Emperor smiled coldly, brows twitching, and asked, Minister of Rights, Minister of Revenue, what time is it now? Hearing that, Sajung and the Minister instantly dropped to their knees and wailed, We beg your Majesty for forgiveness. Over at the Ministry of Rights, things weren't going much better. The minister exploded, Are you still not done with that report I asked for? A junior official turned pale. The poor guy stammered, I am so sorry, please just give me a little more time. But the minister barked back, Didn't you say it'd be done by 5 p.m.? It's already past that. The official could only bow and mutter endless apologies. Meanwhile, at Jung and Jai's office, things weren't any brighter. When is this report going to be ready? He asked. Everyone looked nervous. If Your Excellency allows us, we can try to finish it by 7 p.m. Hearing that, Jung and Jai exploded in rage. It's only 7:00 a.m. and you're already slacking off? The two officials immediately surrendered, raising their hands in defeat. Mercy, mercy. Exhausted, Jung and Jai stormed out while still scolding, You topped your exams, but you're slower than snails in winter. The two just stood there, heads bowed in shame. At a tavern, a bunch of officials were drowning their sorrows in wine and complaints. Damn it, what kind of cursed era is this? Who the heck made that ridiculous clock? I swear, I'm gonna find them and beat 'em up. Their swearing echoed beyond the tavern walls. That damned Minister of Works, I'm this close to resigning. Scene shift inside the palace. Hyang was strolling with his father, chatting as they walked. Thank you, Hyang. Chungyong shared his thoughts. Thanks to you, court matters have been lively lately. We're no longer wasting time like before. Yet Hyang humbly replied, You flatter me, father. I'll continue doing my best and bring even more useful things for you. Chungyong beamed, patting his son's head. They laughed together. Such humility, I'm truly proud to have a son like you. Then Chungyong offered, Is there anything else you need to build those inventions? As if waiting for that cue, Hyang smiled slyly. So sly that even Chungyong broke into a nervous sweat. To be honest, father, there is one little thing. Chungyong replied, Really, let's hear it. Hyang gave him the full puppy eye treatment. It's nothing big, I just need, he paused dramatically, a small independent palace. Chungyong was so shocked he nearly fainted. A separate palace. Hyang quickly jumped in to soften the blow. I need a quiet place to focus on research. Teary-eyed, he looked pitiful. While making the clock, I had so much trouble. No space on the table, parts everywhere. I even had to eat on the floor. The reason sounded reasonable, but still, a whole palace? Chungyong hesitated. So Hyang played his ultimate card, crying loudly, adorably, with a dramatic reason. If I had my own place, I'd invent way more. Chungyong looked flustered and finally gave in a little. All right, but I need to discuss this with the ministers first. 5 days later, the Academy of Science and Technological Development of the Song dynasty was born. Jung and Jai and Jang Yong were stunned by what stood before them. One asked, one answered, but both were baffled by the sight in front of them. Where even are we? They say this is a court department, this tiny shack. Looking at the rundown space, Hyung teared up a little but declared with resolve, a small start, but our results will be great. No one will ever look down on us again. Still skeptical, they asked, Your Highness, what exactly are we here to do? Hyung beamed and invited them in. Good question, come in first. He unrolled a set of blueprints and began explaining the structure of the Science Academy. Standing before the four high officials, Hyung confidently presented, This is the organizational chart for our research academy. Here, we'll work on inventions to make the Song dynasty rich and strong. I'll be the head, and under me will be 2 subdepartments. He explained the first will be the Institute of Basic Sciences and Technical Research. Let's call it the Basic Institute. The second will be the Applied Sciences and Technical Research Institute. Just call it the Applied Institute. All 4 men were visibly surprised and paid close attention. Then Hyung assigned tasks. Young-in Jai and the Minister of Works, you'll be part of the Basic Institute. And Lee Jik, he added, you'll be with the Applied Institute. Director Jang will manage military supplies and craftsmen from other departments to help fabricate what's needed for our research. Naturally, they asked, we understand, but specifically, what are we actually doing? Hyung grinned, glad you asked, I'll explain now. The Basic Institute will use mathematics to explore fields like metallurgy, chemistry, and architecture. The job of the Applied Institute is to take those research results and push them to the next level, using both the Basic Institute's output and prior knowledge. Jang Yong blinked, wait, metallurgy and architecture are fields of study? Hyung just casually replied, of course. Only when we understand the theory can we come up with awesome new ideas. Jang Yong nodded, I see. Hyung, feeling pleased, added, if any of you know officials good at math, drag them into our institute. And if there aren't enough, he added cheerfully, you can recruit Muslims too. Young-in Jai did a double take. Wait, what? He scratched his head, aren't Muslims just merchants from Saracen? The suspicion was too strong, so Young-in Jai asked, pardon me, but won't other ministers object if we use Muslims? Hyung calmly replied, this is necessary for what the Basic Institute is about to do. If anyone complains, just drop my name. Muslims have been in the Korean peninsula since the Silla period, doing trade through the Qin and Song dynasties. They're great at math, definitely useful. Lee Jik chimed in, so the Applied Institute just waits until research is done, but Hyung didn't answer immediately. Sir, he said instead, could you step outside with me for a moment? The two walked off to another location. While walking, Hyung mused, he's a military man from the Ministry of War, so for him. Once they arrived, Hyung began, we're going to. He then pulled out something that looked like a cannon and declared their next mission. Let's upgrade artillery. Lee Jik froze on the spot like a statue. I'm sorry, what now? Seeing his reaction, Hyung chuckled inside. For a military man, what could be more exciting than this? As expected, Lee Jik agreed enthusiastically. I'll make it happen no matter what, but Hyung wasn't done. Good, but first. He got serious. We need someone who knows how to build firearms. Anyone come to mind? Lee Jik hesitated. Well. Then he remembered General Heesun. He's the director of the Military Supplies Bureau. Hyung asked, Heesun, that name rings a bell. He's the son of General Choi Museon, a former official of the previous dynasty. He should be working at the Ministry of War now. Once he found the man he needed, Hyung grinned from ear to ear. Then let's go straight to the Ministry of War, Lee Jik quickly followed. Yes, Your Highness. At the Ministry of War, a senior official stood before Hyung and asked, Your Highness requested to see me. Turns out he was a retired military man and weapons expert, Director of Military Supplies, Heesun. Seeing Heesun's stern and commanding aura, Hyung couldn't help but admire him. Wow, this guy's got presence. He respectfully greeted him. It's an honor to finally meet you. But Heesun didn't return the greeting. Instead, he looked so angry that even his eyebrows seemed to be wrestling each other. Hyung froze, face going pale. Yikes, I already felt nervous and now his face looks like thunder. But suddenly, Heesun burst into a big cheerful smile and boomed, Thank you, Your Highness. It's an honor to meet you, he said. What brings Your Highness to the Ministry of War today? Hyung, still stunned by the mood whiplash, muttered, Let's sit down first. Once they were seated, Hyung began, Lee Jik, General Heesun, would you like to invent things with me? They blinked. What do you mean, Your Highness? Hyung clarified quickly, I want to improve the military weapons of the Song dynasty. Weapons? They echoed. Hyung calmly explained, exactly. Our army can't compete with the Ming, and Japan is beating us in close combat too. Am I wrong? Heesun had no comeback. You're right. Hyung continued, our finances are a mess, and we can't just keep recruiting more soldiers. So, I believe we need to improve our weapon quality first, then expand the army gradually, he said firmly. Lee Jik and Heesun gaped in shock, mouths wide open. After regaining composure, they hesitated. Pardon us, but the song's spears and swords are already quite good. Hyung didn't budge. Yes, but weapons aren't just spears and swords, are they? Then Hyung revealed what he'd been hinting at. The weapons I'm talking about are gunpowder-based. Heesun was visibly surprised but pointed out a flaw. You mean guns and cannons? Do you have a way to improve those? Hyung hesitated. But the hesitation wasn't from doubt, it was from holding in an evil little grin. His two ministers got goosebumps. What kind of 10-year-old looks like that? Hyung composed himself and said, once I have a detailed plan, I'll explain. But first I want to know how effective our current guns and cannons really are. He asked if a demonstration could be arranged. Unfortunately, they replied, that needs the Emperor's approval, Your Highness. Hyung wasn't discouraged. All right, I'll go ask father. When Chungyong heard Hyung's request, he was stunned. What, a live fire demo? Is that really necessary? If this is just for fun, then forget it. Hyung quickly explained, it's not for fun, father. If we want stronger national defense, improving our firearms is key. But I've never seen our weapons clearly or in action. Chungyong seemed convinced in the end. Very well, Minister of War, organize a demonstration of firearms and cannons. As you command, Your Majesty. He even tossed out some exciting suggestions. By the way, why don't we expand the demo? Let's bring in cavalry, other military units, and show off a whole buffet of guns and cannons. As per Hyung's request, the live fire drill began 10 days later in the training grounds. Chungyong stood tall and announced, I also want to use this opportunity to assess the current condition of our Song army. I expect you all to give it your best. The troops shouted in unison, Yes, Your Majesty. The soldiers rode out to the field on horseback. Everyone took the drill extremely seriously. Up on the viewing platform, Hyung observed as the cavalry and archers kicked things off. He commented, those spears look shorter than I remember. Just then, the commander on the field gave the signal to fire. Arrows whooshed through the air in perfect sync, and they all struck their wooden targets dead on, not a single miss. What followed was an epic horseback charge, pure cinematic glory. A soldier galloped forward, gripping a short spear tightly. With precision, he jabbed it deep into a wooden dummy. Watching this, Hyung was puzzled. Why, they slowed down the horses right there. Isn't that wasting all that momentum? The whole point of cavalry is to smash through the enemy's front lines. He could only sigh in silence. The road ahead is long. Beside him, the commander barked the next set of orders. A soldier with confident steps took the stage. It was none other than Heesun, and his segment was the gun and cannon demonstration. Hyung's eyes sparkled as he watched. Finally, it's starting. Heesun, meanwhile, thought to himself, why does the back of my neck feel like it's on fire? Cannons began rolling into place. All were aimed toward the river with an announcer proudly introducing each one. The biggest one's the Sky Cannon, then we have the Earth Cannon, and lastly the mysterious handheld cannon, an upgraded version of the Sky Cannon. Soon the next command rang out, fire. Immediately, the cannons unleashed massive fireballs with terrifying force. Explosions echoed where they landed. Dirt and rocks erupted into the air. Chungyong, thoroughly impressed, exclaimed, that firepower is insane. What's the range? The commander replied, approximately 1,300 bu, Your Majesty. Then Chungyong turned to his son beside him and eagerly asked, that was amazing. What do you think, my son? But Hyung seemed lost in thought, making his father call him a second time. That's when Hyung snapped out of it and replied, yes, father. He quickly followed up, it was incredible, all thanks to the brilliant generals and elite soldiers. The commander bowed and said, your praise is too generous, Your Highness. Hyung then called out shyly, father, and timidly asked, may I speak with the cannon operators for a bit? There are a few things I'd like to confirm. Hearing that, Chungyong went stiff again. Oh heavens, what scheme is this kid cooking up now? Eventually, permission was granted, and Hyung was led to the two men in charge of the cannons. Seeing him arrive, they immediately bowed and greeted him. Hyung quickly expressed his gratitude. Thanks to your efforts, this nation remains at peace. I'm truly grateful. The two humbly responded, you flatter us, Your Highness. But Hyung was already distracted by something else. He noticed something odd. Wait a second, why are their armors all mismatched? He asked curiously, did you guys prepare your own armor? The two answered in sync, yes, sir. Hyung was speechless. Ah, so that's why their armors look like they came from a thrift store. He recalled reading that during the Song era, soldiers had to supply their own armor. Makes sense then, but let's park the armor problem for now. First, I need to study these cannons. He turned back and asked, are all the cannons and hand cannons here? They replied, yes, Your Highness. Meanwhile at the armory, several hand cannons were neatly displayed in front of him. Hyung's eyes sparkled with joy. He was overjoyed. Who knew I'd get to see these beauties in person? The colors gorgeous. Heesun, standing nearby, had no idea what Hyung was babbling about. Hyung happily touched each cannon. I've only ever seen Song-era cannons in museums, but these are even cooler than I imagined. Suddenly he paused and stared deep into one of the barrels. He realized they were still using wooden cannons without reinforcing rings. Well, makes sense. Cannons with metal rings won't become common for quite some time. He then turned to inspect the rest of the hand cannons. This one made of wood but has reinforcing rings, right? He asked. Heesun confirmed, yes sir. Hyung pondered for a moment. We're still upgrading things bit by bit, but what we need is a full overhaul. The real question is, which should we improve first? After some thought, he made a decision. Let's skip the big cannons for now. I'll focus on the hand cannons. He followed up, General, how's the armor-piercing capability of these hand cannons? Heesun looked puzzled. Armor-piercing? Hyung clarified, the Jurchen army wears armor, right? Heesun then listed out the different grades of armor but confirmed they all wore either light or standard gear. Hyung immediately caught a loophole and asked, so if they're wearing light armor and got hit by this hand cannon, what would happen? Heesun answered, honestly, I haven't seen it firsthand, but reports from the north say a Jurchen soldier once died from a shot at 40 paces. With that data in mind, Hyung said, all right, I've seen enough, let's head back. Heesun followed, yes, your highness. Hyung walked forward slowly, each step heavy with worry. This is getting complicated. He frowned. It's hard to pinpoint exactly where to even begin solving all this. Back at the training grounds, Chungyong was praising the soldiers. You've all done a fine job. Then he rewarded them. I've prepared food and drink. Eat to your heart's content. The exhausted soldiers suddenly revived, cheering, long live his highness. Amid the loud cheers, Hyung stood silently, lost in thought. Thank you, your highness. He finally couldn't contain himself and blurted out, this won't do, I'm way too curious now. He called out to the cannon crew, hey you two, hand cannon guys. They turned and responded, yes, your highness. But instead of orders, Hyung just gave a suspiciously cunning smile and asked, come with me for a bit, I've got a question for you. The smile alone made them feel danger looming. Us again. And so, they returned once more to the weapons area. Hyung looked a bit guilty, sorry for keeping you from your well-earned feast. The two cannon builders quickly waved it off. No, please don't worry about it, your highness. But of course that was just polite bait. Hyung grinned and got to the point. Oh, then I'll feel free to ask lots of questions. They looked like cornered deer. Ask away, your highness. Hyung started his interrogation. First question, when using this hand cannon, do you feel any inconvenience? They thought for a moment. Inconvenience. He clarified, I mean discomfort, difficulties, annoying stuff, just say whatever comes to mind. They paused, then one of them finally said, well, not uncomfortable exactly, but yes, there is one issue. Hyung perked up, oh, what is it? Most hand cannons need to be mounted on sticks, and even the strongest guys can barely fire more than 2 rounds in a row. The other added also, range and accuracy are a problem. If the target's close, accuracy is decent. But the farther it is, the worse our aim gets. Hearing that, Hyung was fired up. Can I try holding one? They respectfully handed him a hand cannon. Immediately, Hyung nearly faceplanted from the weight, his body lurching forward. Whoa, okay, maybe it's not just heavy. He asked, how much does this thing weigh? Heesun replied, about 8 kg. Hyung followed up, and how long is it? Heesun said, each one's different, but at least 4 chiak long. Hyung asked, wait, each cannon has a different length? Heesun hesitated, then answered, well, depending on the measuring stick used, there's a slight variance. Hearing that, Hyung was stunned. What the so it's like using measuring sticks with different lengths in modern times. He immediately asked, didn't you standardize measurements before making the cannons? Heesun could only chuckle awkwardly. They were all tribute items. Hyung stared at the cannon, pondering. Maybe the issue isn't the center of mass, or maybe. He then asked, how much gunpowder does one hand cannon use? Heesun thought, about 1 incense stick's worth. Hyung gasped WHAT. His reaction startled both Heesun and the eunuch nearby. Your highness, are you all right? Hyung realized he overreacted and scratched his head, laughing nervously. I'm fine, it's just, that's way more gunpowder than I expected. But his worried face betrayed him. Hyung turned to Heesun, I've got all the answers I needed. You two may go. Before leaving, he gave a word of gratitude. You both did well. They responded in unison, thank you, your highness. After Hyung left, the two cannon craftsmen whispered, why's his highness so curious about this stuff? He's still a kid, probably just being nosy. He's at that age where boys love anything that goes boom, right? But inside that tiny head, Hyung had already found what he was looking for. I know the core issue now. The sun was setting as Hyung and Heesun walked back. On the way, Hyung kept asking, General Choi, does firing a hand cannon require 2 people? Heesun replied, usually yes. Hyung raised an eyebrow, but I heard 1 person can do it alone. Heesun explained, if needed, a cannon crewman can clamp the cannon under their right armpit or grip it with the right hand and use the left to light the fuse. Hyung grimaced, that sounds super awkward. Heesun added, exactly, that's why it's typically a 2-man job, but that also creates manpower problems. Expanding the artillery corps becomes tough. Hyung came to a conclusion, alright then, let's solve the hand cannon problem first. He noted the biggest issue with hand cannons is the amount of gunpowder. That reminded him of his past life when he went to America during the late Ming era to build ships. There, he met many military nerds, and one friend had even invited him to tour a private collection filled with every kind of gun imaginable, like a personal museum. That friend had said, hey Kim Jin-ho, let me show you how to make ammunition. Hyung was in awe. He even knows how to make bullets. Man, America really is the land of guns. Watching his friend pour in the gunpowder, Kim Jin-ho blinked in surprise. Wait, isn't that way too little? He asked. How much powder do you use? His friend replied, about 30 grains. Kim Jin-ho frowned. 30 grams. The guy laughed. No, not grams, it's grains. Grains, big difference. So how much is that in grams? Kim Jin-ho Googled it, and his eyes nearly popped out. What, only 2 grams? With just 2 grams of gunpowder, you could shoot a 14-gram bullet at the speed of sound. Simply amazing. Back to reality, Hyung stroked his chin like an old man with too much free time. Black powder has about half the power of smokeless powder, but even so, with 100 grams of powder, it should hit at least .50 caliber strength, right? In this era, there aren't any aiming tools. Just using your eyeballs is already considered peak performance. Holding the gunpowder in his hand, Hyung pondered. To increase accuracy with eyeball aiming, you'd either have to shoot from close range or shoot multiple times, but to power that many shots, we'll need more powder. Again. Yet he still hadn't cracked the problem. If we do that, the cannon crew's gonna fly backward from the recoil. What a vicious cycle. The eunuch standing outside was already looking grim from overhearing all this self-monologue. Should I invent a sighting device? But how the heck would I do that during the Song dynasty? Or maybe I should just improve the hand cannon. Actually, let's go all in and make it a proper weapon. But can our cannon crew even survive the recoil? Suddenly, Hyung burst out while opening the door. That's it. He had figured it out. Let's solve the small issues first, then go big later. Eunuch to the Ministry of War. At the Ministry of War, Heesun was squatting while reading a book, sweating like he was in a sauna. You could almost smell it through the screen. Hyung was baffled. He's squatting and reading, multitasking level, ancient beast. The eunuch behind him announced loudly, His Highness has arrived. Heesun straightened up. Your Highness, pardon my appearance, I'll tidy up a bit. Hyung deadpans, no need for that. I just have one quick question. Heesun nodded. I'll answer honestly, Your Highness. Are fuse cords standardized in thickness? No, Your Highness. May I take a look at one? Right away, please wait. Heesun handed one over. Here you go. But before he finished, Hyung interrupted. Can you light it for me? Of course, Your Highness. Heesun began lighting the fuse, but Hyung immediately blew it out. This action puzzled Heesun. Hyung explained, I'd like to test a few more fuses. And so Heesun would light one and Hyung would blow it out again, over and over. Eventually Hyung asked with glee, just as I thought, you've noticed the problem too, right, General? Heesun thought for a bit. You mean, the fuses can't stand up to wind? Hyung snapped his fingers. Exactly, no one reported this issue. Heesun answered honestly, no, but even if the wind blows it out, the soldiers just relight it. It's not a big deal. Hyung shook his head. But on the battlefield, seconds matter. Can they really afford to relight it in time? On the battlefield, time is life. Order the quartermaster department to find the ideal fuse thickness now. Heesun was stunned, whispering to himself, how can a kid that young be thinking about stuff like this? Cut to the palace where Sajung and Lee Jik greeted each other. Minister of Revenue, long time no see. Ah, Lord Lee Jik, it's been a while. They continued chatting about Hyung. Sajung asked, why haven't I seen His Highness around lately? Lee Jik replied, he said he's been busy conducting a very important experiment, been buried in the annex for 5 days straight. Sajung was visibly shaken. 5 days? Lee Jik sighed. Not long ago, he even took mercury from the female alchemist in the military supplies department. Sajung blinked. Mercury, seriously? Lee Jik's face was void of life. I don't know what it's for, but it's probably related to why he called me today. Anyway, I must take my leave. Sajung, equally exhausted, muttered, "May fortune be with you, Lord Lee Jik." Inside the council hall, Hyung sat with 5 officials. "It's been a while, gentlemen." He asked the Minister of Public Works, "How's the calendar reform going?" The man replied, face pale as rice paper, "We've made some progress, Your Highness. We've pinpointed the discrepancy between the Ming calendar and ours and are trying to fix it." Hyung nodded. "Good, so when will it be finished?" Jung In-jae brightened, "Probably by this winter." But Hyung instantly froze. "Winter?" Unable to hold it in, he shouted, "That's too slow. It has to be done by Mid-Autumn Festival." Jung In-jae's jaw dropped. "And Mid-Autumn?" Hyung explained, "The reform can't drag on any longer. If needed, hire more people." Jung In-jae muttered bitterly, "Nobody wants to work here. Overtime's basically a meal." Seeing his reluctance, Hyung's voice turned ice cold. "As I said before, use my name to recruit. Deadline is mid-autumn. Under capitalism's thumb, the only fate for wage slaves is to obey. As you command, Your Highness." Hyung's tone lightened again. "General Heesun, Lord Lee Jik." They both flinched. "Yes, Your Highness." He continued, "I have a very important task for you." Both men smiled nervously, hearts pounding like war drums. What kind of task?" Hyung grinned. "Wait just a moment." He rummaged around and pulled something out. Found it. He rolled out a blueprint on the table. "With this, the battlefield will never be the same again." The others blinked. Battlefield. One of them finally realized what the blueprint was and gasped. It was a blueprint of a gun, one that looked shockingly modern. Hyung beamed. "This is the kind of gun I want to build." The 3 ministers all stared with dropped jaws and popped eyes. Hyung declared confidently, "With this, warfare will change forever. Lord Lee Jik, General Heesun, let's build it together." The 2 men hesitated, unsure if they should feel honored or terrified. The tension was thick enough to slice. Jang Yong stepped in. "Your Highness, if I may ask something." "Go ahead," Hyung said. "In this blueprint." Jang Yong pointed at a loop-shaped part. "If you pull this ring down, the curved piece above it seems like it will move." Hyung nodded. "And what would you do, Jang Yong?" The man leaned in and offered, "If it were me, I'd attach the fuse here, then place a powder tray right there. If we pull this crescent-looking part, the part that holds the fuse would move, and the powder on the tray would ignite, channeling the flame into the gun barrel and causing an explosion." A fiery image of a gunshot lit up behind Hyung. He got super excited as Jang Yong explained, "Truly impressive, just like a distinguished scholar." Hyung didn't hold back on compliments. "Your analysis is excellent." Lee Jik nearby finally got it too. "Now I understand." And so did Heesun. After hearing Jang Yong's breakdown, he exclaimed, "This is genius. We won't even need a second person to light the fuse anymore, and firing speed will increase." Seeing things click, Hyung was secretly overjoyed. "They've got it. They're asking how fast it can fire now. Good. However, Jang Yong raised a concern. "But Your Highness, there's no fuse or powder tray in this drawing, just a bump. How do we put gunpowder in that?" To Hyung, that question was child's play. He even chuckled smugly before answering, "Let me explain. Westerners call this part. This part that looks like a chicken head is called a cock. In Western terms, it's the cap, and the thing sticking out beneath it is called the nipple." Just as he was about to explain nipple, the Public Works Minister loudly interrupted. "How vulgar." Hyung couldn't help but snicker. "Yup, people are the same everywhere." He went on, "We insert the powder inside the cap." Jang Yong lit up like a lantern. "So if we move the trigger to strike the cap?" Hyung nodded. "Exactly. One strike and boom." But Heesun raised a concern. "But Your Highness, gunpowder itself is a problem. The kind we use has issues." Lee Jik looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" Heesun calmly explained. "Gunpowder is not only hard to use, it's also very tricky to produce." Heesun elaborated. "First, making gunpowder is dangerous. Storing it is tricky too. If the ingredients rub together too much during mixing, it might go off. Also, if stored improperly, the ingredients can separate again. Saltpeter, the main ingredient, absorbs moisture like crazy, so we mix sand in it to reduce humidity." Finally, Heesun concluded, "Even if we want to use the cap method you mentioned, I still worry it won't work well with such moisture-prone powder." But Hyung quickly presented something to change the game. "You're right, General, but this stuff will solve that." He revealed a bowl of grayish powder. The officials leaned in, curious. "What is that?" Hyung proudly introduced it. "This is gunpowder I made myself. I still want to refine it more, but for now, it's good enough." He brought it closer while continuing his TED talk. "I call it silver powder." Jang Yong blinked. "Silver powder? Wait, do you mean actual silver?" Hyung rolled up his sleeves and explained while pouring it onto paper. No, I used saltpeter, mercury, and alcohol. Jung and Jai whispered in awe, what kind of strange recipe is that? Just then Hyung called out, Scholar Nam, yes, your highness. Smiling mischievously at the Minister of Public Works, Hyung asked, you seem very curious. Would you like to strike it? The minister froze like a statue but still picked up the hammer. Why yes, your highness, why am I always chosen for useless things? Then he tapped the powder with the hammer. Instantly, the Minister of Public Works jolted so hard he knocked his own hat off. Everyone was stunned by what had just happened except the Minister of Public Works, who was still recovering from the shock. What was that? Oh heavens! Seeing this, Hyung smugly asked, General Heesun, Lord Lee, what do you think? Heesun, still startled, quickly became thrilled. With this, we can definitely make it work. Your Highness, how did you even manage to create this? That flattering question made Hyung raise his nose like a proud rooster. Because I'm a genius, obviously. Okay, jokes aside, this is a prototype based on our drawing structure. In practice, we can position it here. What do you think? Lee Jik had been a bit slow on the uptake and said, I don't quite understand. Meanwhile, Heesun asked excitedly, may I hold it for a moment? Hyung, of course, replied, go ahead. With permission granted, Heesun immediately picked up the gun and aimed it. So this is how it works, right? This valiant gun-wielding pose made Jang Yong and Jung and Jai admire him deeply. General, you look so stylish. Hyung, watching the whole scene, silently muttered, old men these days. Lee Jik then raised a valid point. If we're using this type of gun, then rapid-fire systems won't fit anymore. A single-shot system seems better. Everyone agreed. True. On the flip side, Jung and Jai was concerned. But your highness, I don't know much about tactics, but won't it be too hard to hit with just one shot? Jang Yong chimed in. That raised section at the front is likely for aiming. And the length of the gun improves accuracy. Jung and Jai finally nodded. Ah, I see. After examining the gun, Jang Yong voiced another question. Your Highness, I have one more question. Hyung responded, go ahead. The blueprint makes me wonder, this gun isn't cast, is it? Hyung calmly replied, correct. He added, this gun will be forged, not cast. Lee Jik and Jang Yong were surprised. Forged, your highness, you plan to use iron, Hyung confirmed, exactly. At this point the others caught on and suggested notifying the Military Supply Bureau. Yes, your highness. A few weeks later in court, Changyong voiced his concerns to the ministers. The crown prince hasn't been around lately. Even yesterday afternoon he was absent. What on earth is he up to? Just then a eunuch announced, Your Majesty, the crown prince has arrived. Changyong raised an eyebrow. Huh. He immediately ordered him in. The ministers muttered to themselves, speak of the devil. Hyung entered the hall and bowed. Is father still in good health? Changyong responded, so you've finally shown up. He then asked, where have you been lately? What are you working on? Hyung promptly answered, I was just about to report on my current research, father. With that, Hyung gave a signal, eunuch. He handed a book to Changyong, announcing in a confident and sonorous tone, this is the report on the latest achievements from the Song Institute of Science and Technological Development. Changyong accepted it and began flipping through the pages. Very quickly, Changyong was utterly astonished. Crown Prince, is everything in here real? The emperor was still in shock. You actually developed a method to adjust the Ming calendar to fit ours? Hyung simply replied, yes, father. Then he added, do you remember that time a few years ago when the ritual was off schedule? Changyong nodded, yes, that time the ceremony started 15 minutes late. He recalled, so the poor soul responsible for predicting the eclipse got caned. Hyung added, exactly, the reason that unfortunate mess happened was because the Ming calendar doesn't align with ours. That's why we need a proper formula to fix the discrepancies. Changyong finally saw the value, so this could be really useful, huh? He asked, what about astronomical observation tools? What's that? Hyung answered quickly, it's a device used to observe celestial events just like the name suggests. The ministers below whispered and muttered in confusion. The whole vibe made Hyung a little timid. But then he boldly declared, I'll submit an additional memorial, father. Changyong was taken aback. Huh, you mean? Suddenly he realized something. He sighed, so this kid is even thinking about diplomacy with the Ming dynasty already. Hyung remembered that astronomy might become a major issue in Song-Ming relations. That's why his memorial suggested not to reinvent the lunar calendar but to adjust it based on the Ming's method. After that, Changyong allowed him to leave. We'll talk again once this is resolved. Hyung replied, yes, father. Besides the calendar reform, there are plenty of other achievements to report as well. After finishing his report, Hyung politely concluded, that's all for now. But all Chungyong could think about was one thing. He didn't mention the part I was most curious about. So he asked, Crown Prince, I don't see any reports on military matters. Hyung hesitated. That part. He explained the research is being conducted in utmost secrecy, so we need a bit more time. Internally, he was screaming, what the heck are they doing over there? Hyung continued pleading, even if we're behind schedule, we'd also like to request more funding. Chungyong exploded, you brat, at least show us some results first if you want more money. Despite that outburst, Hyung refused to speak. And so did Heesun and Lee Jik. No matter how much pressure the emperor and ministers applied, their lips were sealed. In the emperor's chamber, even though it was already late, Chungyong was tossing and turning, too annoyed to sleep. Do I really have to wait until that brat Hyung hands in a report? Maybe I should visit him now. Suddenly, a eunuch announced, Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has arrived. Chungyong immediately ordered, let him in. He was surprised. Crown Prince, what are you doing here this late? Hyung responded, forgive me, father, for coming so late. It's nothing urgent, really. Hyung smiled and politely requested, Father, I have a favor to ask. I need some military officers and soldiers from the training camp. Chungyong was speechless and asked, do you really need them? Yet the boy cheerfully answered, yes, father, I need some people to try out the new weapons we just developed. Eventually, Chungyong gave in, fine, I approve. Hyung was overjoyed and shouted, Your Majesty is truly wise. But of course, give him an inch, he'll ask for a mile. Hyung quickly added, also, I'm about to run out of funds, so... But before he could finish, the once gentle father turned purple with rage and bellowed, You brat, get lost already. A few days later, officers and soldiers from the training camp were dispatched to the research facility. Interestingly, they too kept their mouths tightly shut. These troops were soon moved to another secure location. Though the place had fences and guards, security was even tighter, and every day loud explosions echoed from within. Hyung put up a sign at the entrance reading, Area 51. In the palace, Chungyong couldn't help but ask, what does Area 51 even mean? Lee Jik replied, I have no idea, Your Majesty. But ever since that sign went up, people have been throwing around this phrase, game changer. Chungyong still didn't get it. What in the world is a game changer? One nearby official shrugged. I don't know either, I think it's some Western slang. Ever since Area 51 was established, Hyung began waking up at 6 or 7 a.m. after completing his Crown Prince duties. He dashed straight to the Research Institute, the Military Supply Bureau, and Area 51, shouting as he ran. To save travel time, Hyung also began riding a horse. The sight of him galloping through the streets became a new scenic attraction in the Song dynasty. Sajung and the other officials watched from the side, curious as ever. I'm dying to know, what is the Crown Prince up to? In court, petitions poured in about one thing only. Your Majesty, we simply can't wait any longer. Hwang, he proposed, we must investigate what the Crown Prince is doing. The ministers all agreed. Yes, we need to see if he's using the national budget properly. Chungyong, sleepless for days, looked pale and haggard. You all feel the same. I feel that way too. Court attendant summoned the Crown Prince at once. Yes, Your Majesty. Moments later, Hyung arrived and bowed. Did you summon me, father? Chungyong responded, you're here. Then he got straight to the point. I know you've made a lot of progress since spring, but we haven't received a single report. We want to know how far you've come, as soon as possible. Hyung didn't panic. Calmly, he answered, please forgive me, father. This concerns the national security of our Song dynasty, so I have no choice but to keep it secret until results are ready. It's top secret. Chungyong raised an eyebrow and the ministers looked no less skeptical. I understand, but no matter how top secret it is, I can't allocate more budget without seeing a report. Those final words stunned even the composed Hyung. We'll be conducting an audit of your work. Chungyong announced seriously, I'll give you time to prepare. How long do you need? Hyung let out a sigh in thought, guess there's no way out of this now. He answered firmly, I only need 5 days, father. Chungyong promptly agreed, all right then, in 5 days we'll come inspect the Research Institute. 5 days flew by and inspection day arrived. Chungyong and the ministers showed up while Hyung greeted them earnestly. Father, you've arrived. Chungyong replied, indeed. Looks like your research operation has grown quite a bit. There are a lot more officials here now. He added, but they don't look so well, or is it just me? Hyung quickly answered, you're mistaken, father. Then Hyung invited them inside. Let's begin the inspection this way, please. Upon a quick glance around the room, Chungyong couldn't help but start pondering. He was curious about what he saw. Aren't these the inventions from BI letter 1 EC7 TT letter 1 ECD a Yang? Why are they so tiny? They're just scale models for display. They don't actually run. Still, he said, is that all? Doesn't seem worth the budget we allocated. At that moment, Hyung dashed toward a door leading to the next room and said, Father, this is just the beginning. The real stuff is in here. He spoke while swinging the door open. It's right here. Inside, a variety of strange-looking items slowly came into view. Seeing this, Chungyong got excited. What are all these things? He exclaimed eagerly. Come on, let's go in. But Hyung grabbed his sleeve, stopping him. Father, wait. He explained, from this point on, everything you see is top secret. So aside from you and the high ministers. Got it, Chungyong interrupted. Everyone else wait outside. Only the top officials may enter. Once inside, the emperor asked in amazement, so you and your institute actually invented all of this? Hyung replied, yes, that's right. He proudly introduced specifically these people right here. They've worked incredibly hard. Chungyong smiled and praised, I see. Good work, everyone. Then he picked up a long rod and asked, but what's this long stick for? Hyung quickly responded, that's a device called a level gauge. He continued, as the name suggests, it's used to measure balance horizontally and vertically. If the iron bead stays centered, it means perfect balance. Chungyong asked, I see, but what's the point of measuring so precisely? Hyung answered swiftly, for construction. The emperor blinked. Construction. Hyung explained, exactly. When assembling astronomical instruments, the most important thing is making sure their base is absolutely level. Ah, so we can use it for building walls and government structures, right? Hyung replied, apologies, father, but it's still too early for that. Chungyong was puzzled. Why? Hyung sighed and explained, the device is still in testing. Once it's ready for real-world use, I'll submit an official report. Chungyong finally understood. I see, I'll await your reports. Then he noticed a model of a ship and looked intrigued. Huh. Is this a warship? A model of a warship you made? Hyung confirmed. Yes, it's a simulation model of the largest kind of warship. Chungyong asked, but what kind of ship is this? It doesn't look like one from our Song dynasty. Hyung explained, that's because it's a Western ship. The model is built to scale with that massive warship. What? Chungyong leaned in close to inspect the model, mumbling in awe, so the Westerners have already built a behemoth like this. But where are the paddles? Hyung cheerfully revealed, this ship doesn't need paddles. It runs entirely on wind power. Chungyong asked again, what about its weapons? Hyung continued, its main weapon is the cannon. If calculated properly, it can carry about 80 cannons. That number shocked him, 80 cannons. After listening to Hyung's explanation, Chungyong was overjoyed and proud. Wonderful, Crown Prince. Hyung also smiled and swore, I will surely make father proud. Suddenly he noticed something. Turns out it was a bowl sitting next to another ship model. That thing. Chungyong was confused. Why is there a noodle bowl here? Hyung quickly explained, it's not a noodle bowl, father. He simply said it represents an iron ship. Now not only Chungyong but even the ministers who helped build it were stunned. What? An iron ship? A few months ago in a court chamber someone had exclaimed, did you say an iron ship? It was Hyung and the ministers. The boy beamed and replied, yes, that's exactly what I said. The idea knocked the ministers flat. Crown Prince, that's impossible. Even kids know iron sinks in water. But Hyung stood firm, it's not impossible, we just haven't figured out how yet. They remained skeptical. Then Hyung turned to a eunuch and ordered, bring me a brass bowl and a big basin filled with water. The eunuch replied, yes, your highness. Then Hyung placed the bowl in the basin and turned to Young In-jae and the Minister of Works. See, even iron can float on water. Hyung continued explaining, if the object is solid and touches water with a small surface, it'll sink. But if it's hollow and has a wide contact area with water, it can float. That's because increasing volume while keeping mass constant decreases density. Lee Jik still looked confused as usual, thinking, mass what now? Meanwhile, Young In-jae was muttering, didn't we learn this in the Foundation Institute? Jang Yong, however, seemed intrigued. Young In-jae then added, so if we hammer the iron sheets thin enough and join them together, we can build an iron ship. Hyung nodded, that's basically it. But there's a problem, how do we fasten the iron plates securely and keep the water out? Hyung declared, that's your research assignment. As soon as he said that, the three of them had a collective inner monologue. Should we just retire early? Back in the present, Hyung concluded the story, and that's why this wooden bowl is placed here. But then Hwang-hee voiced his doubts. Your Highness, I don't think making an iron ship is going to be easy. Can we even find a working method? Hyung confidently replied, of course, we already know the principle, now we just need the method. Hwang-hee continued, but the problem is, we have no idea how long that will take, right? Sensing tension in the air, Chungyong chimed in, Will I even live to see an iron ship during my reign? At that point, Hyang, tired of being doubted, made a bold statement. Not only will you not see it, father, I won't either. Chungyong was shocked. What? Hyang added, even so, I believe we must continue researching, no matter how long or costly it may be. His face now radiated determination. For the future of our Song dynasty, it must be done. I hope father will have faith in me. But Chungyong and Hwang Hee were a bit speechless. This kid's guts are enormous. Still, they had a pretty positive view of Hyang. After all those strange things he did turned out surprisingly well. In the end, Chungyong gave up but still granted the request. All right, go ahead and do it. However, he laid down some conditions. We can't just throw time and money at this blindly. You must submit a detailed plan and provide regular progress reports. But those conditions barely fazed Hyang. He cheerfully responded, as you command, father. Then Chungyong spotted something else. I've been wondering what's that strange-looking thing in the corner. Hyang quickly replied, that. He introduced it with flair. This steam sphere is called the Heron, father. Chungyong looked intrigued. The Heron steam sphere. Hyang promptly explained, it's a device invented by a famous Western scholar long ago. Even if we succeed in building an iron ship, there's still one problem. The heavier the ship, the harder it is to move using just sails and oars, right? So how do we make it move? The ministers nodded. Yep, that's definitely a problem. Internally, Hyang praised Jang Yong, sharp as ever. He already figured it out. Then he continued, I've considered this issue too, so I want to begin a new research project with the ministers. Eunuch, bring the device I requested from the Military Supply Bureau. The eunuch replied, yes, your highness, here it is. Yong Jai and Jang Yong examined the object placed before them just as Hyang gave another order. Bring a charcoal stove and a kettle of water too. Then Hyang poured water into the bowl with two spouts sticking out like fan blades. After sealing the lid, he explained, I'm considering using water and fire as energy sources. While heating the bowl, he added, water and fire, just wait and see, you'll get it soon. The Minister of Works and Jang Yong silently observed the heating bowl. At first, smoke gently puffed out from the two ends, but soon the smoke thickened and the bowl began to spin. After a short while, its spinning speed skyrocketed. Seeing this, Yong-Jai exclaimed, it's spinning like a wheel. Standing beside him, Jang Yong added, and it's getting faster and faster. Then Hyang calmly explained, you've all seen how steam lifts the lid when cooking rice, right? Water and fire together can move even a heavy pot lid. He then declared with excitement, I want to call this a steam engine. Yong-Jai was astonished by the demonstration and voiced his support. Just a little water and fire makes it spin like that. I think it's worth researching. If we complete it, I believe we can use it on ships. It'd be super convenient, not needing wind direction or an army of rowers. But Hyang didn't celebrate just yet. He shook his head slowly and said, this thing isn't just for ships. Hearing that firm declaration, Lee Jik couldn't hide his curiosity. Wait, it can do more than that? Hyang stared at the spinning bowl and suddenly said, what if we use this to replace horse carriages? That idea made both Jang Yong and Lee Jik flinch. Replace horse carriages. From somewhere in the palace came a confused voice. What did you just say? It was Chung Yong, completely bewildered. You want to use this thing to pull a carriage? I don't get it. Hyang jumped in. Father, what part don't you understand? Chung Yong asked, to use this we'd need a constant supply of water and fire, right? Wouldn't we have to haul a ton of water and wood on the carriage? Then there'd be no room left for goods. After hearing that, Hyang internally praised him, as expected of the king, sharp as a blade. Still, he calmly reassured, I understand your concern, father. Hyang explained, but this steam engine can generate a tremendous amount of power relative to its size. It doesn't just pull one carriage, it could pull several at once. Chungyong squinted. Several, really? As if he had been waiting for that question, Hyang dashed toward a door and proudly declared, let me show you, father. The door was swiftly unlocked. Chungyong, Sajung, and even Hwang Hee all peeked in curiously. Instantly, the scene before them left Chungyong absolutely stunned. Inside the spacious room stood something placed prominently in the center. It looked like a massive model. The sheer size of it made both Chungyong and Yong-Jai exclaim together, what on earth is this? Hyang proudly struck a pose and proclaimed, this is the ultimate fruit of my 21st century hobby, a model railroad to demonstrate the current capability of our steam engine. He barked a command, eunuch, prepare the locomotive. The last three words made Chungyong wonder if his hearing had failed him. You put the steam engine on wheels? Hyang simply replied, yes, I did. Alright then, let me show you how it works. He picked up a glowing red-hot coal and dropped it into the furnace of the locomotive. Chungyong and Hwang-hee stood frozen in suspense, eyes glued to Hyung's every move. Soon, smoke began puffing from the chimney of the train car. Then the wheels started to turn. And finally, it slowly began to move forward. They were thoroughly impressed. It's moving, it actually works. Hyung's nose was basically pointing at the sky from pride, but he still declared, "This is just a model. But I will do my utmost to make this work in real life. If successful, we could travel from Hanyang to Boyang in just one day." He pointed to the map and elaborated, "No, actually, we could travel from the southernmost tip to the far north of the Song Empire in a single day. And when that happens," Hyung boldly declared, "the heart of Song, which has long been stagnant, will beat once more." Chungyong was stunned. "The heart of Song will beat again." Not stopping there, Hyung went on, "If we look at the present, the heart of Song has slowed due to mountainous terrain. People can't leave their hometowns and live their whole lives in one place. So they stop hearing what's happening elsewhere and their lives become stagnant. But if trains can travel the entire nation." With a determined gaze and confident voice, Hyung declared, "Song will finally witness a vision that benefits all of humankind." That speech was so legendary, Chungyong and the ministers almost cried. It was like something out of a dream. Still, as a ruler, Chungyong remained cautious. There's no guarantee this research will succeed, and clearly it'll cost a fortune. But little did he know, Hyung had predicted that very thought. "That's exactly what father is thinking right now," he smirked inwardly. Without hesitation, he said, "Minister of Works, submit the plan to His Majesty." The minister replied, "Yes, Your Highness." Then both the minister and Young and Jai rushed to gather the documents. A stack of books landed on the desk, and Chungyong couldn't help but ask, "What are all these?" He read the top title aloud, "A Comprehensive National Development Plan." He flipped it open. The ink was so faint it was hard to read. I hate golden tip brushes during times like this." Hyung explained, "These are strategic plans aimed at strengthening Song based on geography, economics, population, and resource distribution." Meanwhile, Chungyong was counting how many books there were. Not one to waste effort, he quickly organized them. "Well, it's worth reading through. Minister of Policy, review them with the others." Young and Jai promptly replied, "As you command, Your Majesty." Then Hyung added, "Also, Father, I have a small request." "What is it?" Chungyong asked. Hyung continued, "We're in dire need of talent. Even I and the officials haven't had enough rest lately." Chungyong turned to the Minister of Works. "Is that true?" That question stabbed Young and Jai right in the feels, and tears began pouring out. Sobbing loudly, he answered, "Your Highness is currently leading not just one but many projects. Too much work, too few people, we hardly sleep." He continued, "Rumors of burnout have spread everywhere. At first, people join thinking they'd get promoted, but every time someone new arrives, the prince starts another project." Young and Jai was so wronged, he still hadn't stopped crying. "You know, it's only been 6 months since we started this research, but we've created so many things, we have endless work." Hearing all that, Chungyong muttered, "Hyung, you rascal." It looked like he was about to scold Hyung, but instead he turned with a big grin. "You've really been working hard, haven't you? Truly wise, father." That left all the ministers utterly speechless. He added, "I understand, I'll help solve the manpower issue." But Chungyong was still cautious. "It looks like the research institute will need a massive budget. I believe this must be seriously discussed before any decisions are made." Hyung, ever understanding, nodded, "Understood, father." But Chungyong wasn't done yet, however. He spoke with subtle meaning, "It seems you haven't shown me everything yet." His smile was warm, but the atmosphere felt frosty. "I've already poured so much money into this institute. You're telling me this is all it's produced?" Even Hyung got a little nervous at that. Classic father intimidation mode activated. Chungyong kept that not smile going and suggested, "Why don't we go there next?" "You know, I mean Area 51, he added casually. Hyung could only sigh in defeat. "As you command, father." And so the group began to move out. "Riding horses together like this feels good, doesn't it?" Chungyong remarked. The boy beside him grinned. "I think so too, father." Still, Chungyong didn't forget the main issue. "So, what's Area 51 supposed to mean?" The kid just gave a sheepish laugh to dodge the question. "It's not a big deal really, it just sounds cool, that's all." A while later they neared the mysterious location. The tall emperor asked again, "I suppose we're here?" Hyung replied, "Yes, father." But as they approached the gate, 2 guards ran out and shouted, "Halt! Only authorized personnel may enter. Present your token." Chungyong couldn't believe it. "What insolence!" he barked. But someone nearby quickly added, "Even I can't enter without the token, father. Security here is taken very seriously, so please don't be mad." Then Hyang held up the token. Here it is. Instantly, the two soldiers shouted, "Attention!" The dramatic pose had Chungyong raising an eyebrow. What kind of stance even is that? Finally, they made it inside. As they walked, Chungyong muttered, "You really care about security, huh?" Hyang replied, "It's to prevent secrets from leaking, father." Hearing that, the emperor mumbled, "What are you even doing in here to need this much secrecy?" Inside, Heesun and the artillery maker spotted them and shouted, "Attention!" Chungyong whispered, "That pose is different from before, but still pretty intense." He then spoke up, "Everyone's working hard, even the soldier uniforms look unique." Heesun quickly replied, "All thanks to your majesty's blessings." Then Chungyong asked, "So what exactly is the main task here?" Heesun answered, "It's to improve and develop explosives, your majesty." He elaborated, "Besides that, we're working on enhancing cannons and firearms, as well as inventing new weapons and strategies." Basically, he finished, "We do anything and everything military-related here." Chungyong said, "I see, I want to see the work you've all been doing. Will you show me around?" Heesun quickly replied, "Please come this way, your highness." He added, "From here on, we can't continue on horseback." That got Chungyong extra curious. What's behind that gate that warrants such strict rules? Everyone dismounted and began walking inside. As they walked, Chungyong spotted something. He squinted at it. "Isn't that gunpowder?" Heesun nodded and explained, "Yes, your highness. We've developed a gunpowder that's stronger than what we're currently using." He pointed and continued, "From the right, this earth-colored powder is the original formula. We call it base gunpowder for convenience." Then Heesun picked up another bowl, "And this here is the enhanced version, twice as powerful as the base one." Chungyong noticed the color difference and asked, "It's darker than the base powder. What makes it different?" Heesun replied, "Allow me to explain, your highness." He began breaking it down, just like the regular kind. We mix raw ingredients and add water to get it to stick. Then we dry it like fermented tofu, grind it into powder and sieve it. Up to that point, the process is the same, but here, where things change. Heesun kept explaining while Chungyong listened intently. Next, the sieved powder is blended with graphite. At this point, Chungyong asked, "Graphite, isn't that the stuff the crown prince asked miners to find?" Heesun confirmed, "Yes, exactly." "What's it used for?" Chungyong pressed. Heesun answered seriously, "It does several things. When mixed with gunpowder, it helps resist moisture and prevents spontaneous ignition." He leaned in and added a juicy bit, "And here's the kicker, it lets us remove sulfur from the formula." Chungyong was stunned. "No sulfur, will it still explode then?" Heesun quickly reassured him, "It will, your highness." Still unconvinced, Chungyong asked again, "Sulfur been part of gunpowder forever. Are we sure it's okay to ditch it?" Heesun calmly replied, "Yes. Without sulfur it gains a new property, but that's both its strength and its weakness." He added, "It can't be ignited using a regular fuse anymore." Chungyong asked, "Then how do you set it off?" Heesun presented a box. "We use this." Chungyong peeked inside, puzzled. Inside were what looked like golden coins. Curious, Chungyong asked, "What are these?" Heesun explained, "They're called caps, brass ignition caps containing a special type of gunpowder designed by the crown prince himself." Chungyong frowned, "So you use one type of gunpowder just to ignite another? Isn't that overly complicated?" Anticipating the barrage of questions, Heesun smiled. "Instead of explaining, I've prepared a demonstration. I think your highness would rather see it in action. Please follow me to the testing grounds." And with that, everyone headed to the demonstration area. Upon arrival, they gasped, "This place is huge." Sounds of awe echoed around. "Look, there are even scarecrows over there. Those must be the targets, right?" Then Heesun stepped forward and shouted, "Let the demonstration begin." Soldiers with guns marched out. Immediately, a line of gun-wielding soldiers stepped into view. The weapons in their hands stunned the crowd. "What are those?" Hyang stepped in to explain. "That's the newly invented firearm." Still, Lee Jik blurted out, "It looks super weird though." The soldiers began performing the action of unlocking the bolt. Then they poured gunpowder into the barrel, and used a ramrod to pack it tight. As the soldiers continued prepping, Hyang explained, "They're using the brass ignition caps right now." Seeing everything was ready, Heesun shouted, "Prepare to fire." Fire! The soldiers pulled the trigger all at once. The bullets flew swiftly and accurately, striking the targets dead on. Everyone stood there, jaws dropped in collective shock. Gasps and exclamations filled the air. It truly was mind-blowing. Even at a great distance, the power didn't seem to diminish at all. Chungyong exclaimed with delight, "Even sulfur can't compete with this stuff." He added, "Compared to bows and arrows, guns used to have short range, but this overcomes that and packs serious punch. It really is the ultimate weapon." Hyang humbly replied, "You flatter us, your majesty. It's all thanks to the hard work of the ministers and artisans." Then he announced, "We'd like to name this firearm the Taipei Long-Range Standard Musket." Chungyong was still very pleased. "The long-range musket really lives up to its name. Bring it here, I want to see it with my own eyes." But Heesun hesitated. "Your majesty, before that," he asked, "may I first introduce another type of explosive?" Hearing there was another weapon in the mix, Chungyong was surprised. Another kind of explosive. So Hyang began the introduction. On the far right is Taipei gunpowder, the same kind just used in the demo. Next to it is Silver Blast, invented by His Highness, used for the bronze spear launcher. There's also cotton powder made from cotton fibers, and the one on the far left is Enhanced Taipei, developed from cotton powder. Additionally, we've stored a special oil explosive called Blaze Oil, also created by His Highness. Hearing that, Chungyong asked, "Silver Blast, don't tell me it's made from actual silver?" Hyang clarified, "No, we used mercury. It's still valuable but easier to find than silver, and since it's only for ignition, we don't need much." Still curious, he asked, "That's good to hear, but what exactly is blaze oil?" Heesun instantly ordered, "Bring the blaze oil here." A soldier walked over. The soldier held a box, and upon seeing it, Heesun ordered, "Open it so we can see." Inside was something white. Then Heesun warned, "Please take a step back, this could be dangerous." Everyone complied. "All right then." Heesun began opening the white container. He poured a few drops of the liquid onto the ground. As soon as the liquid hit the ground, boom, it exploded on contact, shocking everyone nearby. "Whoa, what the heck?" The ministers all screamed in unison. "Absolutely terrifying," Heesun calmly explained. "This is blaze oil." Chungyong was beyond stunned. "Incredible, it truly lives up to the name Blaze Oil," Heesun added. "Its power is twice that of our current explosives." Hearing that, Chungyong praised his son endlessly. "You've created something truly extraordinary," Hyang responded. "You're too kind, father." However, given the current state of the Song dynasty, it's still not practical for use. Chungyong raised an eyebrow. "Why not?" Hyang explained, "It's extremely sensitive to impact. If containers bump into each other during transport or get shaken too hard, it'll go boom. Moreover, during spring or summer when temperatures rise, production becomes impossible. It uses strong acids, and that alone is a safety nightmare." Both Chungyong and Sajong shivered. "What a temperamental substance," Heesun continued. "That's why we developed the Enhanced Taipei gunpowder instead." Chungyong asked, "Enhanced Taipei?" Heesun explained, "It's a type of explosive made by combining cotton powder, blaze oil, and orange oil in a precise ratio." Chungyong still didn't get it. "Why would you mix blaze oil in if it's so dangerous?" Heesun calmly replied, "The cotton powder and orange oil neutralize the volatility of blaze oil." The emperor finally got the gist. "Ah, I see. But then why call it Enhanced Taipei?" At that question, both Heesun and Hyang looked stumped. "Honestly, we're not exactly sure ourselves." Thinking fast, Hyang put on his charm and said, "It's thanks to your majesty's divine virtue that our soldiers can now use explosives safely. That's why we named it in your honor." Chungyong was deeply moved. Hyang, on the other hand, was secretly relieved. He nearly blurted out that the name was inspired by a certain European empire's formula. Oblivious to the truth, Chungyong continued showering praise. "My son has made great contributions. A new gun and a new explosive, these will be tremendous assets. Our Song dynasty will thrive." He then turned to Wang-He, "Prime Minister, what would it take to mass-produce this?" Wang-He answered, "First, we need to understand the production cost." "Prince, what are we looking at?" Hyang replied, "About 30% more than the standard gunpowder for the same amount. But we only need half the quantity to get the same power." Wang-He was amazed. "So although it's pricier, we can offset the cost by using less, then I recommend mass production." Chungyong agreed wholeheartedly. "I think so too. No need to hesitate, begin mass production of Enhanced Taipei gunpowder immediately." Hyang hesitated for a moment. "Your Majesty, I must report something. Given the current state of the Song dynasty, mass production is impossible." Chungyong was shocked. "What did you say?" Wang-He and Chungyong asked in unison. "Why, what's the reason?" Facing them calmly, Hyang replied, "To make Enhanced Taipei gunpowder, we need highly purified nitric and sulfuric acids." He continued, "However, it's very difficult for the Song to obtain large amounts of saltpeter and sulfur. Also, the main ingredient, cotton, must be of premium quality and free of fibers." Then he pointed and said, "But the biggest issue is..." Hyang revealed, "The main ingredient for blaze oil is orange oil, which is extracted from pork and beef fat." Scene shift inside the palace. Hyang was deep in thought. in an era without a petrochemical industry. He deduced to extract glycerin, the main component of nitroglycerin, pork fat is the only option, but pigs only have about 15% fat. Hyang continued, troubled. In other words, even if every citizen eats pork 3 meals a day, we still won't have enough fat to meet the demand. Finally, he couldn't hold it in and screamed, whether it's the 21st century or now, eco-friendly products are never cost-effective. Long live petrochemical industry, long live heavy industry. Back to the present, Chungyong was left speechless by the explanation. Then he let out a sigh of deep regret. Such a shame, if only I never knew about the existence of such an incredible explosive. Hyang noticed his father's gloom. He immediately spoke up, "Father, don't give up. Surrendering in national defense is the path straight to destruction." But Chungyong still looked defeated. "I know that, but the current state of the song doesn't allow it. What can I do?" Hyang didn't back down. "Wasn't your reason for reforming the nation to overcome our hardships?" He laid it all out. "Right now I, General Heesun, Minister Lee Jik, and many officials, and many artisans too, we're all doing our best to find a solution." He kept encouraging Chungyong. "Father, I truly believe survival is the challenge, giving up is death." Hearing this, Chungyong regained his spirit. "You're right. Ever since I took the throne, I swore to give my all for the growth of the Song dynasty." Then he turned to his ministers and gave a decree. "My loyal officials, focus your minds and give everything you've got for the success of our national reforms." The ministers were so moved that they couldn't hold back their tears. The atmosphere was electric. Everyone shouted in unison, "We pledge our hearts and souls. Together we are one." From afar, Hyang watched the scene unfold. He couldn't hide a knowing smirk. Years later, all those ministers would say, "It wasn't that fierce determination we remember, it was the lifeless eyes we had afterward. If only we hadn't inspected Area 51. Wang, he even slapped his own mouth. "Darn this mouth. Truly, disaster does come from the tongue." Previously, we witnessed Hyang's resurrection and how his inventions and policies brought immense benefits to the nation. Now, the neighboring kingdoms are on the move. Let's see how Hyang handles the coming wars. If you enjoy the video, don't forget to give Ray Scroll a like and a sub to keep me motivated to drop new videos every day. Hyang silently rejoiced and respectfully replied, "Yes, your majesty." Chungyong, still not noticing his own son, was too concerned for everyone else. "All this, it's thanks to the craftsmen. Look how worn out they've become." He then turned to Heesun, saying, "General Heesun, would you please explain to me how the firelock was perfected?" Heesun, still touched by the moment, quickly replied, "Yes, your majesty." Hyang began explaining, to make a firelock with rifling, every tool must be custom crafted. Meanwhile, in Zone 51, some workers were murmuring, "His Highness wants us to use an anvil as a chisel. Can't we just use the old one?" The conversation continued. "We don't know either. His Highness ordered it, so we follow." From afar, someone came running with a package, shouting, "His Highness has sent the necessary materials." Curious, they all gathered. "What is it this time?" Then Hyang shouted, "Let's get to work." He busily pointed and delegated. "Don family, roll and punch the iron bar. 2 family, place it in the mold. Kim family, use the special anvil to forge it properly." Hyang's voice rang out. "After filling the gaps, use the file to smooth the surface. Check carefully that the mold is fully sealed." The team responded in unison, "Yes, understood." But it seemed that wasn't enough. Hyang grabbed a megaphone and yelled, "We need speed, precision, perfection, move it." Inwardly they cried, "Oh dear heavens, how are we supposed to do this?" Thanks to the craftsmen's efforts, 5 prototype firelocks were completed. Hyang looked at them joyfully, a masterpiece, forged from sweat and blood. In Zone 51, he announced, "Now let's begin testing their performance." Calmly, Hyang said, "First, check how much gunpowder it can handle." "Yes, your highness," they replied. Hyang continued, "The old firelock used 1 tail. Let's start with half a tail this time." "Reasonable enough." Then Heesun shouted, "Fire." Instantly, the soldiers raised their guns. Hyang asked, "What's the results?" Heesun, wiping his sweat, replied, "Both types of powder, ignition and propellant worked fine with half a tail each. But for this type of long-range firelock, I don't think we need to double the load." Still optimistic, Hyang said, "Good, let's reduce the amount gradually to find the optimal dosage. The old firelock's effective range was 40 steps. Use that as our benchmark." Heesun nodded quickly, "Yes, your highness." Soon after, more bullets were fired. Lee Jik was astonished. He cheered. The bullet pierced the target at 40 steps. From the impact, it might even reach farther. Hyang, unsurprised, smiled calmly. "Of course." Lee Jik, thrilled, proposed, "Let's try 50 steps this time. This is getting exciting." Scene change, zoom in on the mountain that just got hit. Witnessing the shocking impact, Lee Jik gasped, "Your Highness, The two-powder combo pierced the target from 70 steps. Incredible. However, Heesun looked disappointed and muttered, but this is only half a success. Lee Jik, startled, went, huh, what now? Heesun explained, we fired more than 20 shots, but none hit dead center. Seems like the bullet's trajectory isn't stable, too much deviation. Hearing this, Hyung couldn't help but admire him, sharp as always. He thought maybe it's time to suggest that idea. Then he spoke up, but is that the only issue? Cleaning and packing the barrel takes way too long, why don't we just skip both? Lee Jik looked puzzled, but wouldn't the bullet fall out? Hyung smirked and grabbed his sleeve, just make the bullet fit the barrel snugly, let's test it. With no choice, Lee Jik obeyed, as you command. Though deep down he grumbled, then why ask if you already knew the answer? Standing nearby, Hyung silently plotted, let them figure it out themselves, it's better than me just blurting it out. Let them experience what I saw on YouTube. Not long after, Heesun brought a modified gun. We tried as you said, Your Highness, but leftover powder blocks the next shot. Hyung nodded, I see. Heesun continued, then cleaning really is the only solution. But before he could finish, Hyung cut in, General Heesun, think carefully. Once again, Heesun sighed and obeyed, yes, Your Highness. Still, Hyung added, on the battlefield, cavalry charges fast, would there even be time to clean the barrel? Heesun reluctantly agreed, true enough. Lee Jik stood to the side, scratching his head. Then, what do we do? Seeing their confusion, Hyung sighed to himself, do I really have to step in again? Suddenly, Heesun had a lightbulb moment. Why not try carving grooves? Lee Jik echoed, grooves. Heesun explained, yes, look at that stream. The water flows through channels. The flame from gunpowder has a flow too, shouldn't it act similarly? If we carve a long groove inside the barrel, wouldn't the residue flow out with the flame? Hearing this, Lee Jik finally saw the light and nodded vigorously. Sounds worth trying. Hyung watched and quietly rejoiced, great, looks like I won't need to step in this time. But the soldiers quickly raised a new issue. General Heesun, how do we carve those grooves? That made him freeze up again. Heesun looked dazed once more, another half-baked moment. Hyung facepalmed. At this rate, we'll finish next year. However, the craftsmen brainstormed tirelessly for days and eventually invented a tool to carve grooves. They also made new firelocks with 3 to 5 grooves. But during further testing, Heesun and his team faced a new issue. Scene changed to a group discussion. Lee Jik spoke up, so in the end, cleaning is still the answer. The Minister of Works looked confused. What's the exact result? Lee Jik replied, well. He explained, each groove count has pros and cons. With 6 or fewer, the power's fine, but there's too much residue. He continued, 9 or more grooves give less residue, but the firepower drops significantly. Frustrated voices echoed, so what do we do? 9 grooves, but the power's too weak. 6 grooves, too much residue, if only there was a better way. Hearing this, Hyung quietly thought, as expected, he was a bit worried, can they figure it out this time? Just then Jang Yong spoke up, how about spiral grooves? Hyung was thrilled, yes, that's the spirit. He encouraged him, Jang Yong, please elaborate. The man replied, yes, Your Highness, what I meant was. Jang Yong explained, if we make the groove spiral, it lengthens the flame's path. That way, even with just 6 grooves, the residue can still be expelled. The ministers were amazed by his logic, and with spiral grooves, the explosive force wouldn't be wasted either. In the end, everyone cheered joyfully, this is it. Seems promising, Your Highness. Spiral grooves might be the solution. Seeing that, Hyung declared, then let's test it. Countless tests were carried out and they finally found the optimal design, 6 spiral grooves, 1.5 turns, ready to fire. This was also the perfect chance to explore the concepts of maximum and effective range. Everyone rushed around frantically, move it, record and classify the results now. Watching the scene unfold, Hyung thought, with the right resources, these people could totally win a Nobel Prize someday. Then he flashed a sinister little grin that sent chills down a few spines. He whispered to himself, my loyal slaves, grow stronger and automate everything. The ministers working nearby suddenly felt uneasy. Why is it so cold all of a sudden? Scene change, rows of weapons neatly arranged. Lee Jik raised an eyebrow. What's going on here? Passing by, Heesun paused and asked, is something wrong, sir? Lee Jik quickly replied, not really, General Choi. But didn't Royal Advisor Jang say we didn't add spiral grooves on the barrel? Lee Jik added, and yet, accuracy improved significantly. What do you think, General? Heesun also found it odd and nodded. They both fell silent. Heesun eventually said, improved performance is great, but not knowing why makes me uneasy. A nearby soldier overheard and approached. Excuse me, could the grooves be making the bullet spin as it fires? They were surprised. Wait, what? Explain that, soldier, they said. The soldier began, I used to be a Fletcher. When I attached feathers to arrows, I'd tilt them slightly. That made the arrows spin midair when fired, and thanks to that, they flew straighter and resisted wind better. Heesun and Lijik were both impressed. Not long after, Chungyong came to inspect. As expected, he was amazed. Now I see why the Crown Prince and the others kept this under wraps. If the Firelock's performance leaks out, our tech will be stolen for sure. Then he ordered Chief Enach bring the forge here. Chungyong spoke up. As he burned a paper in his hand, he smiled and said, I suppose I must follow that idea too. He turned to Hyang and praised him. Crown Prince, you've worked so hard. What you've done is monumental. Hyang humbly replied, all thanks to your majesty's blessings. At that moment, Chungyong's gaze shifted to the soldiers. Come to think of it, I should ask about the outfits I've seen in Zone 51. He ordered anything else I should see, if not, explain those uniforms to me. Heesun respectfully answered, Your Majesty, there are still a few items yet to be presented. Chungyong was surprised. Huh. Right then, Hyang gave the order, Steward, bring it out for His Majesty. What I want to offer this time is... He proudly announced, the ready mount, little commander. Seeing the gun, Chungyong exclaimed, so it's a short firearm, bring it closer. As he examined it, he muttered, what a strange contraption. Then he suddenly said, 6 holes, don't tell me. He hesitantly asked, can this thing really fire 6 shots in a row? Hyang confirmed, that's exactly right, Your Majesty. Chungyong, still skeptical, asked again, seriously. The ministers were in disbelief. They made that with no proper tools? How? What sorcery is this? Hyang beamed with pride. It's one of Zone 51's masterpieces. The blueprint already existed. Hearing that, Chungyong got excited. I want to see it in action right now, Heesun nodded, as you command. He reached down to his gun holster at his waist, then slowly grasped the weapon. In less than half a second, Heesun drew the gun and unleashed a flurry of bullets. The bullets zipped toward the target like lightning. Watching the spectacular display, everyone couldn't help but praise. General Heesun's shooting is amazing, top-tier stuff. But Hyang, standing to the side, was fuming. Damn it, I'm the one who built it. At that moment, Hwang Hee stepped forward. May I take a look at the target? Heesun gladly agreed, of course. He slowly approached the scarecrow. Whatever he saw made Hwang Hee's jaw drop. After gawking for a while, he turned to Chungyong and reported, Your Majesty, with this kind of power, anyone within 30 paces will be sent straight to hell. Chungyong still looked doubtful. Are you sure? The man confidently replied, Absolutely, Your Majesty. Hearing that, Chungyong was overjoyed. You've truly accomplished something extraordinary. He turned to Hyang and General Heesun, eyes misty. Seeing how exhausted you all look, I have no doubt left Minister T letter 1EA3 NGH letter 1ECB's praise was accurate. You've worked hard. Hyang bowed respectfully, Your Majesty is too kind. Chungyong added, you did well now about the armor. Hyang chuckled, please forgive me, father, but there's one more type of fire weapon I haven't shown you. The emperor blinked. Another one, how many surprises are left today? Since the surprises were getting out of hand, Chungyong tried to change the topic. It's almost lunchtime, Crown Prince. But Hyang pushed on, this time I present the fire bomb. Chungyong did a full 180. Lunch can wait, lead the way, Hyang chuckled to himself. Yep, full-on firepower addict confirmed. On the way, Chungyong remarked, this place is quite far from the palace. Hyang quickly explained, we needed a wide, open space to safely test the fire bomb, Your Majesty. Upon arrival, Chungyong froze at the sight before him. What kind of bomb needs this much open land? He turned to ask, did you have them chop down all these trees? Hyang replied, we cleared the area to prevent forest fires just in case. Chungyong sighed, good grief. Everyone gathered around the fire bomb. This is our newest development, they announced. We humbly name this weapon the Sky-Piercing Thunderstrike Bomb. Hwang Hee blinked. Sky-Piercing Thunderstrike. Sajong added, Thunderstrike, you mean like the one used by Jin Nation long ago? Seems like it, someone said. They started comparing it to the explosive weapons developed by General Heesun. Sajong speculated the term sky-piercing might be because it's launched via cannon. Hearing their chatter, Hyang couldn't help but think, even after reincarnating, I can't escape the classics. At sea turtle ships, on land it's always sky-piercing thunderstrike bombs. Night fell and groans echoed through the palace. This is getting tricky. All the ministers were gathered, enduring another rant from Hyang. Should we use MK1 or MK2, maybe MK21? In their hearts they cried, what even is MK? Not again, we're not going home tonight, are we? Finally, one minister stepped in. His Highness is talking about classifications based on how the bomb explodes. MK1 is the kind that sprays shrapnel everywhere upon ignition, like a modern grenade. The minister continued. Mk2, when activated, shoots flames from the ignition hole, spinning while hurling sparks and shrapnel in all directions. And Mk21 seals the back with an iron plate, creating an even fiercer burst of fire and metal. Hyung then asked, so which one's the most practical? Young and Jai was about to answer, I believe, but Jang Yong quickly covered his mouth. Please, sir, give it a second. Confused, he turned only for Jang Yong to clarify, forgive me, but I ask you to wait a bit longer. Suddenly, Hyung slammed the table. Damn it, why are we hesitating over this? The loud bang startled them both so badly their souls nearly left their bodies. Hyung growled, we're making all of them, and picking Mk21, the 21st century edition. This military conference is over, dismissed. The ministers were stunned. What about you, your highness? Hyung shouted, I just had a genius idea, I can't sit still, you're all distracting me, out. That was all they needed, they scattered joyfully. Let's go, he's got it all covered. Meanwhile, Emperor Chungyong picked up a round object from the table. Did you all invent this too? Heesun stepped up. The sky-piercing thunderstrike bomb was personally designed by the crown prince from concept to structure. Chungyong was stunned. Really, I'd love to understand how it works. He hesitated. That is, Hyung quickly jumped in. Allow us to demonstrate first, then we'll explain everything. The soldiers began setting up for the trial shot. Heesun, worried, pointed at the wall. It's dangerous, please take cover behind that. Chungyong nodded, all right. Then the soldier slowly inserted the grenade into the launcher. He called out, preparing to fire. Another soldier waved the flag and yelled, fire. A loud boom echoed. The grenade had exploded. But despite all that hype, the grenade missed the scarecrow and just plopped onto the ground. The emperor watched this anticlimax unfold, visibly disappointed. He asked, nothing happened. Heesun solemnly replied, it's about to explode, now. Just as predicted, the grenade slowly began to move. A moment later, it erupted in a thunderous explosion. The blast pressure forced Sajung and Hwang-hee to shield their faces, eyes wide with disbelief. After the explosion, only a thick cloud of smoke remained. Chungyong looked visibly shaken. Hwang-hee asked with concern, why, your majesty, are you all right? He reassured them, I'm fine, just a little startled. But his worried expression gave him away. Hwang-hee, seeing things had settled, announced, it's safe to stand up now. Sajung next to him nervously wiped sweat, pretending everything was totally fine. Lee Jik, still stunned, gasped, how is that even possible? Staring at the smoke and the shredded scarecrows, he fell silent. The blast tore apart everything nearby. Still in disbelief, he muttered, is this really the power of a single fire bomb? Sajung agreed quietly, hard to believe. Hwang-hee picked up the scarecrow's head. If this had been a real battlefield, it would have turned into hell on earth. Chungyong ordered, General Heesun, explain to me how this sky-piercing thunderstrike bomb works. Yes, your majesty, Heesun obeyed. He began, the grenade's casing is made as thin as possible, strong enough to withstand launching and impact, but fragile enough to shatter from the internal blast. Inside the casing are countless tiny iron pellets, increasing the amount of deadly shrapnel. And we skipped the clay powder mix step to preserve maximum explosive power. Hearing this terrifying info, the emperor praised, your efforts truly deserve recognition. But can this type of fire bomb be mass-produced? Heesun beamed. If supplied with enough gunpowder, mass production is absolutely feasible. Hwang-hee, skeptical, asked, seriously, to mass-produce something this deadly, wouldn't we need loads of skilled artisans? Isn't Zone 51 still short-staffed? Heesun hesitated slightly. Left Minister was absolutely right about that. Flashback to an earlier night. A voice echoed through the residence. The Crown Prince has already solved that issue. The three of them gathered around the blueprint, discussing. This sky-piercing thunderstrike bomb was personally drawn by His Highness. Heesun and Lee Jik were stunned. What? Lee Jik confessed, I'm looking at this and I still don't get it. Heesun nodded, its shape is bizarre. Staring at the schematic, he muttered, internal and external threading. Heesun recalled when the young prince slowly explained, if you want to stuff gunpowder inside a sphere, making a full ball from the start is inefficient. So we split it into two hemispheres, one with internal threads, the other with external. Hyung had grinned excitedly, it's like a puzzle, just twist the two halves together and boom, a perfect sphere. With a thoughtful look, Hyung added, might as well teach them about bolts and nuts while I'm at it. Later, the two of them tested it, and it exploded exactly as expected. Their faces said it all. Lee Jik was awestruck. That power is insane, Heesun chimed in. With strength like this, we can deploy it for our troops immediately. Heesun asked, shall we report this to His Majesty? Hyung pondered, not yet. His expression lit up with excitement. There's still more testing to be done. The thinner the casing, the stronger the blast. Hyung suggested let the skilled craftsmen continue refining it. For now, let's try reducing the casing's thickness. Lee Jik excitedly reported, Your Highness, after several tests, we found the minimum thickness that can still survive firing and impact is reduced by 3/10. Hyung was impressed, really. Grinning brightly, Hyung proposed, then let's try filling it with gunpowder and test it again. Who knows, maybe the results will surprise us. But things didn't quite go as planned. The craftsmen, after completing the trial, looked thoroughly exhausted. The three of them stared at the grenade. Lee Jik gave a report, Your Highness, this time the minimum thickness is still reduced by 3 parts. His eyes were sunken from exhaustion. Lee Jik suggested, then shall we report to His Majesty now? Hyung stroked his chin and replied, but the blast radius is too wide. Hyung continued, if we fail, our own troops could get injured. Find a way to reduce the blast radius while keeping the destructive power. After hearing that, both men grew grim. Heesun turned to the craftsman. How do we even increase firepower while reducing the explosion range? One of the craftsmen, clearly drained, scratched his head and muttered helplessly, I'm at my limit, Your Highness. This task is way too hard. Hyung overheard and thought to himself, looks like I'll have to step in a little. He walked over and asked the craftsman, any progress? Despite being exhausted, the man respectfully replied, Your Highness graces us with your presence. He slowly reported, we're still continuing our research. Hyung suddenly suggested, what if we coat the inside of the firebomb with thick clay, then embed tiny lead pellets in it? Once it dries, seal it with paper to hold everything in place. The 2 craftsmen were stunned. That's brilliant. What a genius idea, Your Highness. We'd never have thought of that. Seeing things finally moving forward, Hyung casually waved as he walked away. All right, I'll leave it to you. Do your best. They watched Hyung's figure fade into the distance, deep in thought. Heesun muttered in disbelief. It's like he already knew the answer. Lee Jik hesitated, if that's the case. The 2 craftsmen, now enlightened, exclaimed, wait, then didn't we just waste all that effort? We haven't been home for days. What a sly move. After applying Hyung's idea, everyone got back to work with renewed focus, and it worked. But more than the results, it helped the craftsmen develop independent thinking, giving them a true understanding of the weapon's mechanics. Back to the present, Heesun told the Emperor, thanks to that process, we now have reliable craftsmen for fire bomb production. Mass production won't be a problem. Hearing of Hyung's contribution, the Emperor muttered in awe, this kid, I'm out of words. Suddenly remembering something, the Emperor asked, now that I think of it, why didn't the bomb explode immediately during testing? His expression grew serious. I'm really curious about how it works. Hearing this, Heesun replied solemnly, that's because. Heesun leaned in to reveal the secret. The sky-piercing thunderstrike bomb contains a clever mechanism. The Emperor blinked. A clever mechanism. Heesun hesitated, then said, we can actually control the detonation timing. Hearing that, the Emperor questioned in disbelief, is that even possible? Heesun pulled out the fuse and explained, by wrapping the fuse inside the cover, we can delay the detonation. The Emperor guessed, so it's based on the fuse length? Exactly, Your Majesty. Hearing this, the Emperor looked thrilled. If only we know the timing, it truly is a brilliant secret. Hyung smiled at the praise and thought to himself, actually, that feature already existed in the sky-piercing thunderstrike bombs made by Munjung. Hyung then reported, Father, I've already arranged for the presentation of all our new weapons. The Emperor asked, is that so? Hyung continued, then let's return to the palace. But the Emperor placed a hand on his shoulder and stopped him. Hold on. His face turned stern as he questioned, is there still more you want to show me? Hyung broke into a cold sweat and stammered, oh, of course there is, Father. Please, this way. The Emperor suddenly lit up with excitement. Finally, watching his giddy expression, Heesun muttered to himself, he sure doesn't look tired, I just want to go home. The Emperor ordered, the soldiers' uniforms here differ from the regular Song army. Explain. Hyung respectfully replied, yes, Father. Pointing to a green uniform, he began, these are the standard uniforms for our troops. We modified them to better accommodate firelock usage, then dyed them green and ochre. The Emperor asked, why those colors? Hyung answered seriously, to help our soldiers blend in. We chose colors similar to forests and soil, making it harder for enemies to spot them. Hearing this, the Emperor stroked his chin thoughtfully. Still unconvinced, the Emperor voiced concerns. Shouldn't we wear bold colors on the battlefield to intimidate the enemy? And won't this make it hard to tell friend from foe? Hyung didn't argue. We're still refining our tactics to address that, Your Majesty. This design is only in testing, real implementation will take time. Finally understanding, the emperor muttered, I see, Hyung added, but that's not all. He enthusiastically announced, we're also working on upgrading our armor. The emperor grew curious. Armor, you say? Hyung politely opened a door. Please everyone come inside. In the center of the room, elaborate armor sets were displayed. Hyung began, these are the armors currently used in the Song military. The emperor glanced over them, unsurprised. I know these well. Still, Hyung wasn't afraid to criticize. In truth, properly equipping our troops with these is a huge challenge. He recalled the image of soldiers forced to wear tattered, outdated gear. As you know, many soldiers must procure their own armor. Due to financial limitations, much of the gear is low quality. That affects their safety on the battlefield. Even the emperor nodded in agreement. Yes, that's a serious issue. Hyung then gestured toward a red armor set. As many know, this is the lamellar armor used since the previous era. Iron plates are sewn inside silk, offering solid protection. He pointed again, however it has flaws, the emperor asked, such as. Hyung explained, first, it's labor-intensive. Preparing the plates and riveting them individually takes enormous time and effort. Second, the materials silk, fur are extremely costly. Third, while it blocks arrows well, it's weak in close combat, especially at the armpits and sides which are exposed. Fourth, the emperor raised an eyebrow, there's a fourth. Hyung picked up the armor and continued, it's too heavy. As a cloak-style piece, all the weight rests on the shoulders, it's exhausting to wear for long periods. Even the emperor had to admit that's true. He asked, but is there any way to improve it? Hyung had been waiting for this. He walked over to a cloth-covered rack and said, to solve those issues we created. With a dramatic pull, he revealed a new, modern-looking suit of armor. Behold, the solution to our problems. Lee Jik and Sajung gasped at the sight. The emperor asked excitedly, what is this? With a smug grin, Hyung answered, this is the improved version, designed to fix all the flaws of the old lamellar armor. He remembered the frustration he once had, slamming down his pen and sighing, it's way too expensive. Looking at the cost breakdown, 16 taels 10 caddies for the body, 4 taels 5 caddies for the helmet, he fumed. What, only nobles are allowed to fight now? Hyung thought it over carefully. I wanted to skip armor, but I can't. I have to think of close combat troops too. His brain went into overdrive, trying to design armor that merged Western plate armor with traditional lamellar. Maybe if I combine this with that. Then he stumbled across something strange, squinting at it suspiciously. What the heck is this thing? Returning to reality, Hyung held up the armor. First, we replaced the tiny iron plates inside with a single steel plate. Now the front and back are each protected by full steel sheets. Excited, he added, the waist is protected by overlapping front and back plates, and the armpits are shielded by a circular steel piece attached to the shoulder and arm guards. Additionally, the armor is divided into upper and lower sections to evenly distribute weight across the body, including leg protection, specifically the thighs. After hearing about all these amazing features, the three men stood there, jaws on the floor. Hyung recalled the image of soldiers wearing the new armor. First, cavalry and close combat troops would be equipped with full-body armor, covering from neck to knees. The upgraded upper-body armor would be used by firelock troops and artillery units. The emperor curiously asked, what did the soldiers who wore it say? Heesun replied, they said it's a bit heavy, but since the weight is evenly distributed, it's manageable. Plus, the parts that were previously unprotected are now covered. They feel much safer. Intrigued, the emperor walked over and picked up the armor. He exclaimed, this is the first time I've seen armor like this. The shape is unusual and the structure is very unique. Hyung smiled proudly and thought to himself, even though I designed it myself, I still find it pretty impressive. He added another benefit, this armor also helps reduce cost and manufacturing time. It's very efficient. He stared thoughtfully at the armor, his mind spinning. However, Your Highness, I do have a question. Hyung replied, please go ahead. He asked, if I'm not mistaken, the helmet and plates are all made of steel, right? Hyung praised, sharp eyes as always. He got straight to the point, then does that mean the craftsmen have to forge each plate by hand? Isn't that far too labor-intensive? I fear the cost might even surpass that of lamellar armor, he added. After some thought, Hyung spoke up, that's an excellent question. I had the same concern myself, that's why. He finally revealed his long-held plan. I intend to use mold stamping. The emperor asked curiously, stamping. Intricate molds were revealed as Hyung repeated, yes, stamping. He thought silently. The main reason I chose Western-style plate armor is because it works with mass production using stamping machines. The emperor asked, stamping, so what exactly do you mean? Hyang answered, exactly what the name suggests, father. He offered, but it's better if you see it for yourself. We'll prepare a live demonstration soon. Though curious, the emperor looked slightly disappointed. So I can't see it now? Hyang, still cheerful, explained, there are still a few items not ready yet, but we'll present them as soon as we can. For now, please inspect the current setup. An hour later, Sajong reported, all records are in order, Your Highness. The emperor praised, well done, everyone. He gave special thanks to General Heesun. Heesun, you've worked hard as well. Thanks to your efforts, our Song dynasty will grow even stronger. Heesun humbly replied, I am honored, Your Majesty. Chungyong continued, and the previously exhausted trio suddenly perked up, clearly waiting for this moment. In their hearts, is this it? Are we finally going home? But to their horror, the emperor, looking far too excited, declared, to the armory. I want to witness the fire weapon and armor manufacturing process immediately. Sajong discreetly interjected. Your Majesty, the sun is setting. We may not have enough time to visit the armory today. But the emperor countered, if I don't go now, court business will keep getting delayed. He sighed, then I'll visit at first light tomorrow. Don't get me wrong, I'm not that eager to see it right now. Sajong replied, understood, Your Majesty. Honestly, this is more than I expected. Scene shift to the armory, everyone shouted in unison, long live His Highness. Hyang excitedly announced, first, I'll show father the cannon manufacturing process. Everyone inside was busy forging iron. Others were working on intricate components. Watching the orderly and disciplined workflow, the emperor marveled, so everyone here has their own assigned task. Hyang responded, yes, father, I tried assigning specific roles during the process. The emperor, now fully invested, declared, impressive, now I want to see the stamping process in action. Didn't you say it's better to see it in person? Hyang smiled, I'll get everything ready right now. He thought to himself, he's definitely dying to see the stamping machine. Hyang turned to a nearby guard and asked for a paper trumpet. The guard, clearly used to this, handed it over politely, yes, Your Highness. Then, speaking into the trumpet, Hyang made an announcement that drew everyone's attention. Attention. Begin armor production now. As if on cue, everyone bustled into action. The sudden chaos confused the emperor and he asked suspiciously, Hyang, why are the cannon craftsmen all moving around? Hyang gave a helpless smile and told the truth, it's because we don't have enough craftsmen, father. Hearing that, the emperor crossed his arms with a pout, seriously. Huang, he whispered to someone nearby, this is getting more and more worrisome. He guessed the next move, surely His Highness would now ask for a solution. Hyang raised his paper trumpet and announced, we shall now begin the armor production process, Your Majesty. A hammer came down with a thunderous clang. The emperor's face lit up with awe. He watched the pulley system move in perfect order. Everyone jumped into their roles. One placed hot iron into the mold, while another managed the ropes. The mold dropped with a loud clang and the emperor exclaimed, so that's why it's called stamping. The mold was opened slowly, and clamps were ready to extract the red-hot iron. And just like that, a piece of iron armor was born. The emperor marveled, what a magnificent method. Absolutely brilliant. He turned to Hyang and praised, with this method, mass-producing armor won't be just a dream anymore. Of course it was your idea. Suddenly, he remembered something. Ah, by the way, this is also where you make gunpowder, right? I'd like to see that too. Hyang scratched his head, embarrassed. I'm sorry, father, that process can't be shown right now. The emperor asked, why not? Hyang explained, it's extremely complex and the materials are dangerous. We need proper conditions to proceed safely. The emperor's tone dropped slightly. I see. Huang, he quickly interjected, Your Majesty, perhaps it's best to return to the palace and rest for today. The three aides smiled internally. Finally, they were getting to go home. But alas, that joy was short-lived. The emperor, while returning, said there would be court tomorrow, and this wasn't over. I think the weapons from Zone 51 are truly exceptional. What do you all think? Li Jik, looking totally drained, muttered, I agree, Your Majesty. Huang, he, also looking fried, added, especially the cannon and grenade Your Highness designed, they're unmatched in power. Yet the emperor remained chipper, stroking his chin. So you all think so too. Then, he declared, we shall begin mass production of these weapons. What say you? Hyang thought to himself, just as I expected. Huang, he quickly objected, Your Majesty, I must point out that mass production of weapons will face numerous challenges. He elaborated, first, we lack skilled craftsmen. Only a few are capable of precision work. He went on, and during today's grenade trials, we already faced serious material shortages. Even the explosives we tested were hard to come by. The main ingredients, pig fat and beef fat, are already difficult to acquire in bulk. The emperor found his argument reasonable and nodded. Very well, but what if we recruit expert artisans from all over Joseon to assemble prefabricated parts? Hyung pointed out a flaw. Father, doing that would greatly risk leaking our secrets. We can minimize that risk by only outsourcing the pre-processing stage. Lijik added, Your Majesty, if we receive parts as tribute, their quality may be questionable. The emperor replied, Then we won't accept tributes. Instead, the king proposed a more efficient solution, buying needed resources through trade stations currently being established. This would improve people's lives and ensure craftsmen take their jobs seriously. Truly, a brilliant plan. He hesitated as he brought up the matter of oil. Stroking his chin, he fell deep into thought, then scratched his head again for good measure. Outside the palace, even the eunuchs were bewildered. There he goes again, saying strange things. Hyung closed his eyes and thought carefully. After a moment, it seemed like he'd found a new idea. Excited, he shouted, Yes, my brain is on fire today. Heesun approached and greeted him. Your Highness, I've been waiting for you. Hyung walked up cheerfully. General. Looks like I've found a possible solution, Hyung announced. Heesun seemed equally inspired. I might have one too. Hyung offered. You go first, General. The general blushed and pushed the spotlight back. No, Your Highness, please, you first. Hyung chuckled. It's fine, really. Heesun then shared the idea he had. What if we use soybeans? The two shared a mental connection, slapped hands, and shouted together, Let's test it out. Hyung thought to himself about why soybeans made sense. Our people have long used vegetable oils. Soybean oil is enough to make glycerin. Heesun asked for permission. Your Highness, may I try firing the weapon? Hyung nodded. Go ahead. Seeing Heesun's enthusiasm, Hyung grinned. I totally get his excitement. As Heesun took aim, Hyung instinctively covered his ears. Looking at the holes in the straw target, Hyung proudly declared, With this performance, Heesun finished the thought. I think it's ready, Hyung ordered. Let's report to father immediately. When the king heard the news, he beamed. Really? That's fantastic. He then asked, So we can now mass-produce it, right? Hyung respectfully bowed. Yes, father. But Hyung added, There's still one important matter. The king paused. Oh. Hyung explained, thinking of the happily grazing cattle. To supply the soybeans, we used those grown on the livestock farms fields on the island. He continued, Turns out, the leftover soybean mash makes excellent feed for pigs and cattle. The king stroked his chin again and pointed out a flaw, but that amount won't be enough. Hyung nodded in agreement. Exactly, father. Plus, lard, beef fat, and soybeans are staples for the people. If the court gathers them in bulk, it may cause hardships. The king shared the same concern. Yes, national defense is vital, but we can't neglect their livelihood. After a long pause, the king said warmly, I'll think more on this. You've worked hard, Hyung. Hyung politely responded, Thank you, father, I shall take my leave. The king stared at his son's back, his face filled with deep thoughts. Hyung walked out of the hall and looked toward the palace with quiet determination. Father, I believe you will surely find the best solution. Sometime later in the palace. During a state meeting, the king brought it up. The boy suggested an oil supply plan. Hyung, explain it to the ministers. Hyung stepped forward and spoke clearly. Yes, the plan I propose is to use soybean oil. The ministers were visibly stunned by the proposal. The king summed up the idea firmly. Therefore, we'll encourage farmers to migrate to the northern frontier and cultivate soybeans. The court will buy the entire harvest. This will stabilize the people's lives. Hyung's face lit up with joy. Cultivating soybeans in the northern wilderness and buying it all, it solves everything, he thought. The king added, also, purchase lard and beef fat at reasonable prices. No one objected. They all declared in unison, We shall follow your command. Afterward, Hyung looked at the king with sparkling eyes, his face full of pure happiness. The king praised, Hyung, you've made a great contribution this time. Hyung respectfully replied, Thank you, father. It was all thanks to your guidance and the people at District 51. Seeing how talented and polite he was, the king chuckled, This kid, seriously. The king grabbed his thigh tightly with pride. He firmly declared, This will be the first step in strengthening Song's national defense. He issued a command, Everyone carry this out meticulously. No room for even the slightest mistake. All the officials and Hyung responded in unison, Yes, your majesty. Hyung thought silently. Speaking of the northern frontier, there's a legend that the Tum River's name means filled with beans. Seems like a sign. I'll give it everything I've got. Scene changes to the northern frontier land of Hamgyeo. A subordinate walked in and reported, Sir, more migrants have come to farm. The officer, buried in paperwork, sighed, Got it. process them as usual and arrange housing. Following orders, the subordinate led them away. This way, follow me. Staring at the mountain of documents, the officer sighed. So this is why Hyang gave local commanders golden pens? My work hasn't lessened, it's multiplied. He cried out, anyone literate out there, help me please. Meanwhile, folks were grilling meat over charcoal elsewhere. A servant warned, hey, grab a bowl and catch the dripping oil, be careful. Another exclaimed, ow, hot, then added, we gotta collect every drop of oil. This stove was a gift from Hyang. Eventually the two sat down and blissfully enjoyed the juicy meat. A soldier in a gold hat walked by, puzzled. Sir, are we allowed to eat meat like this here? The officer explained, for now it's for the military, but if you take good care of the soybean fields, you'll get your share. Just remember, collect that oil and bring it to the workshop. Back to the office, stacks of paperwork towered over the table. Some documents had already been opened. Hyang, lying on a mat, flailed in frustration. More reports, and they're all about the gunpowder shortage. With arms crossed, Hyang fell into deep thought. Even with northern supplies, it won't be enough. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. That's it, a mental map popped up. What if we look south? Scene shifts to early morning. The king strolled around the palace with guards. It was clear the royal court was in chaos. After the conservative elders were dismissed, power quickly consolidated under King Chungnyeong. The king's dignified smile showed confidence. As reforms began, he slowly implemented his long-desired policies. Time passed, and on a summer day, Hyang turned 10. King Chungnyeong suggested, with Jeongso's age, maybe it's time to find her a husband. Hwang, he agreed. I think this is a perfect time, Your Majesty. Hyang was surprised. Wait, Sister Jeongso is getting married. The king laughed warmly, then let the matchmaking begin. The ministers responded in chorus, as you command, Your Majesty. After the morning court session, Hyang stepped out of the palace. Placing a hand on his chest, he whispered, historically, Princess Jeongso died early, but now she's getting married. This feels so surreal. Inside the palace, a sulky voice echoed, Father, I don't wanna. Jeongso tearfully confessed, I just want to stay with you and mother forever. King Chungnyeong gently explained, I understand, but marriage is a part of life, isn't it? Jeongso sobbed, but I just want a little more time with you too. Seeing her reaction, the king was helpless. Why is this child so stubborn? She ran out crying, yelling, I hate you, father. The king could only call after her softly, Jeongso. Majesty gently stepped in and offered some calming words. Your Highness, is she still a child? I'll try to calm Jeongso down, so please don't worry too much, Majesty said gently. Chungnyeong replied with a weary sigh, I'll leave it to you then. After everyone left, he rubbed his forehead and muttered helplessly, raising kids is really not easy. Scene shifts to the next day. Hyang noticed a group of palace maids rushing somewhere. Curious, he asked, why are the maids so busy this early? Did something happen? The eunuch beside him whispered, Your Highness, it seems Princess Jeongso hasn't eaten since yesterday. The eunuch then handed him a letter and explained, also, a maid from Princess Jeongso's palace asked me to deliver this to you. Hyang blinked, she sent this. He slowly opened and read the letter. A while later, Hyang folded the letter and instructed the eunuchs, I need to go on a secret patrol. Prepare quickly. One of them blinked, a secret patrol, sir. Hyang gave a cheeky wink and added, we have to do this without father finding out. Discreet and fast, got it? The eunuchs took off running, yes, sir. Back in the palace, the king asked, I heard Jeongso skipped breakfast again today. The eunuch apologized, yes, Your Majesty, that is correct. Hearing this, the king looked absolutely drained. Oh heavens. He asked again, has Majesty said anything? The eunuch, worried, replied, she's trying her best to persuade her, but Princess Jeongso refuses to listen. The king let out a heavy sigh. If one child behaves, the other causes trouble. Inside Jeongso's residence, Hyang arrived and told the maids coolly, announce my presence. The maids quickly relayed the message, Princess, His Highness has arrived. She replied, let him in. Hyang politely said to the maids, thank you for your hard work. They all chirped in, we're honored, Your Highness. Seeing Hyang, Jeongso dropped the act and jumped up. He greeted, you've been through a lot, sis. Jeongso, grinning mischievously, said, did you bring what I asked for? Hand it over. Handing it over with a sigh, Hyang groaned, seriously, do you know how stealthy I had to be just to get this without father noticing? Jeongso, already drooling, asked, wait, is this the gangrio bun from that shop I told you about? Hyang replied, yes, and by the way, you should hurry up and find a husband before people start calling you an old maid. With her mouth full, she pointed at him and scolded, shut it, this is all your fault. Hyang blinked, what'd I do? His innocent face screamed confusion. What does your marriage have to do with me? Jeongso chomped angrily, her aura turning deadly. Even if I have to marry, I'm going to teach that brat a lesson first. Suddenly she changed tone. My dear Gangrio. Hyung excused himself. All right, I'll be off now. Take care, sis. Jiangso smiled. Don't worry, thanks for the Gangrio. Hyung thought, why does she always twist things like that? Recalling her talk about the brat, Hyung decided to pay him a visit. Might as well drop by sighing too. I've got one more Gangrio bun left. Scene shifts to a small hut surrounded by thick greenery. Seeing him arrive, the man was surprised. Your Highness, Hyung smiled. Sorry for barging in. I was passing by and thought I'd stop in. The man bowed and greeted. Welcome, Your Highness. Sighing asked nervously, is my brother doing well? Hyung grinned, of course. How's your studying going, little bro? Sighing bowed, I'm working hard so I don't fall behind you, then paused and asked, but you seem awfully free these days. Hyung didn't reply, just gave an awkward smile. Deep inside, he thought, this brat's attitude's so different from when he's around Jiangso. Suddenly, Jiangso stormed in like a whirlwind. Sighing, we need to talk. He replied, aren't we already talking? Jiangso cut to the chase. I heard you've been picking fights and bothering the maids. Is that true? Sighing scoffed, they're just lowly maids. How dare they tattle to you? Completely ignoring her furious trembling, Sighing coolly said, if you're done, I'll be going now. Yangso's face was practically exploding with rage. Her current expression was the exact copy of Chungyong's signature angry face. She scolded, you little brat, is that really something a prince with Tijong's blood would say? Furious, she shouted, your brother, the crown prince, respects craftsmen and servants alike, yet you dare call them lowly. I'll make sure you regret saying that. Seeing how terrifying she looked, Sighing trembled and muttered, I am sorry. But Jiangso wasn't letting that slide. Your apology should be for those you insulted, not for me. I got it, he stammered. Watching from the side, Hyung silently teased, from a scaredy cat to a snarky fox real quick. Sighing mocked, even if my brilliant brother is bored, I'm still busy catching up, so unless it's urgent. That snide attitude made Hyung boil with anger. His face turned red. Fine, I apologize, just go back to studying. Seeing Sighing like this, Hyung thought with frustration, just when I thought he was improving, here's Jiangso might get married and boom, back to brat mode. He handed the remaining warm buns to the maids nearby. Here, you guys have these. Watching Sighing still acting smug, Hyung muttered to himself, just wait till Jiangso gets married, then this world is mine. The sun had now set into dusk. Inside the palace, the court ministers were arguing like market vendors. That money should go to Jeonggang's merchants. Nonsense, it should be Yueju's lot. The king's face darkened, but the ministers kept bickering, oblivious. Finally, the king couldn't take it anymore and roared, silence. The ministers froze mid-sentence like statues. He stood up in fury. Did you even listen to a word I said? How many days has it been since I told you to prepare for this plan? I asked for a strategy on candy trade monopolies, and all you've done is argue over vendors. His anger flared. Now tell me right here and now, who bribed you and how much? All the officials dropped to the ground in unison. We are guilty. Please punish us with death. The king sneered, so eager to die, huh? I'll consider it after we settle this policy. The officials chorused again, we shall give our utmost, your majesty. Then the king dropped a name bomb, especially the ministers in charge, causing them to jump in shock. His anger reached a new peak. I trusted you and gave you power. You've really let me down. Don't disappoint me again. Everyone broke into cold sweat. Even Sajong wasn't exempt. We shall etch your majesty's words into our bones. Only then did the king sit back down. Now on to the next matter. As they stood up, something felt off. The room plunged into chaos again. Wait, what was the next topic? Watching this mess, the king held his head in despair. Seriously. That night, a frustrated thought echoed in his study. Why didn't anyone think of this sooner? The king, overwhelmed with national affairs, pondered, why did I even appoint these people? Was my judgment too generous? Now I have to entrust everything to folks not even as competent as an 11-year-old. Meanwhile, old him in, eyes dark from lack of sleep, was diligently working on something. In a dim room, he copied lines from a book when a voice called from outside, Sir, Saesung has arrived. Himin looked around in a daze. Oh, let him in. The moment he saw Saesung enter, he quickly adjusted his hat and clothes. Ah, you're here. Saesung said nothing and just took a seat. Silence fell over the room until they both sighed deeply at the same time, shattering the quiet. Saesung frowned slightly. Honestly, I can't pretend you look well, Fuang Thon, sir. Himin quickly replied, well, same to you, Kafut, sir. When the servant brought up tea, the old man waved it off. Forget the tea, bring out the wine instead. Without beating around the bush, Saesung got straight to the point. I came only to check on your health and have a chat, no wine needed. Also, if I get drunk and pass out here, that'd be pretty awkward. A mental storm was brewing. If they couldn't find a solution in 2 days, what then? Just imagining His Majesty screaming at their faces with fire in his eyes was already terrifying. This is your best idea, trying to disappoint me again. Him-in and Se-sung both yelled, forget it, so suddenly that even the maid froze for a moment. Meanwhile, in another palace under the full moonlight, work continued as always. A little princess sat eating while reading her book attentively. Suddenly, a trembling voice rang from outside, Your Highness, His Majesty has arrived. She looked up, surprised, at this hour. But before she could finish the sentence, she sensed something unusual. The door slowly opened and her soft voice greeted, Your Majesty, even if you came to visit, it's quite late. The emperor spoke from the door, You've skipped meals for 3 days straight, I'm worried. He asked with concern, Jiangso, are you all right? The little princess, wrapped in her blanket, turned and bowed, Father, greetings to you. She looked into his eyes with her most adorably innocent face. The emperor couldn't help but smile at this bundle of cuteness. But then something else caught his attention. Under the table, there was a mysterious object that didn't belong in this room. Smiling with his eyes closed, the emperor muttered, So that rascal been sneaking around the palace for 2 days just to see his sister. Aside from visiting the princess, he clearly had another agenda. First, I'm canceling your engagement plans. Hearing that, Jiangso tossed off her blanket and leapt into his arms. Father. Gently patting her head, he chuckled, You still need to act with some royal grace, little one. Beneath the quiet night sky, the couple's voices continued. Really, what do you mean about Jiangso's marriage? They'll probably be glad to drop the topic. The emperor turned to his queen, besides, she's still young. Let her stay with us a little longer. The queen sighed helplessly, Your Majesty. The emperor lifted his gaze to the sky, visibly contemplative. Actually, I nodded off earlier and had a really strange dream. What kind of dream? The queen asked. He went on, It was a nightmare. I dreamed Jiangso died from illness while lying in my arms. It hurt so much that even after waking, I still felt shaken. As they walked together, the emperor continued, It took a while to tell dream from reality, only then did I calm down. He finally admitted, Maybe I just don't have the heart to marry her off yet. Morning sunlight gently lit up the court hall. The young emperor stared intently at some documents, but he clearly wasn't pleased. While he pondered, the officials below all looked gloomy like failed exam candidates. After reading everything, he slowly placed the letter down. He calmly commented, I've reviewed your plans carefully. While they're better than before, they're still not good enough. He specifically called out Heesun's proposal completely missed the point of the policy. As for Jung and Jai's, so outdated it belongs in a museum. His critiques echoed through the hall all morning. The judge's plan, all appearance, no substance, even the prime minister's idea was half-baked. Only as the sun began to set did the emperor finally say, Start over. Following that was a separate meeting of the officials, and the mood was as heavy as soaked cloaks. Howing broke the silence, You all look like walking corpses. His statement was met with a round of sighs. Se-sung muttered, We stayed up all night prepping that plan after the last meeting and got shot down in 5 seconds. Howing bluntly asked, We all know what His Majesty wants, right? The policy on exclusive trade is meant to stop monopoly on certain goods. He added sternly, but local officials and greedy nobles have teamed up with merchants to dominate the market and exploit the people. Finally, he raised the million-dollar question, His Majesty wants to break the cycle. So, why don't we send household department officials to directly oversee the operation? 2 officials were stunned, their jaws nearly dislocated. Ministry, the whole taxation department. Se-sung stroked his white beard thoughtfully. If we want to oversee exclusive trade, we must assign someone to each regional governor's office. Him-in was shocked even more, but there are tons of governorates. If we do that, the taxation department will be drained dry. At this point, Howang was visibly fuming. He slammed the table and shouted, Then what the heck do we do? If we hand it to merchants, we'll be fired, and that's the best case scenario. Silence fell again like a heavy blanket in winter. Suddenly one official spoke up, I have a plan. Cut to Siang standing stiff as a board, thinking to himself, My name is Siang, Prince of the Song Dynasty. His small clenched fist trembled. After 3 years in the palace, this is the most dangerous moment of my life. A sweet voice chimed in, Hey little brother, did you sleep well last night? Princess Jiangso saw Siang trembling and nudged him gently. Why are you just standing there like a tree stump? Greet your brother and sister already. Siang suddenly remembered his manners. The boy quickly bowed, Greetings my lord brother and lady sister, did you both sleep well? Suddenly Princess Jiangso turned and asked Hyung beside her, Hey, has Siang done anything annoying lately? Hyung laughed and patted his little brother. Not at all, he's been studying hard. Just 2 days ago I saw him buried in his books. Hyung even flashed a bright smile. Be sure to teach me some sword skills next time, okay? Siang replied obediently, Of course, brother. Remembering Hyung's schedule, Jeongso nudged him. Aren't you supposed to attend the court session today? Hurry or you'll be late. Hyung nodded and just before leaving, casually mentioned, since your engagement was cancelled, I'll visit you more often. A moment later, Hyung waved goodbye. I'll be going now. Jeongso smiled. Do your best, little bro. Once Hyung left, she threw her arm over Saeng's shoulders and dragged the poor kid off. It's been a while, hang out with me a bit, Saeng stammered. Why yes, ma'am. During the court session, the emperor asked sternly, so the taxation department will directly manage exclusive trade. Won't that leave the department empty? Apparently, after yesterday's meeting, the officials had made their decision. Him-in stood up to report, yes, your highness. To address the staff shortage, we propose holding an examination. He thought to himself, that should make his majesty happy, right? But the emperor still looked unsatisfied. Him-in was speechless. Still not enough. The emperor suddenly turned to Hyung. Crown Prince, what do you think? The youngest in the room spoke up. I think it's a decent proposal, but Hyung declared confidently, it will take a lot of time and money. However, if we recruit students from the military academy, it could work. The emperor considered it. Students from the military academy, Him-in quickly objected, but your highness, they've never passed a major exam. They're just rookies. He looked down nervously. Appointing them would be like handing the keys of the palace to amateurs. Hyung countered, but the academy students do take monthly exams, don't they? The scene of students standing before the scoreboards flashed in Hyung's words. The rankings are clearly recorded. We could select those with top scores from recent months. His expression darkened slightly, but his logic was razor-sharp. If they pass the main exams later, great, they'll become skilled officials. If not, they'll still be reliable budget managers. The emperor smiled at his son. Well said, that's my boy. After Hyung's presentation, the emperor asked, Prime Minister, do you have anything to add? At this point, Him-in was utterly defeated and just nodded. I believe the crown prince is absolutely right, your majesty. The emperor loudly declared to the court, issue the order, recruit from the military academy to reinforce the taxation department and establish exclusive trade agencies down to the district level. The officials all bowed. We obey your majesty. Soon the night sky returned to its usual dark blanket. A hand poured wine gracefully into a cup. With official matters settled, everyone felt at ease. Him-in raised his glass. Even if we get blackout drunk tonight, we drink till we drop. Saesung nodded enthusiastically. Now that's the spirit. Staring into his wine, Him-in couldn't help but feel a wave of gloom. Not even under Tijo did I feel this much disappointment. Saesung glanced at his old friend's face and understood. Thinking of those good old demotion and reinstatement cycles again, Him-in nodded, dark clouds forming above his head. Exactly. After today's meeting, when I saw His Highness's eyes, I swear I heard judgment thunder from heaven. Images of the emperor and Hyung looking smug popped into his head. Is this the best you can do? My own son could do better. With that, both Him-in and Saesung exploded in cursing. Those blasted father and son. Dawn peeked over the capital's walls as a stream of officials strutted inside for the daily court session. Seeing so many bigwigs, Him-in asked H letter 1 EF U LAN NGH letter 1 ECB. Hey, isn't today just routine business? Why are all these big shots here? He greeted politely but then choked. Whoa, you reek of wine, Prime Minister. Embarrassed, Him-in replied, sorry, I had a round 2 after you left last night. H letter 1 EF U LAN NGH letter 1 ECB waved it off. No biggie. But clearly you missed the memo. There's a royal decree. All high-ranking officials must attend. Something urgent's up. Before the session, the emperor declared loudly, I've summoned you all because I received an urgent message from the Ming dynasty last night. Hyung blinked. From Ming? What kind of mess is this timing? Turns out the shocking news was, Emperor Yang of Ming had passed away. The emperor sighed. Do any of you know anything about the new crown prince? Crickets. Not a single soul answered. The emperor massaged his temples. Seriously, not one of you. The officials hurriedly apologized. We are unworthy. Chungyong didn't want to scold them, so he simply commanded, fine. Assemble a morning delegation. Include a priest skilled in rituals and a top geomancer pronto. A deafening shout echoed from the capital. As you command, your majesty. After court, Hyung sat alone, chin resting on hand, pondering, what will Ming be like now? Their relations with Song weren't the best. Kim Jin-ho, you really should have paid more attention in history class. Just then, a eunuch ran in shouting, Prince, Prince. Hyung snapped out of his thoughts. Father, what brings you here so suddenly? The emperor laughed. What, I'm not allowed to visit my kid. Sitting down, he said, you were planning to look for books during the envoy mission, right? Hyung nodded. Even if it's not the most pleasant mission, I'm not missing this chance. Once our national library is built, finding books won't be such a mess. The emperor pulled something out of his sleeve, very dramatic. It was a tiny book. He handed it over. Bring back everything you can find about this. Hyung accepted it like receiving holy scripture. Yes, father. A moment later, Hyung asked, but if it's books you want, can't you just tell the envoy team directly? The emperor grunted. Ha, if I did that, they'd cry and beg for mercy before even packing. The moment Hyung opened the book, blinding rays of knowledge hit him. Whoa. Eyes wide, he turned to his father. This is. The emperor nodded. Yep, it's all about phonology. Hyung's cheeks flushed with surprise. Phonology, really, father? May I ask, why this? The emperor let out a long sigh. Because everyone in this palace is an idiot. Replacing them isn't easy, and the exams only go so far. Even with loads of smart people, many go to the grave not knowing basic characters. He continued, more relaxed now, but if we invent characters that anyone can read, we might finally uncover some hidden talents. Hyung still had many questions, but why phonology? The emperor explained gently, all the letters in Western books represent sounds, and I believe sound-based letters are easier to learn. Hearing this, Hyung clutched the book like it held the fate of the realm. This will change history. I'll tell the envoys to put this on the top of their list. A voice suddenly echoed through the air. Kim, where are you, brother Kim? It was the scholar Kim In-sun calling out. A scholar was frantically running around looking for his buddy. Kim In-sun, where are you, bro? Just then, Kim In-sun's voice echoed from the treetop above. Dude, are you a cuckoo bird or what? You're so loud it could kill a man. The scholar looked up and found Kim In-sun lying up there. Oh, you're up there. The scholar scratched his head, half curious, half worried. Why didn't you show up this morning? There's a new royal decree. It's actually pretty awesome. Kim In-sun didn't seem impressed. He jumped straight down from the tree, holding his hat tightly. Not interested. I'm quitting my studies and heading home. The other guy looked shocked, but mostly just scared. Still, the scholar tagged along, trying to figure it out. Why go back now? You were always top of the class. Kim In-sun brushed the dirt off and replied, even being top doesn't mean a thing anymore. He looked up at the sky with a sigh, his emotions pouring out. You know what? I'm 26 now, got a 6-year-old kid, and I can't even pass the small exam, let alone the big one. Memories started flooding in. It's been 8 years since my first try at the small exam. Know what happened? Kim In-sun didn't wait for a reply. My ink bottle broke, my hands were shaking, and that regret still haunts me today. I pulled out a spare, but it was defective. It cracked too. I couldn't even finish half the paper. Total disaster. And that's not all. During my second try 5 years ago, I got hit on the head on the way there, passed out cold, and woke up after the test was over. Thought it couldn't get worse? Haha, wrong. On my third try, I got quarantined for illness and couldn't even show up. And remember 2 years ago, we both got sick with stomach issues and skipped the exam together. You were really upset about that one. As he finished, tears rolled down Kim In-sun's cheeks. He turned away quickly. It's almost funny now, like someone cursed my life. I've had so many exorcisms already. He finally declared, I'm going back to the countryside, living a chill life. My scholar days are over. The other guy lifted him dramatically. No way, I know your story, so I'll keep supporting you. You're not quitting on my watch. Kim In-sun blinked. Support what? The scholar suddenly remembered. Oh right, this morning. All the scholars at the academy had gathered to hear the decree from the emperor of the Song dynasty. The personnel shortage at the Ministry of Finance was getting serious. All scholars from the Zung Palace School must follow this order. The official delivering the message added, why did you come here to study? Wasn't it to serve in the court and help the Song dynasty? This is your shot, don't miss it. Once the news spread, everyone focused solely on that one thing. One guy scoffed, even if we get a job now, it'll just be some low-level post. Are you dumb or what? That made the whole group burst out laughing. You're right. If you're born a man, aim high, go big, or go home. That guy suddenly remembered Kim In-sun and ran off. Wait till I tell him. With your ambition to lead one of the 6 ministries, how come you always rank dead last? Oh wait, you're taking the top exam soon. He'll love this. Back to the main story, the scholar said, so that's what happened. But now you say you're going back, at least hear me out first. At the Song court, the emperor asked, out of 150 Royal Academy students, I only see 103 on the list. The rest didn't register? Everyone answered in unison, that's correct, your majesty. The emperor pressed, why not? Kim Ji-am bowed his head. I studied at the Royal Academy out of obligation. Hearing that, the emperor clenched his jaw. Seriously. Another minister respectfully tried to interject, but the emperor snapped, respectful? You call this respectful? You want to serve the court with a mindset that narrow. Him In tried to defend Kim Ji-am. He's just inexperienced, your majesty. But before he could finish, the emperor slammed the table and shouted, "That's nonsense. A narrow mind has nothing to do with experience." His scolding grew more intense. "This is about capability. Are we filling the court with people like this?" The same minister bowed so low his forehead nearly hit the floor. "Forgive me, your majesty, I misspoke." The emperor fumed silently, thinking, how could father ever use someone like this? Still, he suppressed his anger and asked, "Kim Jiam, what are your plans for the future?" Kim Jiam fumbled his words. Yes. First, I will provide a 3-month education program on industry and commerce for the Royal Academy students. Meanwhile, I'll begin producing sugar reserves and setting up a monopoly system. Hearing that, the emperor's rage eased a bit. Not bad, but according to this staffing plan, each level is short-handed. How do you plan to fix that? Kim Jiam didn't dare look up, his head lowered to the floor. I will select officials with high performance evaluations, and after observing their results over 1 year, I will decide to promote or demote them accordingly. The answer seemed reasonable, so the emperor thought aloud. Right. You did mention they must work at least a year, correct? Kim Jiam nodded. Yes, and due to risk of corruption, I won't allow anyone to stay in the same department for over 2 years. With that surprisingly solid answer, the emperor's fury collapsed entirely. All right then, these students will fill in the gaps left by the previous officials. Kim Jiam added, yes, your majesty. We'll promote current officials to fill vacancies and assign academy students based on their training scores. The emperor pressed further, and how do you plan to promote these students? Kim Jiam replied without hesitation, start them at rank 9, promote up to rank 7. The emperor rubbed his chin, rank 7 huh? After thinking for a moment, he declared, make that rank 6. Kim Jiam, of course, didn't dare argue. Yes, of course. A voice called out in court, your majesty, is that okay? Kim Jiam didn't think it was that big of a deal. The civil exams don't accept that many students anyway, unless your majesty plans to rush this whole thing. The emperor silently scanned the document in his hands. His gaze deepened. Without further thought, he commanded, all right, raise it to rank 6. The rest follow Kim Jiam's plan. The court echoed, by your command. At the Ministry of Finance recruitment, Kim In-sun's eyes nearly popped out. Rank 6, are you serious? Kim Jiam nodded and explained, yes, work hard as a finance officer and you'll get promoted like a top scholar without even taking the major exams. Kim In-sun practically exploded with joy, grabbing his best bro beside him in a teary hug. Yoon In-sun, thank you for telling me. I want to go study with you, man. In Kim In-sun's head, a flood of thoughts. For someone with a miserable childhood like me, just landing a government job would be amazing. Promotion to rank 6. That's a miracle. A thunderous yell erupted from the recruitment room. Long live the emperor. I'll give it my all. A familiar voice chimed in over a steaming teacup. So, even students who fail the exam have hope now. Hyung grinned as he held the hot tea. Like interns, right? Come on, interns, we're gonna make it to full time. The emperor smiled. All right then, stubborn Kim Jiam actually came up with a good plan. They'll be paid by rank and rewarded based on performance. Hyung beamed. Thanks to father, the students are studying harder than ever. The emperor raised his own cup. This rascal really knows how to flatter me. Hyung gazed at his father with sparkling, childlike eyes. I really mean it. I'm so happy you came all the way here to tell me yourself. The emperor added softly, isn't this policy all your idea anyway? I had to at least do this much. Then as if something hit him, he asked, Hyung, how long till you're 15? The boy replied instantly, 4 more years, father. The emperor sighed deeply, still a long time. Sometimes I wish time would just speed up already. Just like that, 3 months passed. A scholar at the academy boasted, yesterday I was just a student, today I'm an official in the finance department. Sure, it's just a trial role, but it's my first step toward being a real rank 6 official, finally. Meanwhile, Kim In-sun was locked up in a dark cell, shouting, this is so unfair, hear me out, what the heck happened? Scene shift, an old cloth hat placed neatly on a folded uniform. A voice echoed, appoint Kim In-sun, scholar of the Capital Academy, as provisional assistant for rations, rank 7, working in the records office of the Finance Bureau. A 1-year assessment will decide his official position. Nearby, a safety helmet sat perfectly aligned on the desk. Sunlight streamed through the window, making the room glow with hope. From inside the room, a man stepped out with quiet dignity, now dressed in his appointed robes, flawlessly tailored. Remain upright and just complete your mission well. He slipped into new shoes and walked toward the Grand Palace. Just yesterday, he was still a scholar. Turned out that man was Kim In-sun. Today was his first day as rank 7 assistant. Fired up with excitement, he strode proudly toward court, shouting, Your Highness, I, Kim In-sun, pledge my loyalty to serve. But after a few steps, Kim In-sun suddenly burst into tears, remembering the bitter months of study and pain it took to reach this day. Especially business math, what a beast. Out of 103 students, only 20 passed. The rest were sent back to the academy. A middle-aged man with a kind face passed by and nudged him. Hey, court is about to begin. Move it or we'll be late. Kim In-sun blinked. It was his old buddy from the study days. Yoon In-sun, you too? Yup, assigned to the records office too. I'm a rank lower than you, but I got in. A group of 4 old friends, now colleagues, proudly marched to their first court meeting. Let's go, don't want to be late. This is the first step to going official. As they reached the gate, hushed whispers filled the air. 2 jealous trainees stared at them. If only I signed up. Too bad these guys only got low ranks, even the top scorers just rank 7. One of them gasped, but with good evaluations, they can be promoted to rank 6 next year. The other scoffed, yeah right, you think promotions fall from the sky? They'll have to compete with real officials. The dummy nodded like he was hypnotized and shouted, exactly, real men aim to be top scholars. Scene change, now we see the working chambers of court officials, clean, majestic, serious. Welcome to the finance records office. Inside, a eunuch looked utterly dead inside, eye bags darker than his soul. He dragged a pile of reports to the finance minister. Sir, here's the data you asked for, list of regions with major population spikes since the last census. Kim Ji-am, exhausted, barely lifted his head. You've worked hard. Staring at the mountain of paperwork, he flipped through it, muttering, why is there so much? This area looks bad. Wait, this one too. A sudden migraine hit, his face twisted in pain. These scoundrels aren't afraid of heaven or hell. Suddenly I remember that nightmare. Back then, things were smooth, he smiled daily. Until one day, the old officials got fired. It all began when the Crown Prince initiated the smallpox vaccination plan. On that fateful day, the Emperor ordered, from now on, you two will handle population audits for proper vaccination. Start with the capital and cooperate with finance records to speed things up. Kim Ji-am happily accepted, thinking it was a piece of cake. Yes, Your Majesty, just a census, nothing too serious. Then the report presentation day came. Everyone submitted their data to the Emperor. He unfolded a page full of dense writing, eyebrows lifting in surprise. What the? Sitting on the throne, the Emperor flipped the paper over and over, eyes fixed. The officials below looked ready to faint. Am I just old and forgetful? Or, even the elderly officials gulped hard when the Emperor grumbled, do my people farm at all, or do they only make bobbies? With growing suspicion, the Emperor ordered, Crown Prince, check the pre-census population. How many people did Song have? Yes, father. Hyang stepped forward and read carefully. According to records, 1,000,003 people, Your Majesty. Chungnyeong blinked, but the new report says over 4.3 million. Are they vaccinating the same people 2 or 3 times? Hyang respectfully answered, no, 1 jab is enough. The Emperor's face turned stormy, stroking his chin with fury. So tell me, am I senile or are the people just obsessed with baby making? Everyone below bowed their heads, dead silent, not a peep. He leaned on his knee, documents clenched in his hand, and ignored the cowardly officials. Why is no one speaking? Hyang, you tell me what's going on. Hyang replied firmly, there must have been an error in the previous census. Chungnyeong closed his eyes, pulled out the report, and reviewed the mess again. Yes, but how could there be such a blunder? The census is every 3 years. The Crown Prince turned his gaze on the officials, cold and lethal. You bunch of slackers, can't even count, or just too lazy to pretend. Every citizen, young or old, had to pay taxes, yet local officials were cutting corners and pocketing cash, collecting tax for full population but reporting only half. And the difference, straight into their greasy pockets. Hyang calmly laid it out, no need to bribe all the officials, just team up with the village elders, the ones who pass their little positions on like family heirlooms. The officials looked like ghosts in broad daylight, sweaty, pale, eyes darting like rats in a trap. The Emperor roared, veins popping, I trusted you all. After the founding, our people were few and starving. I reduced taxes, even cut royal salaries, and this is how you repay me. He leapt up and shouted, real population is double what's reported. Treasuries broke and the people are still poor. Why? His fury boiled over and the report was torn in half. Say something, or should I spell it out? It's you slimy bureaucrats. The court gasped, mouths agape. Did that just happen? Chungnyeong threw the papers aside and pointed directly at the corrupt bunch. I was going to raise your salaries as reward, and this is how you thank me. The crooked ones finally got the memo, heads dropped like dying flowers. We'll fix the registry, we swear. Kim Ji-am, hands trembling, was scribbling reports. Just remembering this gives me chills. The war with numbers had begun. He recalled the chaos,